Again, that's just the consent agenda for resolution 24-290, the Town Disaster Advisory Council appointment and authorization. Is that sufficient?
That is sufficient. Just a point of clarification. It's really just to say that the town manager will fill any vacancies on those committees as needed in the event that someone who you initially appoint is no longer able to serve. It doesn't have to come back to you. The town manager can fill in that spot and keep that committee going.
Okay. Any other changes to the agenda?
Move to approve as amended.
A motion by Counselor King,
Second.
second by Counselor Woodson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next, public comment. Madam Clerk?
I have a few.
Okay.
First up will be Michelle Cherney. After Michelle will be Bill Veach.
Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Michelle Cherney. I've owned a home here for 15 years. I've been a full-time resident for 5 years, and I'm not leaving. I love this island. I'm here to ask for your vote.
Michelle, can you pull that microphone up so everybody can hear it?
I'm here to ask for your vote to become Bay Oaks Member Advisory Board. I use all the facilities. I play pickleball every day. I know the island's rebuilding, and I believe Bay Oaks needs to meet the need of the residents. A place where we can rely on locally for health and well-being. I sold my business last year, and since then, I've been trying to find something to keep me occupied and use my leadership skills. I built a company from the ground up to 50 employees. I actually specialize in outside plant engineering. I worked with easements, right-of-way, utilities, engineering for the fiber industry. During my career, I also worked with many firms doing advisory boards for SWOT analysis. What are your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and trends? During my career, I also finished off with Hurricane Ian. I live in Fairview Isles, and after Hurricane Ian, I was asked to take on the president because of the work of the communication I did with the residents I brought during that time. If you ask any of our 178 homeowners or approximately 400 residents, I was the one that strived to help to get everybody answers, whether it was permitting, communication, what was going on with the town, the license, and even rebuilt our common grounds. We brought together $34,000 to build them ourselves versus waiting for town. Bay Oaks, I believe, is got a lot of opportunity. I've looked at Sanibel, I've looked at Lakes Park, and kind of just pulled together people that support me in the nomination of this position. Some of the strengths are location. We all want to bike, we want to walk there, we want to stay local, we don't want to drive off, especially during season. Weaknesses, our gym's too small. For those who've been in there, you can't even walk between the equipment. It's hard to move around. Feedback, we need a dedicated space for the yoga classes, the Zumba classes. It's just not a large enough space, and people are signing up for that daily. We need pickleball courts. I don't have to bring that up. That one constantly comes up. We need a bigger park for the kids. My boyfriend's got 16 grandkids. When we get here, we always go off island because we can't even hold them here. And Bay Oaks, we need opportunities, community engagement. A park is where we can all gather, healthy local alternatives, farmers market, regional pickleball tournaments. I mean, it's growing at 53% year over year. Dog parks, people, I mean, I get done with pickleball and people take their dogs off islands. The engagement is something, the trends, pickleball, it's growing. Community gardens, both with that being considered, water stations, we need pavilions for special occasions. So this morning I asked you to cast for my vote. I'm committed to being part of this. I need a new challenge, and it's a place residents need to utilize to start building a community that we can all gather locally.
Thanks, Michelle.
Thanks.
Bill Veach. After Bill is Kathy Turner.
Morning.
Morning, Council. Bill Veach, for the record. The item I want to talk about is this, the bit to revoke all of the temporary use permits. It seems to me to be pretty broad. I read some of the FEMA correspondence, and I understand that they consider, and they're legally, a container as a building, and the building is what causes the issue with being built in the flood zones. But it mentioned that in a letter of the November 11th as being a distinction between RVs and buildings. So containers are considered a building, but they said they are not recreational vehicles. If this is as broad as it looks and you revoke all the permits for temporary vehicles, which means people like me who are living in these trailers, it'd be essentially evicting people from their homes at the beginning of season when it's very difficult, not impossible, to find another place to stay. So I just make sure that it's either not going to be that broad, or if it is, you realize the ramifications of revoking those permits and the effect that would have on people who live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Kathy Turner, and then after Kathy is Lori Webster.
Good morning, Kathy Turner, full-time resident in Shellmount Park. I support and agree as far as the meeting decorum. I think you just didn't go far enough because it was directed really at the audience and not necessarily inclusive of the applicants. So I think it's important. There are times that some of the applicants are having sidebars when they're sitting. And if you're sitting in the audience, it becomes very difficult to hear over them. So that's just a suggestion going forward. Vulgarity should never be tolerated, and they should be subject to removal. That's just not negotiable. Public comment is just that, and it is our right to be able to express our opinions without being censored and feel like that we're being criticized. Again, in my opinion, the development agreement was not designed or thought to be used for a project of this size. And I found it very difficult to compare the concepts with the written document. And I sit there and poured over some of these documents, trying to figure out, and I live right there. Is this Denora or is this Sistera? What are we talking about? I think you're going to put a huge burden on the staff on a development order of this magnitude. They're going to have to read between the lines. And if there are errors in there, does that carry forward? I don't know. So I think the process only benefits the applicants and may put an enormous responsibility on staff. I didn't send an email to the town council. It seems of late that I'm getting a response from 2 out of 5. It's silence for the other 3. So I'm here. I didn't really want to continue to be here. I'd like to be merry and stop, the angst. So instead, I'm here for my up to 9 minutes. Finally, meetings with developments that propose that garners a lot of public interest and comment, you should allow for the opportunity for widespread residents to attend. 9 o'clock in the morning on a weekday is not necessarily the best time for everybody to come. They may have to take their, a day off of work. And again, we're generally getting the same response. We're not hearing from you. So we don't know if you're reading them, you don't care, whatever the reason is. So I'd rather be home preparing for the holidays, but instead I'm here again, and I may be here for 3 public comments today. So I thank you. I appreciate the work that's been thrown at you since Ian, since Helene, since Milton, but as residents, and I've been here after Ian since December of 2022, it's not easy living here. So I thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Lori Webster, after Miss Webster, excuse me, is Howie Hoffman.
Good morning. Part of what I'm going to say, I'm going to repeat during the Seagate section, so please forgive me, but it bears repeating. I think there's a very elemental premise that some of the council members have forgotten. You were elected. You were elected not to represent your own ideas, but to be a voice for those who elected you. By dismissing your constituents, you're regressing to an area of Fort Myers Beach government that I thought we had put behind us. You all have accomplished so much in the last 2 years, and we are grateful. Don't backpedal now. There has been a talk of plugging a leak of information. This implies that there is information that the public is not entitled to know. Secrets, if you will. Isn't that why you were elected? To put an end to the closed door meetings, to put an end to the under the table deals and contracts, to put an end to the advancement of personal gains at the expense of the public. Being a council member is not a glamorous job. It's not intended to bolster your celebrity. You're a leader, but you're also a servant. Continue to serve. Continue to be a voice for your constituents. Even a dissenting opinion is worthy of being heard. You're representing the people of Fort Myers Beach. It is, after all, why you were elected.
Thank you,
Uh,
Lori.
Howie Hoffman. After Howie is Tom Brady.
Morning, Howie.
Good morning. Hi, everybody. My name's Howie Hoffman. I've lived on the beach 26
Pull the
years.
mic up a little bit to you.
And the only thing I want to say is we all survived Hurricane Ian. And since then, you have a special bond with these people. Not only are you friends, but you survived the Titanic together. All the people that are trying to work here that have their food trucks and things like that, they just want to eat. We'll never get that money back before Ian. There'll never be anything like that. But let the servers, let the bartenders, let the owners eat. That's all I ask for you to do. It only makes sense. It's not hurricane season. Everybody has wheels. They can move. Let the people eat. That's all I got to say. Thank you very much. And I'll see you guys soon.
Thanks, Howie.
Tom Brady. After Mr. Brady is Craig Luce.
It's the goat.
Tom Brady, 339 Madison. My apologies if I was part of the outburst of the last meeting. When I feel my quality of life is being permanently impacted by a skyscraper in my backyard, when I see the truth stretched or I feel lack of due process, I react from emotional basis. Two things I want to talk about: election results and view corridors. The developers under oath speaking about my vote and the election results is complete nonsense. He is wrong about my vote. There was no referendum on the ballot for 17-story buildings. If you wanted a referendum, you could have put it on the ballot. Other communities do this. I suspect you know where that would have gone. Mail-in ballots were mailed out on October 1st. Early balloting started on October 21st. The first reading wasn't until October the 28th. Most ballots have been submitted before that reading. There were 5,494 votes cast. The vast majority, 4,274 votes, were early voting and mail-in ballots cast before the first meeting. Do not say they know what was going to happen. Only 1,120 ballots were cast the day of the election. Skasny took a position on the development. Sitting council members did not take a position, and rightfully so. Voters did not know how you were going to vote. Don't tell me I knew how you were going to vote. In my wildest imagination, I did not believe that Adderhall and Safford would vote for 17 stories. The signaling was for moderate developments. Candidates said in previous development projects they turned down because they were not in alignment with the comprehensive plan. No one was more surprised to the outcome of the first reading than Beach Talk Radio, who supposedly has their finger on the pulse of the community. If you think the election was a mandate for Seagate development, then you are projecting or delusional. You are doing a great disservice to Council Member Safford, who has a lot more to offer than just being a vote for high development. As for view quarters, there is no view quarter to the bay. It is ratty trees behind their property. The bay is 1,000 feet away from the back of Seagate's property. As for other view corridors, Sarah, you are much more knowledgeable than their planner or for the resident, and you represent the resident voice. Please check their map and definition of their view. On the north side of their property, they claim there's a 120-foot view corridor. It's 120 feet that goes down to 90 feet. It's the 90 feet on the Gulf side that counts, not the 120 on Estero Boulevard. But 10 feet of that is an existing beach access, not something that they can give up. So that makes 80 feet that they're giving up. On the other side is now a pool that is elevated 3 feet with pool chairs and loungers on top of it. No one from their car or from pedestrians walking down the street will be able to see anything on the Gulf. So, as the developer stated, they're in their proposal that 50 feet of the view corridor is in the village district that they're required to give. So,
Wrap it up, Tom, please.
okay.
There's a lot of people that want to speak. Thank you.
Craig Luce. Sorry if I didn't say that.
No, perfect. Thank you.
All right.
Hi,
Morning,
good
Craig.
morning, resident of Fort Myers Beach at Cresciente. I want to thank each of you individually for your help and support to save the iconic landmark on Fort Myers Beach, which is the Santini Pier. Your accessibility, communications, and interest prove vital to quickly resolving this issue. You have a lot of decisions to make, and we know it can be a thankless job up there at times. Not this time. There's overwhelming support to save a part of Fort Myers Beach history. I thank you. I do have one question. Any future possible work on that or removing of the pilings, would that come before the council before any work commenced?
We don't answer your question, but during public comment, but send us an email. We'll respond to you.
Thank you very much. Your accessibility is appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks,
Good
Craig.
luck today.
That's all I have signed up for general
Yes,
public
sir.
comment.
Come on up. Yep. We'll get to you next.
Dave Lay with 1920 Bayview Drive. Topic I want to talk about, and this is really affects all future votes coming forward after, not just the one today, but the question is the height restriction in the mid-1990s still an issue with residents in 2024? My contention is, and we have proof basically that the intent of the residents of the town of Fort Myers Beach remains the same as it was in the mid-1990s when the town was established. Supporting documents are, number one, the Beach Talk Radio Survey, which I created and I gave to Ed and he graciously published it, was an open-ended questionnaire asking whether they were for or against these elevated height projects. Both could respond. There was no bias one way or the other. And the results of that survey showed at a ratio of 8-to-1 that residents are against restricted height. However, it does show that the residents are willing to move somewhat on height. So even actually half the vote said that they would be willing to accept less than 10 stories. That's the first item. Second item is the election November 5th was not a mandate. I've come in contact and I've got responses from 4 of the counselors, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Scott, and John. All of you have voiced, and I want to put this on the record, that they do not believe that the election on November 5th was a mandate. I provided, and it's in the record, supporting documentation of why that's not true. And I just want to make sure that there's no further discussion. You can talk about it if you want, and the applicant can do it. And that really upset me at the last meeting, that he started bringing out this issue that it was a mandate for that, for the elevate height. It's not true. The third item is there's a petition running right now. It has 860 signatures. Over half of them are residents or property owners on the town of Fort Myers Beach. And it's 100% against. So you have the Beach Talk Radio Survey, which is 900. You have this petition, which is currently running at 860. And all I can say is, what is the turnout you've had on any of the approved projects like Neptune or Myerside? You don't get this turnout. There's a reason there's a turnout. It's because this project should not be allowed to proceed. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dave. Come on.
Good morning, Council. Cassius Upton, Fort Myers Beach. I have 2 quick things to say. First one is the LPA. Why do we have an LPA when you blatantly go against what they recommend? Anita Saracito was our first mayor that put this comp plan together. She was our mayor again. She's an expert at this stuff. She rejected this project. Jane Plummer is a real estate agent on this island and has been for a significant period of time. I've been here 38 years. She's been here longer than me. She also voted no. So what's the point of having an LPA if you guys now, we have 2 projects today in front of you that were rejected by the LPA? It doesn't make sense. Second thing is, it's very hard to trust some of our council members when they run on lies. I'm sorry, Scott, I'm calling you out, but this says re-elect Scott Safford. Scott was never elected. He was appointed by town council after Bill Veach stepped down. So you have someone on your council that ran on a line. Just letting you know. Thank you.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Melody King. I apologize about my outburst. However, I've been pretty emotional regarding the fact that I found out $1.5 billion was allotted through a community development block grant for disaster relief to Lee County. The community leaders and residents of Fort Myers Beach are urgently calling for a reevaluation of allocation of disaster funds. This fund, in the aftermath of Hurricane Ian, the town has been struggling to rebuild homes' lives while facing significant challenges due to the misallocation of critical disaster recovery funds. Despite the immense need for housing, rehabilitation, rent, and mortgage assistance, this grant has been directed towards water treatment facility parks and public parks. While these projects are essential for the community, they never should take precedence over providing secure homes for residents who are still facing devastating effects from many hurricanes. And we are just talking about a grant from Hurricane Ian that was achieved. We allocated $370 million to public facilities and infrastructures while only dedicating $175 million to housing rehabilitation, and that is unacceptable. And I'm letting all 5 of you know you knew about this. We need secure roofs over our heads, not just improved water facility parks. You can't live in a water facility park. Our water is still tainted. You can't live in a park. So the residents of Fort Myers Beach demand the immediate reallocation of these funds to address urgent needs. And I actually went to Washington, D.C., and I have the framework from a woman who is responsible for $90 billion worth of federal funding through the Community Development Block Grant for Disaster Relief. I am building the bridge between our homeowners who need home repairs for construction, financial assistance. This is actually down the pipeline, the third aspect from FEMA that would then lead into anybody underinsured or not insured receiving a grant. There are 46 names from Fort Myers Beach residents, and I can't wait to get my hands on whose names have actually been allocated this money. Although, Mayor Adderhall, I appreciate your honesty. I understand this money has yet to actually reach the town of Fort Myers Beach. These programs, aligned with the law from the federal government guidelines, are imperative that you understand that these funds were to go toward the severely impacted areas, not water treatment plants or parks. Shame on all of you for even hearing the Seagate when you know you're choosing skyscrapers over the lives of our community. And I had to go all the way to DC and talk to the senator about this. I want to also add before my time is up that I represent actually 50 disaster survivors that went up there from 14 states. And we have 23 national disasters that I lobbied in Congress for these funds to come down, since there's 3 million people suffering because of this bottleneck we've created. Pay attention to your people. That is all.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yep. Oh, on the right. Come on up. Morning, Jesse.
This needs to go down. Good morning, council. My name is Jessie Titus. I've been a resident of Fort Myers Beach since 1980 and own Fort Myers Beach Realty. Prior to that, I owned Lahaina Realty. Council, I am one of your biggest supporters. But as for Seagate, you really got this wrong, really wrong. If this project moves forward, you will not be remembered for all the good you've done. You will be remembered for bastardizing the intent of our comp plan and disregarding the will of the majority of voters. I was on the LPA when the comp plan and LDC was written, alongside Anita and Jane. It's a beautifully written, carefully crafted plan full of purpose, our desires to maintain our natural beauty and preserve our quaintness, and which took thousands of hours of work. We knew our mission. There should be absolutely no doubt of its intention. If you approve this project, you will be remembered as the council that allowed a development to devalue dozens of single-family homes and condominiums. If you don't believe their property values will suffer along with saleability, think again. The impact on these homes and their residents cannot be overstated. You will be remembered as the council that chose not to protect us. You will be remembered as weak. As a realtor on this island for well over 40 years and as a former president of the Board of Realtors, I took an oath to protect private property rights. We have riparian rights, the right to quiet enjoyment, and the right to privacy. And hopefully sooner than later to have the right to privacy in our airspace. what I like to call riparian rights. The Seagate development will cause harm. Picture 9, 10, 14, 15, and 17-story buildings looming over your home, in many cases a mere 100 feet away, and all these eyes looking down on you from their perch into your private space. No more skinny dipping, no more stargazing in your hot tub, no more of a lot of things like sun. But there will be a lot of shade, which will alter our preserve and harm our precious wildlife. This is a paradise lost in more ways than one. None of you live in the adjacent subdivisions, and neither do I. Councilman Safford, you told me that Ocean Harbor doesn't bother you from your home on Sable. When you bought that home, Ocean Harbor was already there. You had a choice. The residents most affected by Seagate have no choice. You also mentioned that Seagate could sell to a hotel with 350 units by right. And that scared you. Well, it's their job to scare you. But I'd take a 3-story hotel over this behemoth any day. It would bring affordable options for families to vacation, and it could even offer workforce housing and amazing public benefit, which would help with our school issue. We are the family island. We want progress, but it must be the right kind of progress. Seagate may have built homes and some commercial buildings, but they've never developed a high rise. Meanwhile, the Bonita Springs Council voted 5-1 against a Seagate proposal just this August. Why? Because it didn't fit their comp plan. Imagine that. Seagate could not bully them into submission. The overwhelming majority of their constituents are against this project. Surveys and petitions reflect this. Like what, about 1,500 in opposition and only 10 in favor.
Thank you,
4 of you
Jesse.
said the election was a mandate. What more do you want?
You're a fast talker.
I try.
Thank you, Jesse. Anyone? Yes, yes, ma'am, come on. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Cantlawn, and I am a full-time resident of Fort Myers Beach. My first trip here, it was in 1953. Weren't even born. You weren't even born. And then moved here in full-time in 1960. And my parents had a house built in 1962, 63. You know, when you're a teenager, you don't think about that stuff. And my sister and I are now living in the home, and we survived Ian. And I just want to say, please don't okay this. He spent 53 million, 54 million, and none of us care that he spent that much money, because he knew when he bought the property that there was a building restrictions. Because when I went to the meeting at Pink Shell, I asked him if he was aware of the building restrictions, and he said yes. So, and I want to say that Sanibel became a town because they didn't like what the county was doing. Fort Myers became a town because they didn't like what the county was doing. And Sanibel has a lot more money over there than we have here, and they have not caved. Please don't cave in to whatever pressure you're getting to build this. I know Fort Myers Beach needs to be rebuilt, but it doesn't need to be rebuilt tall. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Oh, sorry, Barbara. I'll get to you after. Come on, Barbara. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, council, staff. My name is Barbara Hill, full-time resident living in Shellmount Park. My comments to you today is that the vision of Fort Myers Beach, when established, our town incorporated, which incorporated decades ago, is today under threat. The Seagate proposal of 6 towers, all between 13 and 17 stories high, which includes the parking, will forever destroy that vision. Located mid-island in the middle of our quiet, walkable residential neighborhood, it is simply not a good fit. Each of you, as our representative, has the power to say no, the power to say no to this developer. It is in fact your duty to do so, since the deviations requested does not fit into our comp plan. Don't nicely ask the developer, can you build smaller? Demand it. Negotiate. Nowhere did I hear during all of this information that we've received during hearings, did I hear the word compromise. Negotiate, yes, but compromise is the way to go. Reduce the units by a third. I know they have by right X number of units, but that's their proposal. That doesn't necessarily have to be your answer. Have Matt come back with a revised plan featuring lower buildings and yes, fewer units. I have questions. How can council approve this project when Seagate, in fact, doesn't own the deeded beach access owned by Gulf View Colony? Another question, has the council or the town determined developer impact fees? If so, what are they? Will the town impose this on this development and in future developments such as Neptune? Will this fee be retroactive to previously approved developments such as Myerside? We as voters want to know. You as our leaders are legally bound to abide by our comp plan and our LDC as it is written. You all in fact promised to uphold this vision. Aren't you also legally bound to honor these ordinances? Will your decision today become a challenging litigious situation going forward if you don't? Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Yes, sir. We're in that shared proud day, aren't you?
Absolutely. Big game. Good morning. My name is Fred Malone. I'm from the Buffalo Grill. I actually wasn't prepared to talk today, but I just wanted to bring up about the food trailers. Obviously, we have a place down in Times Square. My background isn't food. My background is a developer and contractor back at home. I've been to a lot of these meetings. And I also own an emergency management business, and I've done work with FEMA for probably 20 years. Don't be scared. They're all going to be gone in about 30 days. They're all going to get fired. So don't be scared of FEMA. I just want to say that, you know, when we came here, we wanted to bring a little bit of love to the beach, not just myself, all the food trailers here. Every state in the United States offers permits for food trailers. There's no reason you guys can't do that. When you issued us a permit, there were guidelines. I followed them to a T, just like a lot of these people did. Don't punish the ones that follow the rules for the ones that don't follow the rules. That's all we ask before you make that amendment and change it and pull the permits from everybody. We've had a lot of help from people on the council. We appreciate it. The people on the beach love it. So it's not just myself, but others out here. So hopefully you guys relook at that when you consider voting on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go Bills.
Yes, go on. Good morning.
Good morning, council.
Can you just pull that mic down for us so we
Oh,
can hear you?
sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Close to Jesse's. Good morning, council. My name is Tana Schott. Our family has owned a home on the island since the late 90s. That would be directly affected by this Seagate proposal. That's why I'm here today. This height issue is a problem. It will affect our home directly. I'm also a local licensed realtor on the island for 15 years. I do feel that when we incorporated, this town incorporated, that we had a plan, we had a vision, and we need to stick to that. We're asking you to support all of us. You can hear as many people that were here today asking you to support us and support what the LPA recommended. So that's all. Thank you. Please consider this in your vote, and we truly hope you deny the proposal as written and ask them to resubmit to something that conforms.
Thank you.
To our current plan.
Yes, sir. Come on up.
Good morning, council. My name is John Sheriff, 280 Nature View Court. I'm a registered landscape architect. I've been practicing landscape architecture, designing and development such as Seagate for over 40 years, representing clients like that. So I'm very familiar with this process and development. But this is a blatant poor example of urban planning, period. this whole town here agrees that we need to develop as soon as possible, but we need to do it responsibly and intelligently. Guidelines are set. We need to follow these guidelines and adhere to them. We can't be going around prostituting ourselves for one guy here. And this way, these people are going to fall in line just because we need funding and whatever else and income and people coming back to the town. We mentioned these things about public benefits. Well, public benefits basically should be required and demanded, not a bonus because he's given us this or that. They're too vague, too inconsistent, and arbitrary. And you're going to run into problems in the future if you approve this project, because this is going to be bottom line. This is going to be setting precedents, and the next person and developer is going to get in line and say, hey, you allowed this to happen here. You got to allow this to happen for my project. That's going to happen, period. I've been involved in them, and I see this, excuse me, happening, and I've seen it happen. You should be renting us as residents here, and basically whatever, and representing us and making intelligent decisions on our behalf. This is a short-term, this is a short-term, short-sighted approval here that you're doing here today. We got to look at the long-term. This is approved. We should be there's going to be some issues here with other developers, like I said, coming in here and doing that. We need to make intelligent, responsible decisions here today. It's absurd that you're even considering a project 17 stories, not even close to what this town wants, the character and the charm of this town. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Good morning.
Morning, Mark Ludvigson, 281 Ohio Avenue, resident since 1989. My children, all of them went to Beach Elementary School, and they're in their 30s right now. And they hope that my grandchildren will be able to go to Beach School also. I'm a contractor on this beach, and I know what I can build and what I can't build. And that was because we became a town and we got a comp plan. We figured for flooding, we have elevated homes here, and basically everything that was elevated did very well during these hurricanes. We're looking at a 17-story building that's in a residential area that is an older neighborhood, basically 1 and 2 stories. I don't see anything else mid-rise, high-rise, anywhere around it. As a contractor here on this beach, I know when I buy a lot, I know what the lot goes for, what its value is. I know how much my home is going to cost. I don't try to run through the building department a 6-story, a 7-story residential building. Why? Because we have a comp plan. It says how high I can build, how wide I can build, and everything else like that. I'm actually upset after 2 weeks ago that I was here and heard what the vote was. I say to us, we have everybody here. I don't know how many people here are positive, but they're negative on this. I don't know why we have council, and I don't know who it is, which ones, but I'm just saying, how can it be that we, the people that have been here for so long, are against this, and you people, you 5 know better than we do? We're all stating what we would like to see, or what we don't want to see, and you're going against our wishes. I could go on and on, but I'm going to let that go.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Yes, sir.
I've been a resident of Captain's Bay since 1999.
Can you state your name for the record,
Yes,
please?
my name is Lee Farner.
You can pull that mic up too, and be a little easier for everybody to hear in the back.
Is that better?
Yes. Okay. They'll let us know if they can't hear you.
Okay. I'm a civil engineer, and I've worked in site development for 40 years. That property, the Red Coconut property, is large enough that they could build a development within our height restrictions and make tons of profit. By allowing these multi-story buildings, you're just allowing them to maximize profit, I believe, at our expense. And my question is why? So I don't understand it. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, I'll get to you back there next. I can't see who it is, but okay.
I have not been sworn in yet, so.
Oh, this is This is a regular public comment.
Oh, good, good. My name is Lynn Dagnese. Good morning, everybody, council, and you fine folk back there. The red coconut, deeded, is it not? I have not found a deed for the red coconut that states that it should be either an RV park or villas. Why we came to this conclusion or delusion that we should even think of going over our height limit is beyond belief to me. And I'm going to get infected more than anybody because I live right across the street and I'm going to have a wall to look at. Does that sound nice to you folks? I did choose where I live. I chose it 40 years ago when it was the Red Coconut RV Park and I could see a sky view and I could see people on the beach, not in a restaurant across the street and everything else, but not a council that wants to sell us out. It's just not right. You guys really, really, really need to go past the pocketbook and to the brain and the heart of this island that you moved to protect us, not him. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. Carolyn Eric Steyer, full-time residence on Driftwood. First, I'd like to thank you, Mayor Allers, for trying to keep the compound plan and keep to the original mission of the town. Second, we've never been more disappointed in a group of elected officials as we are with everyone else here. And we come from the state of Illinois, where we've been disappointed. Next, we moved here because of the small-time town charm. We didn't want tall buildings, crowds, traffic, like Clearwater Beach, Marco, Miami. When we found out the town became a town because of the comp plan, we were even more happy with our decision to move here. We're not against these developments. We're against additional height and additional density. I think everyone else here is in agreement. Margaritaville did this without a problem. I don't know why Seagate can't. There's no reason except for greed that these developers need to build the way they are proposing. As the mayor asked for during yesterday's Beach Talk radio segment for a solution, the Seagate 17 stories can be spread out evenly over all their properties. They can be on one level of ground parking with 3 to 4 feet of living space, just like Margaritaville did. Not everyone is going to have a spectacular view of the Gulf, but that's not our problem. Seagate chose to build here. I'm not sure how many of you council members follow social media, but a majority of the residents don't want these huge buildings. We've heard that here before. Last public comment, there were 25 or so against Seagate and about 2 for Seagate. That's 92% against. You guys were all voted in here to represent us. 92% of the people here do not want this. That means 4 out of 5 of you need to vote no against Seagate. Again, we're not against the development as a whole, just the additional height and density. Finally, I'm not sure why you're considering these projects, and please don't insult our intelligence with public benefit, because what they're wanting is, and what they're offering as public benefit just don't match. Don't say additional tax revenue, because Margaritaville is giving you guys additional revenue. Seagate doesn't need 17 stories to give us revenue. Y'all have the power, not Seagate, not London Bay. Please say no to the 17 stories. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Are you coming up or just stretching? All right, come on.
My name is Dennis Alfieri. I live at 165 Flamingo Street. Morning. And I think the biggest thing here is the precedent you're going to set. I'm looking at London Bay doing a project at the corner, right by the corner of my street. They want to do the same thing. Now, I don't know how you're going to tell them no when you tell these guys yes. I mean, how does that work? It's not going to work. They'll take you to court. They'll beat the hell out of you. It's either one way or the other. Either you're gonna let everybody do it or nobody. There's no in between here. You know what's gonna happen with court, don't you? You're gonna lose. Because you can't pick, well, yeah, these guys, it's okay for them, it's not okay for them. It's bull. You know, and then the whole thing, you know, it's tough to say, but the confidence in this council is where? Look at what happened with after Ian. How could we have any confidence in this council? It was a waste product around here. Nobody knew what the hell to do. So why should we be confident now that you guys are going to make the right decision? Really, think about it. Was anybody happy with what happened after Ian here? Not a person. That's why they all got bounced out of office after Ian. And I think the same thing will happen here if you okay this thing. Well, it'll be the last time we see any of you guys. And I think it would be a great idea when you have a crowd like this here, who's not here all the time, be a great thing to introduce each one of these councilmen so we know who you are. Because I don't know anybody here outside of you, Dan. The only guy that I know and could look at and say, I know who this guy is. I don't know any of these guys. It'd be great to introduce them at the beginning of the meeting. This is this guy, this is where you are. Yeah, I think it would help everybody here. Thanks, and I hope you work it out.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Walter Pilkins. I live on Bahia Villa, right across from what used to be the outrigger. And I'm also concerned about the height of the outrigger. I know they want to put up big buildings, but I wanted to mention trailers. Trailers have been allowed on Fort Myers Beach for more than 50 years. The Red Coconut was a historic trailer park. It was the first place in America that had cold storage lockers for people staying there. So I know at one point when we came up with a policy that said you can't live in a trailer at a residence, it had nothing to do with the floodplain or the hurricanes. It was so that your neighbor couldn't look out his window and see your Uncle Sid in a crappy trailer. So I'd just like to say that I know the policy that you wrote that said you can't live in a trailer just needs a tweaking to say that generally speaking, yeah, trailers are not allowed in residential areas except when the house is not livable. And it could be from a different reason. It could be because you had a fire in the kitchen or a flood or for some reason your house is not livable. And for those reasons, you get a permit. You can live in a trailer until it's repaired. I happen to be living in a trailer behind my house. The house is about 5 months from completion, but I know there's some people that they haven't even started. Because, you know, you fight with your insurance for a year. You fight with FEMA for a year, maybe even a small business association. It takes time. I may actually be ahead of the curve because I'm only 5 months away from moving into a new house. But I hope that somehow you can work with, I know FEMA said they're upset that you had a policy that said, no, you can't live in a trailer. And after Ian, you said, all right, you can. But I believe we still got to tweak it to say, all right, these are the reasons, these are the conditions where you can live in a trailer in the residential area. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Good morning. Hi there, good morning. DeWitt Willis, 99 Andre Marr, and I also currently live in a trailer. House was leveled by Ian. This process takes time, and I think everyone's aware of it here. Besides trying to find funding, because the price of the new home is astronomical compared to what was there. It took me 8 months to get a set of plans. It's gonna take time. I finally have a set of plans from a licensed engineer and everything else that I can go around and build a house with. They still have to go to the town to be approved. I don't know how long that's gonna take. And if you walk in and take away the trailer I'm living in, do I put up a tent? I mean, we gotta have to get realistic here as to what's going on. Maybe people forget how badly this island was devastated. And on Andre Marr, there is not a single house 4 lots deep because everything was devastated. Give us a chance to rebuild. I feel bad for the small businesses who have
little trailers are trying to operate out of, that's money for the town. You're cutting your own throats here. I'm confused as to why decisions are being made when that doesn't help you, it doesn't help me, it doesn't help anybody in this town. That's just my humble opinion. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you. Is there anyone else? Come on up. I can't see if there's anybody out there raising their hand, so if anybody sees anybody.
My name is Jerry Prosnick. I live at 7820 Estero Boulevard. My house was completely destroyed in the hurricane. It was a concrete block house. And I'm trying to rebuild. So I'm worried about my permit, which expires September 23rd, 2025. So I'm living in a trailer there. I'm afraid you're going to make me get out of there next month or 2 months or next week. You know, you're supposed to be voting on this today, and I'm not sure how you're voting on this. But I really need that trailer. I have nowhere to go. I'm homeless without that trailer. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Next is local achievements and recognition. We have a donation. Is that you, Andy?
Yes.
Okay.
The Hileys, I can turn it over to Jeff. Jeff's been working with this, but the Hileys, the last 3 years, have donated the poinsettias that we put in our poinsettia tree, and we just want to recognize them and give them a great big thank you for doing this for the community.
Okay. Do you need a motion to accept the donation?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion? I'll make a motion to accept the donation from Jay and Mary Hiley for the poinsettia trees for the Christmas poinsettia tree at Times Square.
I'll second and thank you so much.
We have a motion by Mary Hiley, seconded by Councilor Woodson. Any further discussion? Just again, thank you again for stepping up and doing that. It's something that everyone loves every single year. So with that, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. John, anything?
Nothing. In a matter of time.
Vice Mayor Adderall?
I'll do the same out of interest of time.
Okay. Councilor Woodson?
Same.
Councilor Stafford?
Ditto.
And I'll do the same as well. Closes local achievements. And next is our advisory committee items, reports, and appointments. With if council doesn't mind, with the exception of item A, which is the Bay Oaks Recreational Campus Advisory Board, item B for the town advisory boards, and item C for the county outside committees, to take just acknowledge whether or not everyone is okay with their current positions or if they'd like to change. If so, we will read who's staying with each one, but as opposed to going through asking if anybody changes. Is everyone okay with that? Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Okay. All right, Bay Oaks, we have.
Mayor,
Yes.
could we just announce
Certainly.
what town advisory committees the council members are?
Should we do it? Should we do it when we
Just-
get to that item, or do you want to?
Because it's item B.
It's three
Oh,
separate items.
okay.
So
I thought you were.
I was gonna
doing
do the
B and
board cap
C.
first, and then we'll
Yes,
do B, and then
okay.
we'll do C.
That's fine.
That work?
Yes.
And then I'll announce. who-
Yeah, just so the public knows who's serving on what committees.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Okay, we have two members who have applied for the board cap position, Michelle Turney and Diane Richardson. Madam Clerk, do you have our ballots?
Do not. Can we just write it out?
Could we go to the next item?
We will table item A, if anyone has any objection to that. We will table item A, go to item B, the town advisory boards. Does anyone have any interest in changing the current board that they sit on to anything else?
I do not.
Councilor Woodson?
I would remain.
Okay. Vice Mayor Earl? Fine. Councilor King?
I'm good.
Okay, I do not have any objections as well. So the liaison for the Anchorage Advisory Committee will continue to be Vice Mayor Adderholt. The Audit Committee will continue to be Councilmember Safford. The Bay Oaks Recreational Campus Advisory Board will continue to be Councilor Woodson. The Cultural and Environmental Learning Center Advisory Board will continue to be Vice Mayor Adderholt. The Marine and Environment Resources Task Force will continue to be Councilor King. And the Public Safety Committee will continue to be myself. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next, we'll go to item C, and then we'll go back to item A. Item C is the outside committees. Does anyone have any objection, or would they like to change any current committees that they are sitting on? Councilor Safford?
I'm fine leaving the way it is.
Okay. Counselor Woodson,
I'm fine.
Vice Mayor Adderholt? Fine. Counselor King?
Good.
Okay, I'm as good as well. So the first is the Coastal and Heartland National Estuary Partnership. Counselor Member King will continue to serve on that. The Coastal Advisory Committee will continue to be Project Manager Chad Schutz. Guess I should have asked him.
He's fine.
The Fort Myers Beach Elementary School Youth Council. I will be honest, I didn't know that I was in charge of that. So I will continue to do so now that I know that. Horizon Council is myself. Metropolitan Planning Organization will continue to be Counselor King. The Southwest Florida Regional Planning Council is Sarah Prost. Is that, or is it going to go to Judith?
It might make more sense for it to go with Judith, but I mean, I'm open to that discussion.
It'll be one of our planning staff. And the TDC will continue to be myself. Is there any objection to those appointments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. We'll go back to the board cab. There again is I saw two people applying for one spot. Ran out too fast.
Amy, do we still have an opening on the Public Safety Committee?
I believe we do.
Okay, thank you.
And we have one on CellCap now also.
There is a vacancy on CellCap?
Yes. And I'm sure they're posted on the
Okay,
website.
so our town clerk, she'll announce your votes and it'll be reflected on the screen.
Okay, from Karen Woodson, Michelle Cherney, sorry. Scott Safford is Michelle Cherney. Mayor Allers is Michelle Cherney. Vice Mayor Adderholt, Michelle Cherney. And John King is Diane Richardson. So that would be 4 votes for Michelle Cherney and 1 for Diane Richardson.
So vote to certify that the accuracy of the results.
Is there a motion to certify the accuracy of the results for the board cab committee open seat?
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion by Counselor Safford, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously.
If, a minute, Mayor,
Yes.
I had reached out to Diane Richardson before I knew Michelle had ran, because Diane had submitted that she'd be willing to work on any committee. So maybe if we could reach out to her, see if there's something else she would like to serve on, since we have
I
some
will.
more openings. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Amy. Next is the approval of the minutes. Is there-
A vote,
Oh, I already did.
you
Appoint.
voted to certify
Oh,
and now a vote to appoint.
oh. Is there a
3
motion?
steps.
Is there a motion to appoint the,
So moved.
got a motion by Counselor Safford,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is the approval of the minutes. Is there a motion or any changes to the minutes that anyone would like to make?
Never saw
We don't
So
have
moved.
any. We don't have any.
I didn't think so, but I thought
That's
maybe you were
it.
sitting here in his pile of paper.
We don't have any for this one.
Okay. Nothing to go on. We'll move on to the consent agenda. It's for resolution. There's one item on the consent agenda that was amended to add the words as needed. It is for resolution 24-290, Town Disaster Advisory Council appointment and authorization. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Motion by Counselor King,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by
call.
saying, roll call. Okay. Counselor King,
Aye.
Counselor Safford,
Aye.
Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. All right. Cheat sheet. The next 3 items on our agenda are public hearings for review of various land use requests. For the benefit of the public, please be aware that these items are quasi judicial in nature. Our attorney will further explain.
Thank you, Mayor. Today, you have your 3 items are the possible approval of a development agreement, a commercial plan development, and a variance. And these items are all quasi-judicial in nature, and this requires that today's public hearings comply with procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code. So these quasi-judicial proceedings, these are less formal than proceedings before circuit court, but they are more formal than the remainder of our meeting. And we must follow basic standards of due process, requiring that certain notices, the application of the correct standards, and that your decisions are made on competent and substantial evidence that has been presented to you in written documents or through oral testimony. Your responsibility today as the town council is to evaluate the testimony and the information for each item and draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in the Land Development Code or state law, as may be applicable, has been satisfied. So pure speculation or mere opinion that is not based on competent facts cannot legally be considered by the town council in evaluating an agenda item. Testimony by professionals who have been qualified as experts in a particular area has been considered competent evidence by Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information, such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, or testimony that is based on their personal information. The town council's decision is final. If a decision of approval is not obtained, or if a tie vote results, then the matter being considered is denied unless a majority of the council members present and voting agree before the next agenda item is called to take some other action in lieu of the denial. Such other action may be moved or seconded by any member, regardless of his or her vote on the earlier motion. So if the town council decides to deny an application or a request, the reason for the denial will be stated in the motion. The denial of a quasi-judicial matter must not be based on a determination of public support or opposition to an application. The reason for the denial cannot be arbitrary, discriminatory, or unreasonable, and should be based on a lack of competent and substantial evidence in support of the required criteria. So the denial of an application or a request is a denial with prejudice unless the council states otherwise. If the denial is with prejudice, there is a 12-month period of time that must pass before a application can be resubmitted. In the event it is without prejudice, the application can be modified and brought back and within that 12-month period and resubmitted, stating which modifications have been made and other changes. So I advise everyone that if you intend to speak, please keep my comments in mind. When you come forward, please state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you've been sworn in, and your qualifications or interest in the matter. So for purposes of efficiency, before the beginning of any hearing, we'd like to go ahead and put on the record a few what we call housekeeping items. The town clerk, could you please advise whether all agenda items have been properly noticed pursuant to our land development code?
Yes, they have been.
Thank you. And at this time, I need to ask if any council member has a conflict of interest on these three agenda items that would prohibit them from voting. Please disclose that at this time so that we can assure that we have a quorum present for review of the item.
Councilor Safford?
I do not.
Councilor Woodson?
No.
I do not as well. Vice Mayor Hall?
None.
Councilor King?
None.
Okay, our next item is at this time, if there is anyone in the audience and staff, including the applicant property owner who intends to provide testimony in any of these three quasi-judicial hearings, if you would please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the town clerk.
Can you please make sure that they got the message? If there's people outside the door, I can't see if there are or not. All right,
Good.
Amy?
All right. If you'll all raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, everyone's been sworn.
Okay. If any council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site.
This is for the Seagate.
This is for
You want to
Seagate.
read the title?
Oh, I'm sorry. You want me to read that first?
Yes.
All right. Our first hearing is ordinance 24-34 DA 202-40170 Seagate / Home Rule Development Agreement, Red Coconut. This is the second reading and final hearing of the proposed ordinance 24-34 entitled An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving a home rule development agreement for property located at 3001 Estero Boulevard, 2943 Estero Boulevard, 2932 Estero Boulevard, 211 Donora Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Strap numbers 29-46-24-W1-00145.1000, 29-46-24-W1-00145.5000, 30-46-24-W2-00001.0000, 29-46-24-W1-A01208.0010 and owned by Seagate Fort Myers Beach LLC, as authorized by Section 2/100 of the town's Land Development Code and in compliance with the procedures for application and approval of development agreements with deviations set forth in Resolution Number 24-73 for the purpose of redevelopment of the property previously known as the Red Coconut RV Park, providing for terms and conditions, including but not limited to the identification of the proposed use of the property, a finding of consistency with the Town of Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan, commitments and development obligations, deviations needed for development, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Now, if any town council member has any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Councilor Safford?
I've had several phone call conversations since last meeting with Mr. Price, and I've met personally with quite a number of local residents, received quite a number of emails, even got some text messages via Facebook Messenger. Please don't do that. That's it.
Councilor Wizard?
I have had exactly the same. I've had two different conversations with Mr. Price. I've received a lot of emails, mostly negative. I've had some positive conversations with other residents.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Yeah, very similar emails, both pro and con. Obviously, most of them con on the email front. A litany of conversation with a variety of people, both pro and con, including the applicant.
Councilor King?
Emails again, pro and con, mostly again con. And I had a nice, lovely conversation yesterday with Barbara Hill regarding Seagate.
Okay, since the last hearing, I also have received many emails, mostly against the project. I've had conversations with Mr. Price and his team. I have briefly spoken about it on the Sunday show of Beach Talk Radio, and that's about it. Obviously, I've had personal conversations with people in the public that have come up and talked to me as well.
So Mayor, having heard the disclosures, I just want to place on the record, are each of you able to fair and impartially hear the testimony and evidence presented to you today, and you have not had a preconceived opinion as to this particular development?
Councilor Safford?
I can be fair and honest. Yes.
Councilor Woodson?
I'll be honest.
Councilor King?
As I told Barbara yesterday, I'm open-minded.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Same.
Very open-minded.
Mayor, also, we have representatives of the applicant here today. This is an appropriate time for them to ask any questions that they would like of the ex parte disclosures.
Would you like to come on? Hello again.
Good morning. For your record, Richard Aiken, representing Seagate. I don't have any questions about the disclosures. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
And also, there's reference to a lot of emails that were received. I'd like the clerk to say, has those copies of those emails been provided to the applicant?
Yes, they have been.
Okay.
Okay. I see you just sat down. Sarah Prost has been qualified as an expert already by this town council, and based on her education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Yes, that haven't been before. Do they have to do it again? I know we keep asking.
If they've already been qualified as an expert in a prior hearing, it's not necessary. But we have quite a group today, so I don't know.
Yeah,
Do you mind doing it again? Being qualified? Okay. Just if you both can take a brief, just come up and and say who you are and what qualifies you, and we'll take the vote.
Matt Price, Seagate Development Group. Been in development for 25 years. Looking to get qualified as a development expert.
Thank you, Matt.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Tina Ekblad, principal at Sage Entitlements. I have been an AICP certified planner since 2011. I have a master's degree in public administration from Florida Gulf Coast University, and I've been practicing planning in Lee County, Fort Myers Beach, and the surrounding municipalities since 2005.
Okay.
You previously accepted me as an expert in land use, and I would like to be accepted so today.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Tina before we take a vote? All right. Is there a motion to approve Tina and Matt as expert witnesses in the field of land use development?
So moved.
All right.
Second.
Counselor Safford, second by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? They are all nodding their head yes. Okay.
Sarah.
Sarah, come on up.
I wasn't going to stand up till we knew.
Hey, you're getting your steps in.
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. This is the second and final hearing of a home rule development agreement for the Seagate Red Coconut property. The applicant has provided an updated master concept plan and development agreement since the last hearing, and those are contained in the agenda packet. This is a development agreement to allow 137 dwelling multifamily structure, 4 single-family units, which may be increased to 12 single-family units with density transfers from adjacent properties, not to exceed a total of 149 units with potential density transfers. A pedestrian walkover over Estero Boulevard, a 29,000 square foot beach club, 10,000 square feet of commercial space, public restrooms, a beach park, a bayside park, and a linear park through the property. The applicant will now give a presentation, and then staff will return to provide a recommendation prior to opening up the meeting for public comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Matt, you gonna go? Yep. Let me make sure I read it from my sheet though. Would the applicant please proceed with their presentation on this item?
Now I'm ready to go.
Now you're ready to go.
Well, first things first, I'm lucky my Eagles beat the Steelers. My business partner is a Steelers fan, and the bet was I would have had to wear a Steelers jersey to this, and that would have been very awkward for me. So
For all of us.
So thank God my Eagles won. Secondly, I was admonished by Vice Mayor Adderholt, and rightfully so. I tried to maybe jump in at the end, but we were already in public comment. What I said should have been said. There's no excuse for it. And I apologize to council, staff, and the public that was there, and the public that heard it here. So there's just no excuse for it. I did have a follow-up conversation with the mayor. We talked, and he got some feedback that our team was talking a lot, going back and forth, et cetera. So I've had discussions with my team, and hopefully our decorum has changed in the positive way. And if it hasn't, please let us know, and we will change accordingly. So just wanted to hit that fact. There's a lot of people here. I'm sure they want to talk. I want to give them the opportunity to talk. Just want to hit on a couple quick points. Then Tina's going to get up and say what she needs to say, and we'll let everyone speak. The process that we started almost 2 years ago now started with a meeting with each individual council person out on site to walk around. At that meeting, I asked each individual council meeting or each individual council person, and that was including Bill Beach, who I think is here today. He's no longer on council. What would be a better starting point to a project? An increase of density or an increase of height? Each of the 5 council people at that time responded to me that height was a better option than density. There were others that on the LPA, Anita, I met with Anita, I think she's here too. See you again, Anita. That also at least alluded to the effect, and again, I'm not talking about 17 stories at this point. To be fair to everyone on council at that point, we did not know the stories at that point. So I want to make that abundantly clear. There was a discussion about instead of spreading it out, and Anita, you may remember this, that discussion. That's how we started this whole process. And when we had our first meetings, the initial negotiation was to take that height off the beach and to push it off the beach. That was the starting point of our negotiation. And I think that has been lost in the discussions as we've been talking here. I just wanted to state that for the record. Now, when I was discussing with the mayor the other day, we had a discussion about every single time that we've had a public meeting or any type of meeting, we've always come back with a chance to make the project better. Vice Mayor Adderhall pushed me pretty hard for a bathroom, but he didn't stop there. He wouldn't leave me alone about it, especially with the issues with FEMA. There's a lot of uncertainty there, and the thought of a trailer scared, and rightfully so, scared a lot of people that we would come up with a trailer and then it would not be approved, and then there's Seagate promising something they're not going to give. I also had neighbors on the north side who weren't in love with the idea of the trailer being pushed to their side of the park. So we went back, and in our new plan, we have created a public restroom area that is attached to our building and elevated out of FEMA, the floodplain. I think we'll show pictures of it when Tina comes up. That's elevated and off the floodplain, so it'll be there in perpetuity. There'll be public bathrooms. Sarah, I believe when we were meeting, was very happy with that. She finally said she feels comfortable with calling it a public park now that there's a permanent solution to these restrooms. There was one other discussion that has been happening about the beach access for Gulf Coast or Gulfview Colony. We've had this under contract for a while. We fell out of contract, not supposed to be known, but no secrets on this island. We have a couple solutions to that, but as of right now, people are correct. I do not own that piece of ground. So as of right now, I have a solution to build. We have a park. There's going to be one side of the park and the other side of the park bifurcated by that line. I've offered some other solutions to maybe push that line over, but just like I have property rights, they do as well. And we're going to hopefully work on maybe us purchasing that. It'll go away, but they want to make sure that they hold their property rights until after that process goes through. So unfortunately, we thought we had a solution coming into the meeting, the previous meeting, but with it getting pushed so long, we got out of contract. So that's a little bit of a solution, but we work with staff, we went over it, and there is a solution to have two distinct parks with a line going through. There's access on both sides, and it'll be it'll work out just fine. But even if this project gets approved, the project is not done, and there's plenty of planning that is going to go on. And so I look forward to, if it does get approved, more feedback as we go through the design process. Things can change. This is not a final turn it over project. This is just to create the box that we're designing into. So things can change going forward. And I'll look forward to getting any public input for that. So I'm going to stop there because a lot of people want to talk. I'll come back for discussion if we want, unless there's any questions.
Anyone have any questions for Matt at this time? Council King,
Not at this time, thanks.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
I've got a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
So Matt, explain a little bit about this concept. There's been a lot of discussion about there's been no negotiation, no back and forth, no trade-offs. Explain, go back to the genesis of this when you first proposed this or proposed the discussion of this exchange for not massing units on the beach and pushing those units back off Estero in return for additional height. If that didn't occur, the alternative for you as a developer would have been to, because the most valuable piece of that property, I don't want to speak for you, is obviously closest to the Gulf. Your incentive would have been to mass those units on the beach. Is that a fair characterization?
That's correct, Jim. Right now, per what we're allowed to build, there would only be a 50-foot view corridor that would have been necessary on the beach. Obviously, if we're looking to maximize the profits from the existing density, putting as many units as much as we can get on the beach. The other discussion would have been a lot of people bringing up Margaritaville. Love Tom, love what he's done, different project. But Tom did get a significant increase in density for what he gave. So I was told that density, because of traffic and a lot of other issues, especially Mid-Island, was a significant pushback. So not only did we try to limit how many units we had, we also tried to limit the project we built. We did have a multiplier to be allowed to go to a hotel. Hotel would have created a significant more traffic on that piece of ground. So that's where we started our whole project design. As we went through that, the comp plan needed to be followed. There needed to be a road in. So when that road gets in and we start designing the project, we start filling in those squares. And that's what this design process has done. And it's come to, public parks, public access, public bathroom, access to the park for Matanzas, walkways, bikeability. So we heard all these things and we tried to put it together as we went through this process. And even continuing to the last meeting, going to my team and challenging them, and my team asking me, why change it? It feels like everyone's okay, because it's the right thing to do. And that's what we did. And so even up to the last meeting, here we are trying to change something to give a benefit to the town. And I think that shows we're willing to work, and we've been through this process this whole time. And again, even after, if this does get approved, my door and phone is always open. People can call me and talk to me. We've changed things through this whole process. And if someone couldn't make the meeting or has a better idea and it works, we put something in the development agreement that allows us to come back and discuss and change the development agreement based on new information and based on going forward. But yes, Jim, if we would to go back to the original, and I think Fran came here one of the first meetings and talked about it, but pretty much every developer was trying to maximize the beach. And what we tried to do was understand the value of that beach and then try to pull the units and the height off the beach. And that was our first starting point of a negotiation. And I think if you talk to any of the real estate brokers or developers on the town who do the valuations, that's a pretty significant starting point. And I believe anyone could understand that.
Have you asked for any additional density in your proposal?
We have not, no.
I'm going to have some more questions later, but thank you. That's all I have right now.
You got it.
Oh, hold on.
Sorry.
Council Woodson?
Sorry.
I do have a question. I don't know if it's a question to staff or you, but
Sure.
it was brought up in public comment about the impact fees
Yes.
and where we are with impact fees.
Yep.
And has that been decided in this whole negotiation
I've agreed to pay
process?
all the impact fees, even though I don't know how much they cost,
Okay.
which is not necessarily the best thing to do as a developer, but understanding where the town is and understanding this is a special case coming out of Ian and there needs to be a solution. As a developer, you got to be solution based. And we know typically that we're going to be paying impact fees on projects. So we were not assuming zero. And I would hope that the town town's impact fees are based on other municipalities and they make sense. And, but we are ready and willing to pay them. And Sarah, I think you can probably answer, but that is in the development agreement.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Counselor Safford?
One of the things, and we've had this conversation, Matt, but I want to make sure it's on public record, is I'm still having a problem with this road. And I understand it's in the comp plan. But I guess this question would be for Sarah. Does it have to be a road? Can it just be a bike path or a golf cart path?
According to our comprehensive plan and our land development code, it needs to be a road. And I think that it is to the benefit of the town that we maintain that additional intersection. I mean, we would want that additional connection since traffic is our largest issue on the town. And we hear it at every single meeting. It does make sense to have additional ways for people to get around the town without getting on Estero Boulevard. So it would be my recommendation to maintain that within the requirements, but it is in the land development code and it is in the comprehensive plan.
Because I look at those diagrams and my office is on Lover's Lane. I don't, unless we eminent domain something, I don't see how that road's going to connect to Lover's Lane and then continue.
I don't know either. However, this has been brought up by staff on multiple occasions.
I think, I'm not going to speak for everybody, but I would feel more comfortable if that road was in the very back, move those houses somewhere else and push the whole thing back.
I can't speak to the environmental impact. However, I don't think it probably isn't a good idea to have it at the rear of the property where it could have impacts.
Could we move it to the front?
We have lots of options. I mean, what is proposed here is, in the back quarter. However, it would be up to Matt if they have another suggestion.
Let me re-ask the question. If we could, in the next upcoming months, and this may be a question for our attorney, if we can update the comp plan, knowing that road's road to nowhere, it's kind of like the bridge in Milwaukee for 20 years. Can we write this agreement where if we can remove that road and or change it to a bike path, we can move property back and get the height even further off the beach or off the front of the property?
So I don't think that it would be wise to try to craft something into the future like that. I think what could happen is you could approve it today if you go in that direction, and then they could come back and amend it. They would not want to come back and amend it.
Yeah, I
So-
mean, I think it's tough for us to agree to something that, everyone wants us to stick to the comp plan, which I hear, and what we're trying to do the letter of the law way, and for us to put something in a development agreement that contradicts the comp plan changes our whole argument, and probably, I don't know how it gets approved that way. Now, I will say, like I said, if something happens quickly, and we've had discussions, I think, with most people on putting together people to help with the comp plan on both sides to really try to understand what the comp plan could be. If there's a chance that something changes and we could redesign a project base that helps based on a new comp plan, we can certainly take a look at it at that point. But I just don't know how you do it. I don't know how you put a contradicting.
That's why
words
I
to the
asked her.
comp
I mean,
plan in
I
there.
felt the same way, but
Yeah. But certainly, and again, I think I said it, Scott, and I'm ready and willing to listen to anybody. I stood here after the last meeting, asked anyone to talk to me. I mean, anyone can get in touch with me. I'd love to talk to people that have great ideas, but as of right now, we are where we are and the project is where it is. So
and just going back to the genesis of this proposal, Mr. Veach was the point guy at first, and I took his spot.
Yes.
But being on the LPA for so long, it was always about density. And one of the things I did like about your project was you're asking for what you have by right, nothing more.
And we did try to stick within the density. Again, this goes back now. People's emotions change, things change over time. Once a project comes in front of people, and I understand and I get it. I just wanted to give everyone the history of how we got here, and we did follow a process, and we tried to follow a process that we thought was the most digestible from the public. That's how we did it. And we tried to take the direction from the decision makers of the town, the LPA, talk to some other people. And that was always the idea of keep density to a minimum because of the traffic and a lot of the other issues. So that's how we started with this project. Again, I would assume, you know, I heard a lot of people talk about precedent setting and everything like that. I think it's going to be, I would assume we're the only people on the island who are going to come and ask to take units off the beach. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't see it happening for anywhere else.
Anything else?
That's all I have for right now.
Man, I've got quite a few questions. Most are probably for Tina.
Okay.
But I'm sure there's some that you're gonna have to opine on, so if you don't mind.
Perfect.
When I ask them if you guys want to decide who's best to answer it. Well, I'll let her do as she's going through the presentation, I'll have some
Okay,
questions.
so you want me to let her go?
Yeah, I don't have any questions right now directly for you, but when I do ask them, if you feel, I'm perfectly fine with you coming back up and answering them if you feel more comfortable answering.
That's fine.
Good morning still, Tina.
Good morning. For the record, Tina Ekblad, principal of Sage Entitlements. We do have copies of the presentation for everyone, and maybe. No? Okay. I wanted to, I'm not going to go through every slide of this presentation. I'm going to summarize what you've heard previously and the changes that we've made since the last meeting. I do want to have this slide up so that everybody can see that we have addressed the Western Park and taken that vehicular access out that was in the previous diagrams, so that that truly becomes a park. It's a little difficult to see at scale, but we did add in the structure for the bathrooms that Matt was talking about. And so I thought it was important for you all to be able to take that in and to see that. So to begin the presentation, I think there are a couple of reminders that are helpful, and that is that your comprehensive plan does identify this property, the Red Coconut, and the Gulfview Colony as a redevelopment area. It specifically states that it's a redevelopment area to give consideration to appropriate future uses of both properties in the event of a change in ownership or a natural disaster. These properties obviously have both criteria. And so with that redevelopment district, there are then additional flexibilities, but also requirements that need to be met through other policies in the comprehensive plan and also the land development code. And that is what we started with in those initial discussions that Matt referenced. What was that vision? How can we bring that vision to life while also taking into account that the floodplain maps have changed 3 times since this redevelopment area was implemented, and the regulations related to those floodplain construction practices have changed over time. As we all know, in a V zone, it is very difficult to enclose area and then provide usable residential or commercial space. And so that is a challenge on this property. The other thing that I think Matt articulated extremely well that I won't sit on for a long period of time is we wanted to transfer the density off of the beach. We wanted to keep the intensity that was there at a level that was not as impactful to the neighboring properties as the previous commercial use. And so we made it a private beach club that is open to residents and guests. And we landed on a specific number of the public that can also have a membership there. It's important, I think, to remind that that beach club is consistent with the height requirements of the village zoning district. And that is 3 stories and 30 feet by right. We did ask that the parking not be included in the FAR calculations for all of the structures. And that's because, like I said, we can't use that enclosed space at the ground floor for anything else. Additionally, when it comes to the redevelopment, I think Matt articulated it very well. I personally and the team watched a lot of the meetings where the new potential comprehensive plan was considered, where other projects were considered by the LPA and by council, and we heard the comments that were made. Matt did fill the whole team in on the feedback that he got during the individual meetings. Many of us attended the multiple community meetings and interviews, and we heard that it was important that the buildings not be across the entire 9.4 developable acres. And so that's another unique characteristic that this property has that, quite frankly, many others in the town don't. We have a larger acreage to be able to put structures together in a way that, yes, increases the height, but also keeps larger areas of clear space open for access, recreation, and those public benefits that we talked about. We did amend the development agreement at multiple points through the process. After every community meeting that we hosted, there was an amendment that was submitted. Many of them included design changes. An example that I'll give is we did hear from the residents along Genora that they were not happy with our access points, so we collapsed that down. They were concerned about school buses picking up on Estero, and so we came forward and said, great, we're going to help you with that. Those things are written into the development agreement so that, because this is the first step in a much longer process, when we come forward next with our development order for the town or the building permit, it is clear that we can work through these things and provide the benefits that we've committed to. The other thing that we did is we kept the property as a whole at that 9.4 acres so that we could submit an environmental resources permit with the Water Management District to ensure that that surface water was not impacting any of the surrounding properties or roadways. Same concept, the beachfront will have to go to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for additional permitting as well. I mention all that because, yes, this is a concept. This is not the last stop, but we did also provide very clear instructions that if there was a change related to the orientation of the height, the density, the uses within the structures, and the intensity, that all had to come back to town council. There were some other things that we could do administratively with staff, as Sarah mentioned appropriately, but those things all had to come back to town council because there would be an impact beyond our property boundaries. And so in doing that, we think that we've provided enough flexibility for this concept to go through the process and all the additional permits that need to be secured, but also provide that assurance that the concept that has been presented is not going to change. You've heard a lot of things about height. Policy 4C4 specifically gives flexibility to those redevelopment areas to have a different height. And it does. The Land Development Code gives a different height by right to this district than is referenced in Policy 4C4. The policy goes on to give property owners the opportunity to ask for additional height. Part of that is this process. The council created the development agreement process. And then, as you know, there's a plan development process that can be used as an alternative. And so that is one of our asks today. Height is not limited in the same way that FAR is, for example. The comp plan is very clear that FAR outside of the pedestrian commercial future land use cannot exceed 1.5. That same maximum limitation does not exist for height because every property is different. The size of every property and the benefits that can be provided is different. And that's part of the negotiation and the process of the community meetings and the public hearings and things of that nature. The policy does specifically reference if you're going to ask for height, there needs to be view corridors and other public benefits, and that all needs to be evaluated as part of this process. We do have view corridors. We have 2 to the beach and 1 to Mantanzas Pass. There have been comments about not being able to see the beach, about the pool and the equipment and seating and such. In the past, town council has made a policy decision that that is acceptable for a view corridor. When you consider the pedestrian environment that we are trying to create along Estero with the maintenance of the sidewalks and the enhanced landscaping, people will be able to see over 3 feet. The average person is taller than 3 feet. Having said that, if the council feels that that enhanced landscaping will obscure the view, we are willing to consider an alternative as we discussed at the last meeting. But I don't think that shade trees, which will be taller than 6 or 7 feet, will negatively impact the view corridor. And I think staff is correct that it will benefit the town in the long term. And so, as I have said in the past, and I will say again in this meeting, it is my professional opinion that our request for additional height is consistent with the comprehensive plan and policy 4C4, based on our location in the redevelopment district, based on the provision of the view corridors that exceed the height that we're asking for, and based on the other public benefits that we are offering through this project. Matt addressed the question about impact fees in terms of the fact that we have committed to paying them. And Sarah is free to jump in if I mess this up, but it is my understanding that the town is working through that process to have an ordinance to establish impact fees. Those fees are typically assessed either with the development order or the building permit. And so it is our anticipation that that ordinance will be adopted prior to those applications coming into the town. And therefore, yes, ourselves and any other project that is approved in that time frame will be assessed these fees, and that will help with the infrastructure funding that the town needs. I would also remind you that we added language into the development agreement that should an expansion or some sort of improvement be necessary, for example, to utilities, that cost would be borne by the developer. We added language into the development agreement regarding the turn lanes to make sure that we're not negatively impacting the traffic on Estero and Genora. And so when you look at your packet, we did include a clean copy of the development agreement. We also have a strike through and underlined version that clearly demonstrates all of the changes and all of the items that have been negotiated with town council. Your LPA also negotiated very strongly with this project team, and we incorporated all of those recommendations as we could before getting to town council. And then, as I mentioned, during our community meetings, we made changes to the design almost every time, as well as the text of the development agreement. So it is my professional opinion that the development agreement before you today is consistent with the comprehensive plan, that the deviations have provided appropriate justification. They are also consistent with the comprehensive plan, and the public benefits that are offered do justify the ask today. And we would respectfully request your approval of the development agreement. I understand there are questions, and so I will do the best I can to answer them. As you said, Mayor, I may have to tag team with Matt, but
Yeah. Ready for some questions?
do my best.
Okay. I've got a few questions, so bear with me because we don't have a lot of architectural detail here. Some of these questions are going to seem, would normally not ask because I'd have the information, but because I don't have it, I'm going to ask you on the public forum, okay? So I'm looking at page 145 of the packet, just for reference for the record. I know it's not in yours, it's in our packet, but if you look at your packet, page 3, which I believe you have up here.
Okay.
In the packet, you've got essentially 6 residential towers or buildings that are going to be there. I'm going to be asking questions from the top left hand of the screen on there. At building 1, I'll just call it building 1, and then move my way clockwise around if that's all right.
Okay.
In your packet, you have the 15-story residential building as 235 feet above base flood elevation. What is the overall height from ground level to the top of that building?
We have not designed the parking structure yet within base flood. So I would assume that it would be somewhere around 255, but we have not designed that. And your land development code measures height from base flood.
I understand. I'm just for purposes of having that, please, Howie. If we were to just do simple math, are you okay if you take the height of 235 and divide that by 15 stories? That's about 15.66 stories or feet per story. Is that a fair assessment?
Without it being designed, I can't confirm or deny that.
Well, you have 235 feet for 15 stories. Is it okay to do simple math and say that's 15.66?
I can
feet per
agree
story?
with the math. I can't agree that that's how the building is going to be
Okay,
designed.
that's fair enough.
Okay.
So if I took that and just use those numbers as, I know it's not designed yet, but again, we don't have any architectural drawings, so it's difficult. So I'm just trying to get an overall height. You've said you haven't designed it. So if I'm just using the 15.66 for those other two floors, that brings me to an overall height of 266 feet. Is that a fair assessment?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Our application is for 235 feet from base flood.
Understand.
The floodplain maps establish base flood ranging between 14 and 17 feet. In the V zone, you have to use the highest floodplain elevation, which would be 17. And then your code permits what's known as freeboard between 1 and 3 feet. So 17 plus 3 is 20. At 235 feet plus 20 is 255. So I'm that would be what I would agree to the maximum height.
Okay, we'll use that. That's fine. I just wanted to get an idea of what we're really talking about here, overall height. And
Okay.
you'll understand why as we continue to go through the questions. So 200, building one is going to be 255 feet. Just saying. Building two, which is the next one, is 13 to 15 stories. So that's going to be a stair step, right? But the tallest point of that being 15 stories would additional be again 255 feet.
I don't believe that we committed that next structure would be 15 stories. I believe that we committed it would step down and therefore the height would be less than 255.
I'm just going by what I'm reading up there. Building number two on your building B, which is what I'm calling building two,
Correct?
is 15 stories. So that would tell me that it's the same height as the one to the left of it.
And I'm trying to clarify that we committed that square with the number 2 on it would step down.
Okay.
And therefore would not be 15 stories.
Okay, so it says 15 in the packet in your presentation.
It says 15 is the terrace. That's the roof level of the building next to it. It's got an arrow to the square that you were just talking about.
Yes,
And
it's
then-
going to step down, right? I get that. We'll just move on to the next building, which is
Okay.
11 to 13 stories.
Okay.
The maximum being 13 stories. I don't have a do a quick calculator. I just want to continue to use the same rough math. Using the same 15.66 per floor. The next building to the next on the corner there would be the north. That's probably easier to see. That's difficult to see. The northeast, what would be the northeast corner of this property, that would be using again the 15.66. That's about 204 feet for the 13 stories and parking. And again, you don't have to agree. I know you haven't designed it. I understand. So now we're going to move further south, which would be the next, whatever you have on there, the number 1 would also be a 15-story
Correct.
tower at 255 feet.
Correct.
So now if we go down to the next one, that 13 to 15, that would be another structure at 255 feet at its highest point.
And again, we committed to bring that height down. So
Stair down,
it
yep.
would not be a maximum of 255. It would be less than.
Okay, and then we'll move on to again the last one, which is what would be on the back side of the restaurant public space terrace right there, correct?
Which we committed to 9.
You committed, so it's not 13.
It says L9 terrace. We committed to being 9 stories there on the back side of the restaurant.
But in the packet, it shows 11 to 13. That's why I'm. So the packet information is not correct. Page 145.
L9 terrace in the packet as well.
Please, everyone, please. I'm just trying to get answers because I don't have the numbers in front of me.
I mean, what I'm looking at and what Sarah has on her screen says L9 terrace, so 9 stories.
Are you on packet page 145? I know you got a computer up, Scott. You could probably find it too. It shows 11-13 stories. So I'm just trying to understand which one are we hearing today? Are we hearing the 11 to 13 or the 9 stories?
That's different. What is that?
Yeah, it's totally different.
Okay, that's in the project narrative, which has not been updated since before we went to the LPA.
Okay. Just trying to get
Thank
clarification.
you.
So the 9 stories is what will be the further south residential building.
Correct.
Nice.
So
Okay.
we updated the site plan to eliminate the vehicular drive that was here, and Exhibit B to the development agreement has been updated.
Okay.
I have not had the opportunity to update the project narrative since before the LPA.
That's
hearing.
fine. You clarified it. And I appreciate that.
Okay.
So the lower building is 141 feet using that.
If,
Nine,
if
if
you're
you- well,
still
it should
using the
be-
15.6.
We're still using, so it'd be actually 0.66 times. That would be 172, we'll just say 172 feet. Yeah, I have that here. I got it right here too. Thank you. Thank you. So that one would be with parking would be, if we use the 15.66 feet, that would be 172 feet. Again, I just wanted to get, I don't have the numbers. I just wanted to try to get something. Now, if we're looking at the side setback on Denora, again, I'm still looking at this packet page 145. So if it is changed, please let me know. It actually looks on here that you've got a 10-foot setback to the edge of the sidewalk. What is the setback?
So I want to clarify that that's not the sidewalk, that's the building podium. And then the tower that we were just talking about, that ranges from 9 to 15 stories, is set in from the building podium.
That's
So-
what I'm trying to get at. So the 10-foot setback would be the garage, or the parking structure, or the building structure, the 10-foot setback. And then it will be set back in, yeah.
Real quick, what page of your packet are you on? I just want to make sure that everybody's looking at the same master concept plan that's updated.
Well, I'm just looking because the numbers, it doesn't have all the other numbers with it, so I've just been looking at 145.
If you go to page 51, which is the actual exhibit.
Which is
B,
what they have here, okay.
Yes, that has the updated information.
Perfect. So this is what we have that you, Matt, handed me. So the 10 feet is to the beginning of the building. What is the setback from the same starting point as that 10 foot to the edge of any of those buildings on the west side or the east side?
And we have, as I explained in the last hearing, I believe to Mr. Safford's question, that part has not been designed yet. The intent is to push the buildings inward so that you have a stair step, not just back from Estero, but also in from Denora. Just like we haven't expressed the setback from Estero for the 9 stories, we don't have the setback from Denora for that side, other than the building podium being at least 10 feet, which is 10 feet greater than what's allowed today.
So is it safe to say that because it hasn't been designed, it could be just 10 feet? The building itself could be 10 feet?
Not based on this drawing and the language in the development agreement. No, we would have to provide that at the time of building permit for
But it could be
evaluation.
it could be technically then 1 foot.
I don't think that structurally that would be appropriate.
But because it's not designed, we don't know. Fair enough. That's fair.
The intent of this drawing is to have a stair step and a setback from the building podium.
Okay.
The depth of that has not been designed yet. It could be greater. It could be more than 10 feet.
It could be 20, it could be 30, it could be 40, it could be whatever. We just don't
Correct.
know. Okay. And my next question was going to be the same question from Estero Boulevard. You don't know where the start of that 9+ story building.
We
residential
don't, but
building would
we're
start.
putting a functional restaurant in front of it, so I would assume it would be a fairly substantial distance.
Okay. Again, thank you for bearing with me. I just wanted to get some answers to the numbers that I couldn't see here and try to put some numbers to it. And the reason I'm doing that is because Ocean Harbor has been referenced. It's referenced in your packet as a 15-story building. That 15-story building is 184 feet tall. So is it safe to say if this 17-story, if approved, or 15 stories over 2 stories of parking, if approved, would be, what's simple math?
I will.
70 some,
65.
roughly 65, 70 feet taller than the actual
I
Ocean
think what
Harbor.
you're looking for from me is a agreement that our building is taller than Ocean Harbor, and it is my understanding that it is.
Okay.
I do not,
That's fair.
I do not
Appreciate it.
know the detailed height of Ocean Harbor to commit to that.
Yeah, I think, I know you could. And again, that was a Google search on my part. I didn't know what it was either. So, but I appreciate you asking that. The next couple of questions I have, and then I'll move on down the line. But, and again, these might be for Matt or it might be for you, whomever you want to have answer. But if you're referring back to the comprehensive plan, you referred a lot to 4C4, but I'd like to talk about 4A. 4A1 specifically. And I'm going to read it into the record because it's not in your packet and for the fairness of the people paying attention. Policy 4A1 in the comprehensive plan says, maintaining the town's current human scale is a fundamental redevelopment principle. Fort Myers Beach is best enjoyed from outside a car. New buildings should be designed to encourage use or admiration by people on foot or bicycle, rather than separating them from gates, walls, deep setbacks, or unnecessary building heights. Based on Estero Boulevard, and with your testimony so far through the hearings, you have said that, could it be designed different? Sure. Would you agree that 17 stories would be unnecessary building heights based on policy 4A1?
So my analysis regarding policy 4, I believe it's 4A1.
Yes.
Is that the design of the building, which includes the restaurant and the water feature and the linear park fronting Estero and being consistent with the height regulations, is therefore consistent with policy 4A1. So I think that it's important that we consider the project as a whole. Again, as I mentioned, the private beach club is consistent with the height requirements. The frontage of that structure along Estero Boulevard has been designed consistent with the height requirements in the LDC. And then we've pushed the height back and then stair stepped it so that, again, you don't have this overshadowing, and that we can maintain that small town character. And so,
Please, everyone. All right. Let them speak, please. We're trying to be respectful of everybody here, including your time when you had to speak and what you're going to have in a little bit. So I ask you again, please be respectful of Tina and her team and allow them to speak and keep the laughters or the claps or the grunts to a minimum, please. Or not at all. Let's just put it that way. Sorry, Tina, move on.
so where I was going with that is, as a pedestrian or a driver moving down Estero Boulevard, your perspective is going to be those 2 to 3 stories of those initial buildings, which are consistent with the height requirements and therefore consistent with policy 4A1. And this concept of encouraging use by foot or bike, to that end, that's part of the reason why we included the linear park. It's part of the reason why we have the road in the back as required by the comprehensive plan, is so that the existing neighbors and whatever gets redeveloped next door can move around without being required to drive Estero Boulevard, and to have an environment that is described here by maintaining the height limitation fronting Estero Boulevard and then setting back the additional height off of Estero and Denora. Whether we were to ask for additional height or not, the base flood elevation would require a 17 to 14 story structure start point. That's 2 stories.
Fair. But again, my question revolves around, you do not feel, your testimony is that you do not feel that there is any unnecessary building heights based on policy 4A1.
I don't.
Okay. Now I want to ask you just quickly about 4A3. I'll read it again because it's not referenced in your packet. The town shall protect residential neighborhoods from intrusive commercial activities. Would you consider the 3 buildings along Denora Boulevard that are closest to it, we won't count the top one, at 172 feet up to 55 feet, would you consider that intrusive to the residential neighborhood across the street?
Well, it says intrusive commercial activities and they are a residential structure. The RV park was a commercial use that had a greater intensity and turnover than what we are proposing. So from the perspective of uses, switching to residential is actually less impactful and less intrusive than the previous development. When we consider the commercial development of the property previously and the fact that we are only asking for a 10,000 square foot commercial restaurant. We're actually decreasing the commercial activity in the area and bringing it into greater conformity with the residential neighborhood. And so, no, I don't consider it to be an intrusive commercial use.
Okay, I appreciate that. The other, I have just one more. In, excuse me, 4B of the future land use map categories, reduce the potential for further overbuilding through a new future land use map that protects remaining natural and historic resources, preserves the small town character of Fort Myers Beach, and protects residential neighborhoods against commercial intrusions. Would you agree that, or not agree? Would be your testimony that you believe you meet the requirements set for the comprehensive plan?
Yes,
Do you
yes,
find
we
it-
do meet those requirements. As I explained in the initial town council meeting, the private beach club and the commercial restaurant and that portion of the property are within the Boulevard future land use, which promotes a mix of uses. And the residential towers and the single family have been purposefully placed in the mixed residential category. And so at a design level where we could be mixing these things to be more integrated, we have actually purposefully separated them to be consistent with that underlying map and the bifurcation of the property into the two districts. When you consider the fact that we're in a redevelopment district and the description that is given in the comp plan further down regarding the village, the Gulf View and the Red Coconut RV Park and that redevelopment area, and how we are supposed to redevelop due to a change in ownership or redevelop due to a natural disaster. Yes, we are consistent because it talks about taking that previous intense use of 27 RV units per acre and reducing that to 15 residential units per acre with supporting commercial, with beach access, with public recreation, which we are all providing. Are there deviations? Yes, absolutely. Is there flexibility that is necessary because we cannot enclose the ground floor and provide gathering space? Yes, that is absolutely a shift, but that is required. As you all know, the federal government will not allow us to do that.
So I guess I'll just ask you specifically this way. Is it your belief that we'll just use the three that we're referencing? We won't use the one in the northeast corner because those, according to your renderings, are the closest to De Niro Boulevard. Would you agree that those three buildings, two of which are substantially taller than the tallest structure on the island, protect the residential neighborhood across the street?
It is my testimony that the project as a whole, which is what is being evaluated today, protects the residential character of the existing community. Yes. To break out very specific items in a comprehensive package like this, I don't think is fair to the ask. We've done a lot to address that concern. We've pushed buildings back. We've closed vehicular accesses. As I mentioned, we're providing the stop for the school bus. We have a public park in the back to Manzanares Preserve that we've agreed not to design until this is approved so that we can appropriately meet the needs of the residents. And so as a comprehensive package, yes, this development agreement and this design is consistent with Objective 4B.
And Dan, you started your question with forget about the single family homes you're developing in the back. And I think that's a pretty strong statement when you're asking if they affect single family homes when the developer is actually building single family homes closer to these buildings.
Well, in fairness, the context of mine was, I was referring to just the tallest buildings. That's why I said it had nothing to do with, other than I wanted to focus on the heights of the buildings that we didn't know.
And to that end, I want
Because,
to,
and sorry to interrupt you, but Matt, if you want to come back, I'll ask you since you're here, is it your intent, because those haven't been discussed, is it your intent to design those 4 homes within the current restrictions that you face through the comprehensive plan?
We've agreed to that.
Okay, so therefore bringing up the height of those buildings is irrelevant when I was asking about the other ones, but I appreciate your question, Matt.
and to your point about the structure closest to Genora, it's important to remember that the facilities that were on the opposite side of Genora there are an existing multifamily complex, the fire department, which is no longer there, and the art
Art Association.
Thank you. The Art Association, which we've been in conversations with the Art Association. And so to suggest that the entirety of Denora is platted single family is not entirely accurate. There is a mix along that street, and the building has been designed such that the platted single family lots north of Shell Mound, you know, have a greater setback to the increased height. And then keep in mind that that residential tower, it's the lower increment that's closest to that street where those platted single family lots occur. And then also when you look at this site plan, it's important to note that where the pool is, there's a break in the tower. And that is so that light and air and other things can get through. And that portion of the structure is not 9 stories, it's 2. It's that parking garage, it's that building podium. So yes, it is my professional testimony that we are consistent with Objective 4B, and it is protecting the residential character of the existing neighborhood.
And I appreciate that. Thank you, Tina. And you had made a comment about it's not necessarily fair to look at one section of an objective, excuse me, or policy. But in fairness, in your packet, you've referred to a few things that are within the same comprehensive plan that you've left out some of the context within what you're referencing, especially 4C4.
I would like to clarify that when I made that statement, I was referring to the comprehensive package of the site design, not the comprehensive plan.
Okay. And then I just have the policy 4C4, which you're referencing in your packet and you referenced here. It says the town will approve, this section I don't believe is in the packet. The town will approve, modify, or deny such requests after evaluating the level of unfairness that will result from the specific circumstances and the degree from the specific proposal conforms with all aspects of the comprehensive plan, including its land use and design policy, pedestrian orientation, and natural resources criteria. And then it goes on to say what you already have in your packet. My question is, up to this point, the testimony that you've heard from the public coming into this hearing, would you agree that you meet the requirements of fairness outlaid in 4C4?
I think that the process that we have gone through is fair. I think that it says the level of unfairness that would result from the specific circumstances. The specific circumstances are, we had a hurricane. The red coconut property was destroyed. It is designated to be rebuilt in your comprehensive plan with a very specific vision. There are processes in this policy by which an applicant can request additional height. One process is the development agreement that we're going through today, and another is a plan development. Your adopted ordinance to the development agreement says that it is tantamount to a plan development. And the process by which we went through was to meet with all of you individually, to have multiple interviews, to have multiple community meetings, and to take in that feedback and make adjustments to the design, and then to go through 4 public hearings where we have continued to refine the design. So when it comes to specific circumstances, I personally feel that this team has gone above and beyond to hear and make adjustments so that really we're down to one issue in front of this town council because we have negotiated and made those changes and brought it forward. And so, no, I don't think it's unfair that we've had community meetings, that we've given people the opportunity to have input, that we've had 4 public hearings, and that we have not limited any of it. And we've made changes throughout the process. So again, we are down to one singular issue. That is not unfair.
I certainly appreciate you saying that, and we all are agreeing that you have been more than fair with making changes. Some don't. So I will agree you have, but I would tend to believe that based on the testimony we've heard so far, people that live right across the street would consider 255 feet of concrete unfair, but I can't speak for them. I'm just basing it. So please don't stop. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but just this is a very important hearing. They're doing their best to provide their side. You will get your chance to say your side. Our staff will get a chance to say their side, and we'll get a chance to say ours. So please bear with us and let us get through this. Sorry, Tina. I have some more questions, but I'll save them because I've hogged enough of your time. But, and these questions might be more for Matt than for you, but Counselor Safford, any questions for Tina?
Not right now.
Counselor Woodson?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Earl?
Yes, please. Tina, could you help clarify? Sarah mentioned that your proposal asked for 137 condo units and 4 single-family homes with the potential of 149, adding up to 141, with the potential of 149. Explain a little bit how these 8 additional, these would be single-family units. Is that fair? That you're,
Yes.
explain to me how that works and what your.
You can address me afterwards.
Just like my wife.
Yes, we have agreed that they will be single-family homes.
Where will they be located?
So that would be one of the amendments that would come back for that. Where the 4 single-family are, they would have to go in that tract, and that is written into the development agreement that they can only be located there.
But help me understand where. I'm looking at the map.
Oh,
Would they just go higher, or what?
so if I may, and the reason I told Matt I got it is that I'd like to back up. Your comprehensive plan does have a policy regarding density transfers, and it outlines a very specific process. So I will answer your question, but I want to back up and explain. When we find that property that we are transferring the density from, we have to have a separate agreement that has to come before the town, and you all have to agree to that transfer before it goes anywhere. And then, to get to your point, we would have to come back with this site plan and amend it so that you wouldn't see 4 single-family units. You would see, I think it's 8.
So 8. How do we get from? So it's 8 additional. Is that what that's what Sarah was implying when she said you're potentially going from 141 to 149.
That's correct.
Yes.
So it'd be 8 additional through a density transfer.
Mhm.
But it's your testimony here today that would be a completely separate proceeding that would require approval from the council and the LPA and public input and so forth.
The transfer itself, yes.
So it would be so today you're here for 141 units, correct? And the additional units would be a separate proceeding. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Before you move, can I just
Please
piggyback on that?
Yeah.
Because I have a question for Nancy about that. That's not the way I read it in the development agreement. I read it as they would have the right to be able to transfer
But we have to
units, 8
find the
units.
units first.
You have to find the units. Remember, there was discussion about proximity and,
Correct.
what
and,
is-
and that's what gets negotiated in that other process, is that proximity.
so I guess what I don't want
No,
to
please
ask your
go ahead.
question, but
Go
it's,
ahead.
so what you're saying is that this necessarily, if approved, may not go to 149. It still has to come back before us. And that's what I'm trying to get clarification
It's kind
on.
of like a reservation that in the future they could bring those units
It's
in.
giving them the right to come back and ask
Yes.
for those 8, but it doesn't necessarily give that to them by right.
Correct, because you would have to decide on the actual density transfer.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that was good because
No,
I
that
had
was
read it
what-
a little bit different. I had
That
read
was
it the
that was
opposite.
that was the reason for my question. Yeah, absolutely.
And
Uh,
we were trying to limit what we could come back and ask for in adding that language. We didn't want it to feel open to as many units as we wanted. We wanted it to be 8 and 8 only.
So
Just,
basically,
just a quick history on this, because this
Yeah.
is important. So when we purchased the property, there were 3 different surveys. When we originally designed the project, it was on one of the surveys that was, would give us 149 units, because it's based on where that CCCL line is and the multiple. When we went through and got our final survey, that number moved from 149 to 141 for exact units based on the new, information that we received. And so any property has the ability to ask for more density in a transfer. And so we talked to staff and said, look, we lost these units going through the process. We could ask going forward. We're okay not adding it to the condo buildings, as we understand that there's a pushback on that. But so we limit it only to the number and also only limit it to these single family homes. That was a push from staff. And that gave staff and the town the ability to basically cap and not have an unlimited ask coming forward. So in all honesty, the cap at 149 was staff's recommendation to basically say, we didn't really think about you bringing more units into here, but if you are going to do it, you're only capped to this and they can only be single family homes. So that's a little bit of the history. So
So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you're in essence reserving the right to come back in a separate proceeding and make this request.
correct, but only up to 149. I couldn't come in and ask for more, even if I own the property next door. I'm limited to 149 and I can't put them in the condo buildings.
And just really, it's, I don't want to belabor this, but just out of curiosity, where would you put the 8 additional homes?
We would make the single family home smaller and skinnier, and probably build it that way.
So it'd be the same, in the same area?
It
where
would
the
be the
four-
exact same area. That
So
nothing would change.
There would be no additional
Yeah, they would
space.
just be, they would just be small. Those are pretty wide houses right now. We'd probably shrink down the size of the houses and build them if we even did. I mean, we may just build the 4. You know, again, we just wanted to reserve the right to look at that going into the future. That was it.
That's helpful. I just wanted to better
I
understand.
just wanted to give you
Yep.
a history of
No,
that.
once
so-
you stay up, I have a couple more for you, Matt, if you would. You mentioned the restrooms. I just want to make sure it's clear that the
Yep.
restrooms, what you're now proposing today is to actually build them into the clubhouse. Is that a
They
fair
will.
characterization?
There's actually a little box in the drawing that's up on the thing there, but it will be elevated. It will be out of flood. There will be a ramp and stairs because they need to be both have ramp and stairs for access for ADA. They will be ADA accessible, and we are going to be building them, and they will be permanent structures that will be permitted and into perpetuity.
And those are permanent public
Permanent
restrooms
public
available to the
restrooms.
public,
Correct.
to the park, as well as the people walking up and down the
Correct.
beach.
We work with staff on that. We have it right now planned to be coming off the building there. Maybe we're going to put it in. We still haven't really designed the outside of the building yet, but there will be a ramp. There has to be a ramp. There needs to be stairs to those. And it was, again, I know you hit me pretty hard with that, and it was important. We've heard from a lot of people how important that was. Staff pushed pretty hard. So challenged the team to say, okay, let's try to make this solution. And then my neighbors to the north are pretty happy as well that that restroom is now on our side and not theirs.
Could you take one more shot at this? There's been some discussion about concerns about Gulf Colony and the property that they've got and your property and how it would affect the park.
Sure.
Could you take another stab at explaining how that will
Sure.
resolve itself?
So as of right now, Gulfview Colony owns a strip of ground that goes through it. You can see it on the diagram right there. It's in red. They own that. That has always been owned by
When you
them.
say it's in the
It's
whole
there-
park,
there's
or-
a no. There's a little line in between.
Do you guys, in your packet, do you have Exhibit C that's in our packet? Because that shows it much better. I don't know if you do or not. I'm looking to see if I can find it.
So it's in essence, it's the strip that goes
Little
right
pen,
through the
little
middle.
red there. Looks like a
So it's in essence a beach access.
Correct.
Yep. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. That helps me. Yep.
So that beach access exists. As I mentioned before, worst kept secret on the island. We've been working with Gulfview Colony, and unfortunately, because of the delay and the extra hearings, we got out of contract with them. We still are talking to them, and I do think we're gonna, if this project moves forward, I think we'll be able to work something out with them and move forward. The overall goal, if we did move forward, would be to move that beach access to the side and still allow for that beach access and then landscape it for them. I'd offered that up to Gulfview County, even coming out of contract, and their response was, let's just talk about it after the hearings, which I get. It's their property. They want to delay this discussion. But if by chance we can't come to an agreement and not move it, the vision is we have plenty of room for that beach park still to be there with the bifurcating line. And then I was talking to staff about the idea of on the other side could be more of instead of a beach park with the tables that we're already going to have, maybe some kind of red coconut ode to the red coconut. That was the vision of having 2 parks there. That if we had 2 parks, I do think eventually when we sit down, that'll probably move. And that's why when we talk to Sarah and the team about that, we do have 2 solutions. The one that has to be on the paper is the 2 parks, but I think for everybody's sake, including our neighbors, it's probably better for it to move to the property line, but we'll get there when we can. And that again, it just shows that there's a lot of stuff that happens in this development process, and putting the boxes together to really come down to it adds more questions, and you need to work together. And that's why if this does get approved today, this isn't the last time we're going to be talking to our neighbors, talking to you, talking to staff. There's a lot of work that needs to go into this project going forward. We're just trying to set the baseline so we can really get into design. And a lot of the feedback we're getting now from Dan, et cetera, the setbacks and everything, our team is listening. We're gonna take that and work and understand and talk to our neighbors. We're fine with that. We've been open the whole time. So I think it's important to really underline that fact that this isn't design plan submitted, build tomorrow. We still got a lot of time in this.
This is the last question
Yes.
at this point for me this morning. For you, the Fort Myers Beach Art Association
Yes,
has been your neighbor since 1965.
they
literally
have.
directly across the street from your largest structure.
Yes,
They have galleries there. They have lectures, classes, exhibits, and they're on the cusp of having to leave the island because their facility was destroyed. And it's a valuable community entity for Fort Myers Beach. It has tremendous history here. We talked a little bit about this at the first hearing.
Yep.
I'm curious if you could update me on your status. You offered to help.
sure.
We also talked about the potential of the symbiotic relationship between your development and the Art Association, how
Yep.
both could benefit if the Art Association was allowed to stay in
Sure.
or could stay and thrive.
Sure, Jim. So we had a great meeting with the ladies. They are fantastic people, and they still want to be on the island. We had a very direct conversation on this, and so we sat down. And there's a lot of processes to go through to figure out if it's viable for them to stay on the island. We went through a similar process with the Women's Club. We sat down with them. We went through our development process. Our development process includes looking at the piece of ground, looking at the exact uses that they're looking for, how big the building absolutely needs to be. Sometimes people go and design a building that they fall in love with without really looking at costs and uses and, bang for your buck. And we went through a similar process with the women's group. I think it's gone really well. We have a great team working on that. And we're just starting a similar process with the women's group. I do think there's a there, and I do think that they could come back to the island. When we first met with the women's group, it was tough. I mean, the budget was here and needed to be here, and we were able to work with them to get it down. And we did all that. And again, I don't like to get into this, but people asked it. We didn't charge them any money. We did this to work with them. It's the same thing with the Art Association. I don't like to blab that stuff out, but I understand that we got to talk about it. But they generally are good people. They want to be on the island, and we've signed a development agreement and no charge with them to go through this process to see what the viability of building their building is. We started that process, and then after that, they're going to be looking for investors and stuff. And I've had some discussions with them, and I think there's going to be plenty of people that want to see them stay on the island from the people that I've talked to. So I think they're there. I think they could be a mainstay on the island, and they would love to be my neighbor, is my understanding. So
I'm a bit uncomfortable doing this, but I'm going to do it anyways because they are your neighbor, and there is the potential for a symbiotic relationship between the two, and they have such a history on our island. I'm sort of old school. I'll take you at your word.
Sure.
Can you assure us today that you will ensure that they will have a facility, assuming you stay in sync with the Art Association? Can you assure us today that they will have a new facility of some kind? You will help facilitate a new facility on our island?
Well, I've signed a contract with them to do that. Now, again, I don't run the association, and they may get an offer on their piece of ground, but as long as they want to work and try to get this done, Jim, I've already agreed to do it, and agreed to do it at no cost.
Agreed to do what?
To go through the development process, get numbers, walk them through, design the building to their budget, because they have a budget they need to hit. So we have to design the building to the budget, work with them to go through that process, and then work with them to go build through the process, get the permitting, and take them through the process.
So we got one more step there, Matt. Are you also agreeing today to help them find the financing to make that building possible?
Oh, in part of our development agreements, we always work on the financing side of things. So we introduce people to banks, we get them involved. I mean, that's part of the development agreement that we sign with them.
Okay, we're going to go one more step. Yep, here comes your lawyer. Yep.
Is that your goal?
Trying to get there.
Yeah.
I don't care how we get there, but.
All right, hold on, everyone.
So this is why this is why I don't like to bring this stuff out like this. My attorney's in my ear saying, look, you start getting close to a contract zoning on this type of stuff when you're
I'm just asking.
so
Yeah.
so
This is not. going
I
to
am
be the development agreement.
doing what
Yeah.
I'm doing, and I didn't bring it up. So it was brought up by somebody else. We're working with them because they're our neighbor, and they asked for help. It's the same thing with the women's club. They're on the island. They asked for help. We're helping them. We're working with a couple other people on the island. They asked for help. We're working with them. So that's just who we are. So
But you don't want to put words in your mouth, but you cannot envision a scenario where they will not have a facility and be your neighbor in perpetuity.
I don't know how to answer that, Jim. At this, I mean, I'm going to do everything in my power to help them, and I think that's the only thing I'm allowed to say. But
I'll take.
But I've already signed an agreement with them, and that's public, so people can know that.
I'll take you at your word on it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else, Jim?
That's all for now.
Councilor King?
Just a couple. There's concern about this, and touched on it briefly, but this Gulf Colony beach access. Help me understand why that shouldn't make us want to pause this project.
So a couple of reasons. The legal description and the boundary survey that were submitted initially to the town for consideration did not include that property. That property is under public easement for pedestrian access to the beach, which is, to use Vice Mayor Adderholt's word, symbiotic with a public park. We have language in the development agreement currently that our facilities cannot align with their facilities, meaning when we commit to you that there will be a beach access, it does not include their access. It is separate and apart from. A public park, which is what we have committed to, is consistent with their existing access. We are not proposing to encumber their easement in any way. That's part of the reason why we redid the site plan for approval in front of you today. There is a hope that we can continue to coordinate with them so that we could relocate their beach access to be more direct to the beach. But what is before you today does not negatively impact them in any way. It continues to allow us to provide all the commitments that we have previously. And as I said, their property is not subject to the development agreement. So, I understand the perception, but we have done all the things we need to do legally to make sure that they retain their access and we can do what we've committed to throughout this process.
Thank you. We heard comment earlier today about view corridors, and there seemed to be some confusion or dispute about your numbers for the 240 feet to the Gulf, 120 to Matanza Pass. What do you have to say about that?
The view corridors are dimensioned on this plan. And so it is 120 feet. Excuse me, let me back up. The view corridor in question is the public park that we were just speaking about. And you can see that it's not a perfect rectangle. It is 120 feet on Estero Boulevard. And yes, it is 90 feet along the beachfront. Even if you were to take away that 30 feet, we are still providing you with more view corridor than we are asking for height. So we are providing you with 280 feet of view corridor and asking for an additional 205 feet in height. So we are continuing to exceed that requirement in policy 4C4. With respect to the fact that you can't see the bay, Matanzas Pass Preserve is indigenous habitat that will never be cleared. The park is operated by Lee County, and what we are providing is the opportunity for viewing as described by your comprehensive plan and the opportunity for access as described by your comprehensive plan. And so it continues to be my testimony that we are consistent with that policy.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for right now.
Okay, before we get on to the town coming back up, Matt, I'll ask you, I've got some questions about the park, so I don't know if you want to be up here in case you want to answer it.
Sure.
I'm referring to packet page 67 for anybody that's following along. It's exhibit C that you have in there, which basically just shows the green space, the parks that you have in as public benefits. In this, what you have up here would be number 9, and number 8 is what I'm talking about. Would you be willing, if this were to get approved? I know, first let me say, I appreciate and I agree with you that throughout the process, you guys have listened, you have made adjustments, you have come up, but this is still a public hearing, so there may be potential for some more changes. So that's where my questions are coming from. If you're looking at Exhibit C, if you have it, if not, it's talking about number 9, that would be 211 Denora Boulevard. You have that accessed as a park to the residents, to the community. Would you consider deeding that to the town since it will be a park for the public?
So when we first spoke with staff and council on deeding park over, the response was not great because of the maintenance. The town didn't want to have the maintenance responsibility on the parks. So instead of deeding over, at least, and you guys can ask Sarah in the town, but in the staff, but the thought process on this was if we owned it and then we maintained it, you know, again, the town has access to it with an access agreement. That was the reason we did it that way. I have to have a discussion with my team and on the sidebar on if that is something that you want to have happen, and staff needs to opine on that, and then we can have a discussion about it.
I think it's fair enough. I just wanted to ask you.
Yeah, that was the main crux of, because we did have a discussion about who owns what, and the
Right.
response from staff was we really don't want to have the cost and the responsibility to take care of all this property.
So since you're here, it's essentially the same question for an Exhibit C, which would be number 4, which is 2943 Estero Boulevard. It's not including the linear park. It's the 2943 Estero Boulevard Park portion of it. Same question applies.
Yeah, same answer.
Okay.
I think, you know, if we want to talk about that, we can talk about it. But as of through the discussions, that's why we landed where we landed. So.
Okay, and then the question I have is for, again, in Exhibit C, which is item number 3, which would be the southwest corner of the Gulf Colonies right away, not the side where you're proposing the permanent bathrooms. The same question would apply to that section. It doesn't show it as here. It shows as number 8 on your.
Yeah. No, I understand which one you're talking about, and that my same response would be the same.
Fair enough. I just wanted to ask it before we went to them.
No, that's fine.
And I'm
I
assuming
think
you're going to
that's
want
fair.
to come back up after public.
Yeah, I just want. Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
I think probably we want the reserve right. I don't know if we're going to say anything, but I'm sure you guys
Sure.
have some questions afterwards. So.
Okay, that's all I have for now.
That's it. Okay. Are you good with those responses on the? why we
It's
did
what
it?
I expected.
Okay.
See. All right. Thank you, Tina.
Anything else?
No. All right, Sarah.
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. So I'm just going to go over sort of how we got here, you know, what our code says, and then recommendation. So the comprehensive plan provides a by right option for the redevelopment of Red Coconut and Gulfview Colony. The redevelopment of these sites had been envisioned since the initial comprehensive plan was written. The pre-approved option in the comprehensive plan, as we've discussed several times, is in policies 3A5, 3A6, and 4F2 primarily, and it's mirrored in the land development code sections 34, 691, and 692. There are essentially 9 main concepts for the redevelopment of the property, including water views, variety of housing type, traditional neighborhood design, detached housing near existing homes, and low-rise multifamily at the center, mixed uses, provision for public access to Matanzas Pass Preserve, highly connected street networks, sidewalks and street trees, street interconnections between Nora and Shell Mound to the north. The proposed project meets many of the concepts, but not all. Additionally, the comprehensive plan and LDC limit by right building height on the bay side of Estero to 30 feet above base flood elevation and 2 stories. Proposed development on the bay side is a total of 15 stories above that and 205 feet above that. So due to the height of the proposal and because it does not meet all of the redevelopment concepts, the applicant submitted a development agreement, a home rule development agreement. Resolution 24-73 determines the development agreement process. The applicant submitted all of the required documents for the development agreement. Project review and discussion between planning staff, town management, and the applicant occurred several times over several months and culminated in the development agreement that was presented to the LPA. The applicant received feedback from the LPA, town council, and the public over several weeks and incorporated many suggestions into the development agreement as well. The LDC and Policy 4C4, the comprehensive plan, allow the town to consider different heights for the Red Coconut redevelopment. The policy asks that particular attention be paid to any permanent view corridors to Gulf or Bay waters that could be provided in exchange for allowing a building to be taller than 2 stories. The LDC indicates that adjacent building height and provided public benefits may also be considered in the decision-making process. The applicant is providing view corridors, beach and Matanzas Pass Park access, and park areas on the beach and adjacent to Matanzas Pass Park, a linear park, a beach restroom, and public art. Town council must balance the requested height against the proposed public benefit. In this case, the applicant is providing 310 linear feet of view corridors to both the bay and the Gulf in exchange for the height increase of 200 feet above the 30-foot allowed by right height. Neither the comp plan nor the LDC details criteria for determining public benefit, as this has been discussed and will be part of the comprehensive plan update. If the project were developed as a CPD, the deviations could be evaluated per 34.216.4. However, this is not a CPD. If, after considering the comprehensive plan and the LDC, the council considers the public benefit provided by the applicant's development proposal to be greater than the benefit of abiding by the by right height limitations, town staff recommends approval of the project. However, if the town council determines that the public benefit provided is not sufficient, they should recommend denial. Frankie or Andy may have something to say now.
As we still have not determined what the public benefits are per se per council, we can only adjust and recommend and suggest what public interest would be. Public interest is the long-term economic driving engine on this island for redevelopment done the right and competent way. After discussion with both sides, the town staff, management, and the party for it today, we believe that this is such an engine that would develop an economic driver for the island. So it is our recommendation as well for approval.
Okay, any questions for Sarah? Scott?
Not at this time.
Councilor Woodson?
I'll reserve.
Okay, Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Not right now.
Councilor Kane?
I got a couple. I'm not sure if they're for Sarah or if Nancy needs to weigh in or both. Are we violating town ordinances or the comprehensive plan or the land development code by approving this?
I don't believe so, no, because you have a separate code that allows you to enter into development agreements. That code required that you could have home rule development agreements as well as the statutory one. This one is a home rule development agreement. You have adopted procedures to review and possibly approve these type of structures. So I think that we have complied with everything that we need to under your code for you to render a decision.
Also, I assume you're speaking regarding height because that has been the issue, or were you speaking about any other component? I don't believe that we are in violation of any of the regulations as long as you make the finding that the public benefit is adequate for the request. And for clarification, I do have to leave at noon. I have to be in a meeting on the other side of the state. So if there are any questions that you do think of, please feel free to ask before then if possible.
Okay.
This is probably another Nancy questions, but what happens if we demand the developer bring back a plan with less than what they can develop by right?
Then they might go and want to develop it by right because it's going to be less than what they would be entitled to under the code.
I guess I've asked, they have a right to a certain amount.
Correct.
If we demanded less than that, does that set us up for some sort of lawsuit or?
If it's by right, they have the right to come back and get the approvals to actually develop it because it's already in your code.
Okay, I was just seeking clarity on it.
Well,
Thank you.
if it was to be developed, what they could do by right, it would have no need to come before.
Before.
us.
Right, right.
Right.
Thank you.
I have a question for you, sir, if you have to leave. What is your opinion of their interpretation of policy 4C4?
It's a long one.
You got 18 minutes.
Okay, so it's primarily building height. And this is where it really comes down to, so it talks about unreasonable burden. So if there were tall buildings adjacent to them, you know, they may say there's an unreasonable burden and they have to build a tall building. Otherwise, you're going to be or level of unfairness. So if they said, well, we try to design it that's this height, and we absolutely cannot make the number of units we're allowed by right fit within the height, you know, that could be unfair. They could say, well, we have these density units and we can't use them. Or, you know, it talks about specific circumstances and the degree of the specific proposal. So you really have to take this in its whole and look at the benefits to the town versus the impacts. And, you know, how can you create the best project that gives them their ability to do something in the interest of the town?
Both from the town economic standpoint, or from the public benefit, or all of the above.
I am rarely talking about economics.
So
because
you're more focusing. Sorry, feedback. You're more focusing on the public benefit aspect of that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I personally don't have any ability to evaluate their economic impact.
Okay. Thank you. But wait a minute. A lot of our packets have an economic impact statement.
That staff is not able to evaluate.
Okay.
Potentially someone else on staff can, planning staff. We do not have that background.
Okay. Thank you.
Question real quick. Are you done?
Yes, sir.
It's unnecessary burden. Does that apply just to the applicant, or does it apply to the surrounding neighborhood? In this case, or both?
So it talks about unfairness, and it talks about.
Well, let's just use unfairness then.
Okay, so it says, in those few cases where individual parcels of land are so surrounded by tall buildings on lots that are contiguous, that 2 stories of height would be unreasonable, that landowners can seek relief. And then it says the town will approve, modify, or deny such requests after evaluating the level of unfairness that would result from the specific circumstances and the degree the specific proposal conforms with all aspects of this comprehensive plan, including its land use and design policies, pedestrian orientation, and natural resource criteria. So it sounds like it would apply to all parties. I don't see any reason why it would apply specifically just to, because you're evaluating the level of unfairness. So you could be looking at both parties or at all parties, in my opinion, but that may be a Nancy question.
So it is your comprehensive plan, so you are the interpreters of your comprehensive plan. So it sounds like the language is subject to two interpretations, and by your vote, you would show what your understanding and intent of that language is.
Okay. Frankie, since you chose to testify, you said and I don't know if you're speaking for the entire staff or if you're just speaking for yourself. Is it your testimony that simply because of economic reasons, your recommendation is approval?
No, sir. So
That's not what you said?
it is what I said.
Okay.
Based on my statement. But if you're talking about staff approval and what we came up with for our part of the approval process, it is not. So when we're talking the management side of the approval process, we're looking at the total package. So we talked with our planners and get their interpretation. We also talk about what the applicant is providing in the negotiation part of it. which sometimes other staff members were not included, but the town manager and myself. So all those weigh out in the grand scheme of things, so to speak. And backing up what I said, we're looking at what can drive development on this beach. What can drive the impetus to make Fort Myers Beach back, strong, resilient. Taking all those factors into consideration, that's where we came up with our suggestions.
Well, I'm going to say for the record, and I didn't know this was coming, so I apologize that I'm doing it in a public forum, but it's concerning to me that nowhere in what you just said did you mention the residents in the neighborhood that surround this property. It was all around economics. That is very concerning to me that was not even mentioned, but you've given your recommendation. We'll move on.
So I have a follow-up question, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with Mr. Price's interpretation of the genesis of the negotiations? Was that one was handed off to your team, Andy or Frankie? What was that agreed that the height would be off the beach from get-go? I guess my question is, in this negotiating process, because Vice Mayor Adderholt asked the same thing, it seems like the public doesn't think there was enough negotiating. So at what point did your team step into the negotiation process?
So in the initial stages, the developer and Andy and I had just a general discussion. Here's the plans, which you have seen the concepts, and talked about what they had proposed. From that point on, we started dragging in staff. We brought in the town attorneys. That's when our development agreement process started.
Okay.
It was a long period of going back and forth with Matt's team, our legal team, and finding out exactly what we could and what we couldn't do. And that's where this whole thing more or less blossomed into what you see before you today.
Okay.
So it wasn't any particular stage where they just said, here. It was through negotiated back and forth. Don't forget, this is the first time the town has grabbed this out of their toolbox to use. So this is virgining ground for them coming into Fort Myers Beach and using this, and also for staff using this going forward.
Good, thank you.
Andy, I got a quick question for you. Do you feel is it your opinion, or do you agree, is it that Frankie is speaking on behalf of our licensed planners?
I think, yes, as being part of as having the responsibility of that department, he speaks with them and he speaks for them when we have a communication that puts us in this position.
I understand it's very uncomfortable, so I'm going to ask another uncomfortable question. Do you agree with staff's recommendation? I know it's a difficult one.
It is, because, it's almost like you're putting me in the position of making a decision. I do agree on the recommendation based on the fact of the LDC and the comp plan that they looked at. But when you listen to both sides of the argument, I do see that, there is another side to the story. So I do agree based off of the fact that the confidence that I have, the confidence that I have in staff.
Okay. Any other questions for staff before we move on? You got 9 minutes to pick Sarah's brain. All right. If not, we'll go to public comment. Amy?
Yep, I have Kathy Turner up first. After Miss Turner is Carol Steer.
Still good morning, Kathy.
I did not expect to be first.
You know what they say?
I think you have a great example that you need to go back and review this development order. This project is way too conceptual and large to be approved in this fashion. This is extremely very uncomfortable. Kathy Turner, I have been sworn in. My qualifications are as I'm president of the Garden Club, Fitzgerald Island Garden Club. My comments here are purely mine. I am not representing the Garden Club. My concerns are intensity. not density, not necessarily height, but certainly height beyond 10 feet. You're going from a trailer park, 400 square foot dwellings, 2 people, 1 car. I was never here during the Fran days where she mentioned the buses and things like that. That was the place that I went to fill up my gas, my propane, liquid propane. It's where I got my newspapers. It's where we chatted, where they were playing outside games. It's where we had the annual bike parade. We went up and down the streets and everybody came out and welcomed us. This is a quality of life issue. And I sincerely disapprove of this being reviewed as a fiscal decision. How dare you? Because without the residents, there is no town. We might as well go back to Lee County. And they can build all the high rises you want. I do have a concern with staff driving access points on side roads. Denora is a residential street, and it's the access point going through Shellmount Park. 2 egresses, parts of Denora, and the services in solid waste. Who's going to control? Because we know that during season, services want to handle things dark 5:30 in the morning. You remember the whole controversy with Crescent Street, where the residents there were very upset about all the deliveries and things happening at that area. So we're going to have the same thing here. So the access to Matanzas Pass Preserve on behind Red Coconut is not the main access. It's not the place that we go to use that before Ian. The main access is on Bay Street. It had the walkway, going through there. And if you came back through Genora, you better have your boots on because it really got mucky and not things. So that's not a benefit to me. I always use the other entrance. I think the terminology linear park is overused. A park is something that provides you with interaction and recreation. It is not a landscaping alongside of a sidewalk. There's one area in here that I pointed out directly to Seagate and also to council. It indicates that they will use Florida-friendly landscaping that requires no irrigation. There's no such plant that's going to go in the ground and not require any watering.
Kathy, I need you to wrap it up. Your time just expired.
Okay. I guess don't decide this on just a financial decision. This is a quality of life.
All right. Thank you, Kathy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Carol Steer. After Carol is Melody King.
Thanks again. This is a beautiful concept.
Can you speak into the microphone?
This is a beautiful concept. My husband and I would love to live in a maybe 3,000 to 5,000 square foot condo with 17-story wall-to-wall views of the Gulf, but maybe this just isn't realistic. Most of the condos on this island are around 1,000 to 2,000 square feet. Seagate seems like a very smart group of people that can build within their right, within the comp plan. Yes, they said they have the right to ask, but that doesn't mean that we all have the right to say yes. You guys can all say no. Several times these guys have said stuff like, we have to find this. We're not committed to the height, can revise. It seems kind of wishy-washy right now. And maybe they just need to go back to the drawing board and come up with a better plan. Please send them back to the drawing board. Please say no. And for all the people standing behind me that don't want to come up here, may not have something formal to say, please just copy and paste what I just said. Come up here and say ditto. Please vote no. Thank you.
Carol.
Melody King. After Miss King is Bill Veach.
Hello again. Hello again. Thank you for going to bat for us, Mayor Allers. Eye of the tiger, okay? Listen, we're not fighting for anything more than our quality of life, okay? What happens is a square peg trying to go into a round hole, Councilwoman Woodson. When it comes to permitting time, we've wasted everyone's time. After speaking with the Florida State Wildlife Conservation, this actually butts up to a wetlands. that I have to tell you will end up being a broken process, and all of this will be for naught. After speaking with multiple members, they sent me an email, which I'm happy to email to all of you after today. They will not be able to achieve permits because of haphazardous construction, which they have not done an impact assessment on the environment yet, which leads to reckless recommendations to even allow this to be heard in front of us today or our planning agency. Although it's part of permitting, it will not be approved. There's something called essential sunlight, and no one's actually checked with the Caloosahatchee Indians, who deem that property sacred, and also with the Florida State Wildlife Conservation. They were actually pretty much disgusted, for lack of better words, that not one single one of you council people have reached out to them, nor did Seagate. And I just witnessed the most desperate act of a developer offering reckless ideas and the reckless accord and abandonment to all of you who ever voted yes to this project. It will never get approved in permitting. And I have to admit, it's been a complete waste of my time, as I should be seeking full-time employment to fully disclose and discover what this town council has been up to. And instead of making friends with the developers who are padding your pocket, Councilwoman Woodson, we have some, not just allegations, but proof.
Enough.
Come on, you can't.
Well, point blank period. The proof will come soon, January 1st. And with that being said, the FWC will ensure this specific project does not impede on the FWC's long-term conservation goals for the Florida Fish and Wildlife Resources. This is in a wetlands, and the reason your constituents are so upset when they build, it's going to flood out all their neighbors. Since 1978, this actual resort is used as an estuary where all the water actually helps your neighbors not flood. When it does rain 1.5 inches, you get about 1.5 inches, maybe 2, maybe 18 inches, maybe 2 feet of rain over there. I'm not sure if you've ever stood over there, but the neighbors don't want to drown. They've almost all lost their lives, including one of the neighbors that has a house over there that passed away during Ian. None of us want to drown because of your reckless decision to approve reckless development.
Before we move on, if you're going to come up and make accusations in your public comment against anyone, you should have some. Then you should definitely, as you walk out the door. Yes, I'm sure you do.
Okay, Bill Veach. After Mr. Veach is Jessica Titus.
Okay, that's a hard act to follow. Bill Veach, for the record.
I'm sure you can do it, Bill.
Yeah, so I think the real point here is it really seems like this development is built strictly for the views from those condos. Think about 250 feet coming out of the ground. And she said actually a little more. That's almost a football field. There's houses, single family homes that are across the street, which are going to be 65 feet away from that. That's going to be a 75-degree angle of a structure there, facing where the sunset was. Now, I understand, like Karen mentioned once about the Moss Marine, one thing that she really wanted that project was to maintain her view corridor. This, for a little tiny view corridor on Estero Boulevard, you're blocking off an entire neighborhood. All the people, that's a thriving neighborhood. It's full of vacation rentals. It's full of, homeowners back there. And all of them will be looking at this wall on the back of that structure. Even when you're that close, you wouldn't even be able to see the colors of the sunset, let alone the sunset from where those houses are. And, we're an island where the sunset is very important. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people live here. And the other is, I think, a lot of the passion for the people who live here. It's wonderful. It's really these neighborhoods and the people are really wonderful. And from what I heard, if this goes through, there's going to be a lot of people that are moving out of there, because the idea of not just having the structure there, but having the 10 years of construction, of cranes, of all the hammer and all that structure. And the town's not going to see revenue from this from a long time, because they're not going to see revenue until these places are actually completed. They get their COs and they get valued out of it. Until then, it's just going to be work for everybody. And I know just a couple of the points that are kind of more general. Jim, you mentioned before there's like this pre-Ian and post-Ian paradigm. We still have pre-Ian infrastructure. We have 1 2-lane road we don't control. During Adelia, we couldn't get off the island because that thing came up quick. And for not only when the buildings are there, but while they're under construction, the construction workers stay working until the last minute, because that's where they make their money. And that's a lot of the traffic we have now, and the problem with evacuating is going to be that. the real crux to me is, and I know I talked with Matt before this, and I know Nita's little paper thing, which I always agree with in concept, but I told Matt then, I said, it sounds okay, but the devil's in the details. There's a difference between going from 30 feet of building above flood to 220 above flood, 230 above flood. That's a huge step. And the reason why I think that's there is not because they're trying to keep some open space around it. The problem is they're just large units. They're trying to pack a lot of very large units in a very small space. The towers you see in most part of the islands are set among parking lots. They're set away from the road, and they're in a wider part of a stairway down south, or they're down Bay Beach Lane. Is that me already?
Is that
you.
Wow, that went fast. So I just think, the height is the big thing. And the reason why the height is because they're just trying to pack so many large condos in a very small spot. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Jessica Titus. After Miss Titus is Kevin Sullivan.
I spoke my piece before. I just ask that you protect us, be strong, have them come back with a plan. Ditto to what Mr. Veach said. Please protect us. Don't let this happen. They can come back. They're the big boys. They can do it. The road to hell was paved or is paved by good intentions. And there's a fork in that road. And the devil's sitting right there. It's up to you to pick which path forward for us. It's our road, not just your road. Thank you.
Kevin Sullivan. Excuse me. After Kevin is Robin Gorntu.
Good afternoon, I think it is.
It is now.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, councilors, town staff, thank you all for your service to our community. For the record, I'm Kevin Sullivan. I reside on Bay Beach Lane. I've been sworn in. And while I'm in full support of thoughtful island development, I'm against Seagate's proposal, which dramatically exceeds what is granted by right and the intent of our comprehensive plan and LDC. On Saturday, I had the opportunity to attend a one-year celebration of Margaritaville, Fort Myers Beach. I sat in the audience, looked up, saw a handsome three-story building over base flood elevation. This development literally started the rebuild of Fort Myers Beach. Sure, Margaritaville got more density for their 7-acre development, but in exchange, the town got real public benefit and a 4-story building. After the ceremony, I enjoyed the acre-sized public Sunset Terrace. I looked down at the donated Wasted Away parking lot and the Sky Bridge entry properties. Both properties, gifts to the town, and both have provided significant public benefit. Later, I enjoyed the convenience of the public Estero Boulevard walkover, public elevators, public restrooms, all the way while enjoying my resident food and beverage discount. Contrast Margaritaville with this proposed monstrosity. 2-story buildings with step-down structures of 15, 13, and 12 stories. 255 feet, maybe 272. They want all this deviation while providing little public benefit. And so far, we haven't negotiated anything. I have said before, you aren't listening to your constituency, and particularly, you haven't listened to the residents of this neighborhood. And even worse, some of you have been dismissive of their feedback. Apparently, your Gulf Coast elite friends have your ear, and they're way out of touch with Islanders. Well, now you're coming up to bat in the biggest game of your public lives. You can either hit a home run by doing the right thing and negotiating something more in the spirit of the comp plan, or you can strike out and live with the fallout. If you whiff today, you'll likely lose public trust. You'll likely be scrutinized more. And these same residents will likely be less forgiving of prattle about donut shops, barber shops, weed shops, and toll booths. In a recent article, our island historian, Ellie Butting, said, "We have a beautiful island that people will visit whether or not we have five-star hotels or $4 million condos." I agree with Ellie. we'll just do fine without these massive 17-story buildings. There's no stagnation on this island. All you have to do is look around. Redevelopment takes time. Don't expose the town to years of litigation because you set a terrible precedent today. There's no need to panic. Rather, step up and vote and do the right thing and win one for the comp plan.
Thanks, Kevin.
Robin Gorntu, and after Robin is Greg Skasny.
Hi, I'm Robin Gornto. I live on Mandalay Road. My family's been coming to urban living on Fort Myers Beach since the early 50s. I'm the third generation of my family to live here. I get all emotional. Development is good. We all need development. What we don't need is corporate greed. And that's all this is. We don't need giant condos. There's not condos that are bigger than my house. It's insane. Really no need to go higher than 7 floors. I envision this nice little village, build it like a little village with retail shops and some low-level condos, meandering paths, pickleball courts, nice things. You guys, you serve for 4 years, town council, right? But the decisions you make are going to last forever. I'm begging you, please make a responsible decision about Seagate. Please send them back to the drawing board and create something that everyone can tolerate, something within the comp plan. Seagate's presentation today, I got the impression, clearly illustrated that they're not prepared. There was lots of guessing, lots of, I don't know, make them go, fine, let them develop it, but make them go back and bring something within reason so that we can all get together and be happy. Thank you. And ditto to what everybody else has said.
Thank you.
Greg Skasny. After Mr. Skasny is John Schlorza. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get as close as possible here.
Hi, my name is Greg Skasny. I've been sworn in. I'm here representing my family. We are full-time year-round residents on Fort Myers Beach. My son goes to the beach school, and we are active members in this wonderful community. In short, we love it here and are enduring extreme financial and personal difficulties staying on the island. Our love of this place has persevered over these challenges, but now it looks like that tide is changing, and I'm not the only resident that feels this way. Council needs to deny the current Seagate development proposal. Simply put, this development is not consistent with our town's comprehensive plan. Approving such a development is against Florida law. Despite what has been said in these chambers and in many letters, we don't need to rip off the Band-Aid for development. The island is not stagnating, nor will it stagnate. We've already far surpassed the recovery efforts of other storm-devastated towns like Mexico Beach. EM may have destroyed some of our buildings, but it didn't destroy our community. But with continued storms, FEMA debacles, and now pending approvals of inappropriate developments such as Seagate that basically could destroy an entire residential neighborhood, our council is putting coffin nails in the community that we all hold dear. And for what? Are we afraid that someone else will come and ask for more density if we don't allow this height? No one is building a hotel at what they can do by right on that property. Any future density will have to come in front of council, and you hold the keys to that density. We need to deal with what is here and now, and we have an obligation to uphold the comprehensive plan. What before you today is not consistent with that plan as required by Florida law. There are many appropriate developments coming down the pipe already underway or newly opened. Neptune, kind of, the Beach Bar, the Goods, the old Hoosiers building, Whale, Sandy Bottoms, the old Firehouse, Santini Plaza, the Cottage, Myerside, kind of, SOV, Mr. Waves, not to mention island staples that are already open, Margaritaville, Pink Shell, Diamond Head, Lani Kai, Yotaco, Junkanoo's, Fresh Catch, Wahoo Willie, Snug Harbor, Nervous Nellie's, PD Upper Deck, and I can probably keep going for a while. None of this sounds like stagnation to me. This sounds like a community kicking butt and taking names. Thoughtful rebuilding takes time, and we are well on our way. You've all heard from your constituents loud and clear. Letters, petitions, phone calls, and in-person meetings have been overwhelmingly against this proposed event. No amount of goalpost moving will deny the fact that residents that you represent do not want to see inappropriate high-rises in a low-rise residential area. Each and every one of you publicly stated that you would support the comprehensive plan. We, your constituents, are here to ask you to keep your word and not sow seeds of distrust that have been prevalent with previous councils to drive larger divide between the community and our elected leaders. I will quote John D. Rockefeller Jr. in saying, "I believe this in the sacredness of a promise that is a man's word and should be as good as his bond. That character, not wealth or power or position, is of supreme worth." Your community needs you. We implore you to stand up, keep your words, do the right thing, uphold the law, deny this development as currently presented. It's the right decision for the island and the future of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
John Schlorza. I apologize if I've just butchered that name. John?
John still here?
Judy Feneder. Come on up. After Judy will be Elizabeth Halliday.
Good morning. My name is Judy Ferreter, and I'm a resident of Gulfview Colony. I'm here because of our beach path, and I have a prepared statement that I will read, but I wasn't expecting the conversation about Gulfview Colony to occur, because it had not occurred in the previous meetings that I'm aware of. So just to clarify a couple of things, I appreciate Seagate acknowledging that they do not own our beach path. It is a deeded parcel with its own legal description owned by Gulfview Colony. We are interested in selling our land, which is 4.68 acres on the bay side. We have gone through 2 offers, and due to difficulties getting approval, and I'm not going to speak to that because I don't know what they were trying to get approved. But this is our second offer that has now been terminated by the buyer. We hope that we get another offer for our 4.68 acres that will include our beach path. We don't have a desire to have our beach path moved. It's right across from our driveway. So our goal is to sell our 4.68 acres owned by Gulfview Colony along with the parcel known as the beach path. And I wouldn't have brought up the road, but it was brought up earlier, I think. It is my understanding, I've asked for clarification. It is my understanding that if Gulfview Colony, which is a co-op and has 58 shareholders, if that land is sold, then the new developer would have to put a road in. And if not sold and retained by Gulfview Colony, because I don't know the future, and we would rebuild. I don't think that's going to happen, but I'm just putting that out there. I don't think a road can go through there because it would literally take our residents' land. But that's not for me to speak. I just wanted to kind of clarify. So again, I'm glad Seagate acknowledged the beach path, and I will now read my prepared statement, which is probably going to be a little bit repetitive. So now it's good afternoon instead of good morning. My name is Judy Ferreter, and I serve on the board of directors of Gulfview Colony, a manufactured home community of 58 residences. All 58 of us lost our homes in Hurricane Ian. I am here today on the advice of our real estate attorney to publicly acknowledge Gulfview Colony owns 4.68 acres of land next door to the red coconut property on the bay side. This land also includes the area for any future road that would need to be developed later under your plan. We also own a strip of land on the beach side that has served as our private beach path. The rendering you have been provided by Seagate that shows the proposed park includes the beach path Gulfview Colony owns. As you consider your final approval, please protect the parcels owned by Gulfview Colony. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Halliday. After Miss Halliday is Dennis Alfieri.
Hi, Elizabeth Halliday. Some of you might know me as Elizabeth D'Onofrio because when I moved here, that's who I was. And I met my husband here, and now 16 years. So this place just means a lot to me. I was raised in Hialeah, Florida, when it was a small town. Many of you don't even know what that place was like back then. It was dairy farms. We played in the fields. Okay. We had woods across the street. It was beautiful. Look at it now. Is that what you want? Is it? I mean, come on. Ian, look what it did to our poor island. It's ugly. I'm sorry. The grass, the trees, everything's dead. It tries to come back, and then more hurricanes come and flood it, and there it is again. My beautiful oak tree is just again getting leaves on it. Okay, what happens every summer, you guys? This hurricanes, they ruin everything. Mother Nature is pissed. You know, that's all we have to say, really. So go ahead, build your big buildings. You know, do it, because that's all you're going to have. Every winter, you're going to open your eyes and you're going to say, ugh, all we have are these big buildings. We're waiting for the grass to grow back. We're waiting for the palm trees to come back. All we have is big buildings. Give them room to grow. Give nature room to grow, to come back. I had a bunch of things written down, you know, but I don't know if any of you were here when we went through this whole elevated pools thing that the town approved. Well, the town manager approved, and then the town ended up getting sued. Okay. When people fought back because of the comprehensive plan. All right. Do you remember that? Don't approve something that isn't telling you exactly what's going to happen. These people are not telling you exactly what's going to happen. If you approve it today, you're saying to them, yes, you can go 17. Okay? I just want all my fellow beach people to not have to wake up one day and say, my God, what have we done?
Thank you.
Dennis Alfieri, and after Dennis is Shelley Sheridan.
I was up once before, so I don't want to repeat what I was saying about the opening this thing up. They're going to set a precedent, but you guys made that. You confirmed that. If it's going to help the making the money here on the island, we're going to okay it, right? That's what you said. It's going to be advantageous economically for the island to okay this. Okay, so that means from now on, anything we want to put on the island that's economically advantageous to the island, come on in. Doesn't matter how big it is. Has no idea. Doesn't matter, right? With no thought about the residents at all. So I'm going along with a lot of these people that are talking about the residents and quality of life. That's what you're going to change totally. And I live in a spot where I've already looked at, went to a couple of these meetings with London Bay down the street where they got a couple plans. Same thing, big, tall buildings, the whole bit. It's going to change the whole area down there. And they've got a few pieces of property. We just saw the one. I don't know what they're doing with the other property, probably the same kind of thing. So all I can say is think about all that stuff before you make the move and okay this thing. I'm sure in time, you'll get someone that'll want to develop that property. Not so high. That's the only thing. Make it a little more reasonable. They don't have to make as much money as they're going to plan on making. And somebody will do it. That's all I can say. Thanks.
Thank you.
Shelley Sheridan. After Miss Sheridan is Cassius Upton.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Shelley Sheridan, 251 Flamingo Street. First, I want to thank Facebook and Beach Talk Radio because without them, we would have no idea what is going on in this town. Many of my neighbors are not here because they do not have social media and are not aware and or they lost their homes and have to live elsewhere. They are the silent majority. In 1980, my in-laws, Bob and Janet Sheridan, were on vacation staying at the Outrigger. They went for a walk one day and ended up buying a small beach house on Flamingo Street that was for sale by owner. The older gentleman made them a mortgage himself, and he stayed on for the rest of the season. Janet and Bob went back to New Hampshire and retired at 55 so they could come down here in the winter to stay warm and play tennis. They spent every winter down here until we bought it from them in 2019 when they were no longer able to travel. We remember them talking about how hard the Fort Myers Beach people were fighting to become their own town and the reasons behind it, as we all know. I stand before you today on behalf of my husband and I, as well as my in-laws who are no longer with us, to say that just because there was a devastating hurricane, that does not negate the reason this town was incorporated. When my husband and I voted for you, that in no way meant that we were voting for 17-story buildings. I am not sure where that impression came from. I voted for you because I was under the impression that you were going to respect the reasons why Fort Myers Beach incorporated many years ago, before any of us and you, I believe, moved here. Given what this island has been through, personally, I would not be opposed to a few extra stories being added to a building if they offered a good public benefit, such as a park, an unobstructed view of the Gulf, a beach restaurant or bar on the beach, or even pitching in towards an hourly shuttle that runs the entire island that goes directly to the airport to be used by anyone on the island for free. A few extra stories means 2 or 3, not 17. Please vote no today and tomorrow and the next day to 17-story buildings on Fort Myers Beach. I hope you all have a wonderful Christmas and definitely a happier new year in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Same to you.
Cassius Upton, and after Cassius is Anita Saracita.
Council, good afternoon. Cassius Upton, born and raised Fort Myers Beach. Earlier, when Tina was doing her presentation, she said that the Gulfview Colony and Red Coconut could reasonably be redeveloped. Where does 17 stories be reasonable? We became a town because of Diamond Head, which sits at 154 feet. This is 255 feet. That's 100 feet taller. That is not reasonable. Flexibility? Fine, flexibility. Go to 7, 6. This is absolutely insane. And this is even on the docket. Your LPA denied this. Yet here we are today, again, going in front of you as your constituents, telling you no. It's absolutely insane. For the park, if you look at the park on the screen, the red line goes directly between it. So now you're telling me that Gulfview Colony's beach access will be directly in between this park. To 4C1, we're talking about protecting neighborhoods. Matt brought up, well, we're building homes in the back, so it's not a big deal. No, those people are choosing to buy that house. The people on Denora and Shell Mound, they already made that decision, and that decision didn't have a 17-story building in their backyard. Those 4 people buying those new homes, they know what's happening. Those people that live in those neighborhoods, they never saw it. I mean, you guys are talking about Ocean Harbor's 184 feet. Yesterday, I took the boat out. The entire channel is shaded. Now you want to add another 70 feet to that? The shade's going to be unbelievable. And opening up to new projects, you guys just bought the property down there for the new town hall. If London Bay gets 17 stories, you guys will never see sun in that building ever. It's mind-boggling to me that we're at this point. Grow a backbone, support your constituents, and we have a comp plan. They're not going over to Sanibel and building this. You want to know why? Because they have a backbone. Grow one. Thank you.
Anita Saracita. After Ms. Saracita is Dan Riddle.
It's because I don't want to follow him. Anita Saracita for the record. I'm glad there's a piece of paper here. So my infamous paper trick was this is the box we have. now turn the box like this. It wasn't turn the box like this and add 10 more boxes on top of it. Look, I have woken up every night for at least 10 days trying to think about what I could possibly say to you guys to compel you to deny this project. For the record, the LPA did deny the project. Jim, you know that I love you dearly as a friend, but gosh darn it, I wish you were as concerned about my neighborhood as you are about the Art Association. I sit in my backyard every day playing with my dog, and I just imagine not just one 17-story building, but all of those buildings that will create an absolute wall in our neighborhood. This project is not consistent with the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan. It just isn't. It isn't. Much like statistics, you can take, and somebody as clever as Tina, because that's a clever girl, you can take all of those policies and manipulate them to present your case and make it somewhat agreeable. But the bottom line is, it isn't. I've sat here next to Ray Murphy and looking at the different people who are here in the room, thinking about all the other people who have sat in those 5 seats. And there are quite a few. Many of them have passed away at this point. I honest to God cannot think of a single predecessor of yours that would vote in favor of this project. Not a single one. Granted, none of them were here in the aftermath of Hurricane Ian, but they were and did face many, many, many substantial challenges on this island, most importantly, immediately after our incorporation. I simply cannot believe that somehow this council would change a course that has been so set in stone and so upheld by so many different councils. And I implore you not to. And Karen, you might want to think about a restraining order. Anyhow, thank you very much. And please deny this project.
Thank you, Anita.
Dan Riddle. After Dan is Jane Riddle.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Riddle. I have been sworn in. My wife and I own property at Gulf West Winds Condos, 3047 is Cheryl Boulevard. 9 months ago, we purchased a home on Denara Boulevard, 301 Denara. Part of our reasons for our purchases were the ordinances in effect on Fort Myers Beach. So I have one word that I want you to think about: respect. I respect property owners' rights. I respect financial decisions. I respect all of the time that you all put in listening and weighing things. It's a very difficult job. All I ask in return is respect for my neighborhood. We're going to have a 17-story building, if this is approved, casting a shadow over the pool at Gulf West Winds pretty much the whole day from about 2 o'clock on. Respect the fact that when we purchased, we knew what the ordinances were. I understand we're in a different world here post-hurricane. More height is going to be necessary, but there's a huge difference between 3 stories above and 15 stories above. There's got to be some respect for the neighborhood. That ordinance that you read about 4.1, whatever it was, small town feel, community, that sort of thing, that will be disrespected totally if this gets approved. My mind goes back to this interview with Matt at Margaritaville, and I just can't get it out of my mind. He was bragging about the first time he came to Fort Myers Beach, how he got a ride in, met up with friends at Lanikai, got drunk, didn't want to even go back in that room. I don't want that to happen to the area where the Red Coconut was. We first camped at the Red Coconut. That was our introduction to Fort Myers Beach. And we loved it, but we knew it wouldn't be there forever. So we made plans based on the covenant that this town has with its residents from back in the 90s. And I will one more time ask you to respect that covenant, understanding there can be some levity, but please vote this down, send them back to the drawing board. Let's get something reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Jane Riddle. After Jane is Lori Webster.
Hello. I was thinking about this and I want to give you a different analogy. And it's kind of fun to have an analogy. If you're going to do this, you need something that you know very well. I know about choirs. I have been in a choir probably my entire life, from a 200 voice with a complete full band to a 3-person trio a cappella. And in every group, the most important thing is to blend. I even sang in Beach Methodist Choir. I miss that. They were a good group. When we started here, we were here we started coming to Fort Myers Beach in 1996 at the Red Coconut. We bought, as Dan just said, we bought a West Winds condo in 2013 and bought our home on Denara in 2024. So this, and then back to the choir again. This can be a beautiful song, well rehearsed. And the problem is if just one person or building is louder, bigger, off key, there is no blend. A 17-story building will block natural light, add traffic. I know there was already something discussed about the environmental impact, and simply doesn't blend with the 1 to 3 story homes that are in the neighborhood. That's why we picked that neighborhood. We didn't go to the south of the island where there were all the giant condos. There needs to be harmony, blending, and simple common sense for this project. In choirs, there are rules for volume, cutoff, lyrics. You can't have one place just going off crazy. It doesn't work. Neither will the 17 stories. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lori Webster. After Miss Webster is Ray Murphy.
Good afternoon. My name is Lori Webster, and I own a home on Denora. I would like to begin by saying that I am not anti-development. I am, however, anti-greed. The only explanation for the current Seagate proposal is greed. 3,000 square foot luxury condos generate big money. Every developer wants big money. It's their job. However, in this case, big money equals big buildings in a quiet residential neighborhood. I looked at a lot of homes before I bought here. I didn't want to be in a condo area. I didn't want to be in a weekly rental area. I definitely didn't want to be in Times Square. I specifically purchased my home because it was quiet. I love my home, obviously, because I've invested a significant amount of money putting it back together after 3 floods in 2 years. I love the ability to see the sunset colors from that home. I'm not next door to the development, but it will still block my views, lower my property values, and lessen the quality of life. We on Denora already have experience runoff flooding. We already have drainage issues. My neighbor across the street, if we get a little bit of rain, his entire driveway is flooded. This development will exacerbate this to an entirely new level. While I understand that the current code allows developers to ask for more, it does not guarantee that they get it. The ask isn't against code, but the granting is. There is way more negative impact to this proposal than there is public benefit. Despite the planner's claim that the view corridors are there, the math doesn't math. Requirements cannot be public benefit. The view corridor to the nature preserve, it's the road. I may be only one voice, and I may not impress some council members, but I live on this road, and this affects me and my investment in this island. I'm also going to reference the article by Ellie Bunting. It contained a quote from an article from the 70s, and it's very appropriate here. Nobody wants to stop progress, but there is an increasing awareness that the island is in danger of becoming a polluted paradise. Please remember, those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Please give our objections the consideration they deserve. As I stated earlier, you were elected to be our voice. You are not on this council to further your own agendas. Your votes represent your constituents. By dismissing our objections, you're spitting on the confidence placed on you when you were elected. The mayor said he can't speak for us. In actuality, it's why you were elected, to be our voice. And I think today we've made it clear. 17 stories and 255 feet do not belong in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Ray Murphy, and that's the last person I have signed up.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Good afternoon, Council. Ray Murphy for the record. I've been sworn in again. I was, my family's been here, owned property on the island for over 50 years. I've lived here for over 40 years. I lived through the incorporation of Fort Myers Beach and one prior to that. So I feel that I'm qualified to speak on these issues today. I want to speak directly to the people of Donora and the Shell Mound neighborhoods. Over the years, I've known a lot of families in there, people that still live there. They're here today. My 32-year-old daughter, I think she's 32. She could be 33 for all I know. Thank you, Mike. She went to the beach school with a lot of the kids from that neighborhood. She made her first Holy Communion at the Church of the Ascension with Mike and Lynn's daughter, Sammy, the only two that year. So I've known the people in that neighborhood for a long time. And a lot of the old timers that are in there are getting to be my age now, where they're approaching retirement or have retired recently. And they, like the rest of us here on Fort Myers Beach, all we want to do is live out our days peacefully here in our retirement, enjoy our grandchildren. And when our day comes, we want to be dragged off the island feet first. And we will have known that we did a good job. Your job is to ensure that that happens for those people. They're not going to be able to enjoy their retirement years and the rest of their days staring at a massive wall that's going to be built there. I was also there the day with my friend Anita Saracita, the day we approved the density for the Red Coconut. It was a good day. It was a good day because finally Fran and Tom Myers knew what they had there and they could plan. They could plan their future, which they did. So that was settled, and now here we are today. And what became a reasonably good concept back then and plan, which dovetailed right in with our comprehensive plan, has now grown exponentially massive, all because of Hurricane Ian. At least that's the way I'm seeing it. There seems to be a rush to the gold mine after this storm to see how much everybody can get. And that's what's happening now. That's what's happening. And that's not going to improve their quality of life or my quality of life or your quality of life for that matter. It's going to hinder it. Your quality of life will be hindered. Mark my words. I've seen it. I've seen it on this island. Ellie Bunting has seen it. I have seen it. Diamond Head was the straw that broke the camel's back for Fort Myers Beach. The mantra in those days was no commercial intrusion into residential neighborhoods. Now they can tell you today, and I respect these people because I was in the business myself. I understand it.
I need you to wrap it up.
Okay, I'm going to wrap it up. no commercial intrusion into residential neighborhoods. Don't fool yourself. This is a commercial intrusion. When you're looking at a wall that big from that residential neighborhood, that is an intrusion. Don't let this be the straw that breaks the camel's back going from here forward after Hurricane Ian, because that is surely what it will do. That is surely what it will do. If Hurricane Ian was my Waterloo, if you approve this, this will be your Waterloo, and your legacy on Fort Myers Beach will be that you began the process that encouraged all this massive development. I don't want that to be your legacy. Deny this project. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ray.
That's all I have signed up.
Is there anyone else that hasn't signed up? Yeah, come on up.
Mike Dagnese, I live on Shell Mountain. Actually, I'm the closest one to this property, the closest house to it. You know, it's what are we getting for benefits? We're not getting anything really. What's it all about? It's all about money. You know, they're talking they can't come down from their 17 stories, but they're building 4,000 square foot units. I own a duplex that's 2,000 square feet. They want 2 of my houses for 1 unit. If they wanted to, they could condense and come down in size and build a 2,000 square foot. That's half of what they want. That drops it down half the height and still do everything exactly the same. I'm not saying that would pass either, but that would be a start. Make them go back to a drawing board. Make them come up with something that's not just a piece of paper that says, you know what? I got one in the mail. One of very few people that got one. I'm one of very few people that gets noticed because I'm within 500 feet. Okay? Nobody really got one of these. Nobody knew what was going on. They're just trying to sneak everything in, but there's no reason for it. Make them go back to the drawing board. Make them say, okay, we can come back. We can work with you. You asked them, is there any wiggle room? They strictly said, no, there's no wiggle room. How can you do that? How can you come in here and say, I'm in charge, you're not, I'm building this, or I'm leaving? That's basically what happened. You asked them, they said no. They said, well, then we'll leave. Let them leave. There's another developer. You know what the best job for that, you know what the best thing for this property site is? Put another campground on it. Those people made money. They had a lot of fun. I enjoyed walking through the campground. You enjoyed riding through the campground. We're not going to enjoy any part of this property. There's nothing for the locals. I will lose all my sun. I will not see a sunset again. Plus, not to mention that, you know, you're talking about this road in the back. If you can make that road go all the way through, do you know what that would do to our neighborhood? Because everybody and their mother would know the shortcut. And they would be on our street, and my street would be totally backed all the way up to Connecticut, with people trying to come through that back road, trying to get out to the other end, because they're cutting off Estelle Boulevard. That doesn't work. Please, get with the program and tell them, no, come back. But when you come back with something that's more than, I think this is what I want to do. I'd like to say this is what we're going to do, but I don't know yet. Come up with something. Come up with a working blueprint. Don't say, here's this. I'm waiting for you to tell me that I can build this. Then I'll come up with a permit and say, it's okay. Can we go with this?
Thank you, Mike.
All right.
Anyone else? Yep, come on up. We'll work from the front to the back. How about that? Oh, hold on. I got Dave, I think. Oh, survival of the fittest.
Thank you. I've been listening to presentation from the big suits here. I've listened to questions from council. It seems like there's almost smoke and guns here. It's like the questions that have been asked, setbacks, you know, a view corridor, this and that. These are all situations that have to be done in any part of what they're doing. I didn't hear many questions except for our mayor here about the height. Everybody back here that's been speaking has been talking about the height, not the 3-foot pole height with the people standing there in the view corridor. They're talking about 17 stories in there in a basically residential area. You know, there's so much to think about. There's so many opportunities. You know, I look around and I don't recognize any council members here. I've seen Dan around. I do recognize other past council members because I saw them at Bay Oaks. I saw them when I was dropping my children off at Bay Oaks, or my wife and everything else like that. And back then we were all a family. You know, it was like, and that's what we attempted with our comp plan. You know, I don't even know why we're here for this. It's like it's 17 stories, and yes, they have a right, but don't we as the residents here have a right? You know, 3 people have spoke that they have the rights. Yes, but that's not in the comp plan. They have a right. They brought it up, and we have all said we do not want to see 17 stories. A lot of people say 1 17 story. It's not 1, it's 2. It's a 15, it's a 13. You know, it's not what we want. We're not in a hurry. We, the people that have lived here for a long time, we're not in a hurry. People said we're waiting for the grass to grow back. You know, we're waiting for the leaves to come back. We're not in a big hurry. We don't want to see what has been proposed here. Yes, something has to go onto that property, but it's not 17 stories. It's, you know, people say we need change. Well, you know what? Every one of you here can make a change by changing what you voted for last week. Thank you. 2 weeks ago.
Is that anyone else? Yeah, come on up.
Hi, I'm Sue Patton from Bay Beach Lane, and I am a permanent resident, and I do vote for you people. I'm not an outsider that comes and goes. I only have a couple of things, but you mentioned like the view from Estero Boulevard or the view from this, but no one's talked about the view of the island from the water. And if anyone is a boater, you know what I'm talking about. When you go down the back bay, okay, you see where I live, the Commons, Bay Beach Lane, I mean, and then you start to come down the island, and it's a small, quaint island, except for they refer to it Ocean Reef or whatever it is with the blues. I always know where I am because I see the blue roof. But remember, their buildings are going to be 5 of those, twice as high. So if you don't like Bay Beach Lane, and Jim lives on Bay Beach Lane, Waterside, if you look at Waterside, which has 6 buildings, or 7 buildings, picture those buildings twice as high on the island. Is that what we want for the island? Now, if I had to do it over again, would I live on I like the condo concept, but it doesn't have to be twice as big as what we have now. It could come down. So that's one of the things. And I'm very sad about that because when I was driving my boat, I said, you know, it's really going to change the whole feel of this island. So think about that. You know, I know we have the laws and we have but what does it feel like to you to look at the building? It's so much nicer to see the sky and the little buildings. And then we talk about the money. Okay, because it is going to boil down to money. Is it going to help the island financially? Yes. But no one has asked the question. But in the back of my mind, all of the residents here are saying, we will pay the extra dollars to keep the 17 stories off. That's what we're saying, really, is that we're willing to support the island until the island can support itself. We all expect there will be tax rises, but we don't need 17 stories to support the island. Come down, ask them to come down. They will come down. You know, they said they won't. Of course, they'll come back with a different plan. They're not going to give up. And make them come down to a level that we can all live with. Thank you. And I do want to say you guys are doing a great job. And I feel bad that you have to listen to all this, but it's important. It's very, very important.
Yes, sir. Come on up. Oh. You're too far in the back. You're gonna have to start. You're gonna have to start. He's made about 3 attempts.
Tom Brady, 339 Medicine. I have been sworn in. First of all, take 2 seconds to say their planner bifurcated my response when I said the pool's going up 3 feet and there's lounge chairs on top of that. You can't see up past 6 feet. Very few people can. And view quarters need to be to a body of water, not to a bunch of trees. Originalism. This is a lesson in civics. So originalism. Not everything can be defined in the law. There is a loophole, 4C4, that says for public benefit, you can allow something else. Well, it doesn't say 17 stories. It doesn't say it's permitted. It doesn't say it's prohibited. We depend on you as judges to monitor these proceedings and to interpret that law. Originalists think, how would it be understood at the time the code, the law, the ordinance was written? Well, we have the original founders of this town here that wrote that code, and they've stood up against this agreement. So we know how they feel. You don't need to interpret that. The loophole for public benefit and the view quarter for building height is a loophole, but you've got a developer that's trying to shove a 17-story building through that loophole. Shame on them. Objective criteria and metrics for public benefit are as yet undefined. Residents were promised a voice in the definition of public benefit. This may not be required, but for a project of this magnitude, no referendum, no charrette, no town-sponsored meetings, their meetings, not town, no metrics, no plan, no basis for saying the town needing these revenues. This blows my mind. We have had no testimony saying the town needs the revenues. They were not sworn in when they said that. A nice comment, but not true. Hate to say this, John, but John, you said that one of the reasons you wanted to approve this project is because Jim, he's a banker, but I don't know if he can speak on the financial issues, said that we need to have this project. It was not sworn testimony. So the process of this, and counselor, you should caution them, is not in line with semi-quasi judicial hearings. So please think about that stuff. Those rules were put in place to defend our rights, and it looks like you're just trampling over that. The definition of arbitrary and capricious decision is that it's not based on competent and substantial evidence. There hasn't been any evidence that's competent and substantial to this. I never saw the needs for a bathroom that somehow came from one counselor's opinion that that's what we ought to do. So how did that get into the requirements? It's not. We don't have that in the plan. Do not legislate from the bench. That's what we tell judges to do. Go back and fix the legislation. That's what these people are asking for. Fix the legislation. Don't legislate from the bench. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up, sir. You made it to the front.
I did it. Eric Steyer, 153 Driftwood, full-time resident. I'll make this short. I like things simple. That's how I live. I am diehard common sense. I know you ran on common sense. That's why I voted for you. So judging by listening to everyone here, even Anita, the architect of the previous plan, common sense is going to say vote no. And then in support of my wife, ditto. Vote no, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, so I got a question. How many
Need your-
people
please.
here-
Your name.
My name's William Simmons. How many people here have attended Beach Elementary? Anybody? How many people have kids in Beach Elementary? There we go. These are the people I'm talking to. So, like I said, what I'm trying to get at is I didn't like what Seagate's trying to do, holding that historic art district or that little building as kind of like leverage for them, just like Margaritaville did with the cigar bar, or the old timey thing that they just knocked down. Same with Newton Park, where they just knocked down everything. They put all this money into restoring everything, and then they just knock it down. Are they just going to do the same thing at Seagate? Just knock down the historic art district? Question?
We don't take questions during public comment, but
Anyways, that's my comment.
thank you.
I don't like being held hostage by a big corporation.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Council. Steve Johnson, 311 Seminole Way. I hadn't planned on coming today, but I decided I would. I know I butted heads with many of you, and it's all because I'm passionate about this island. I mean, that's really what it's all about. I fell in love with the island. I feel like I fight for things that can't fight for themselves and things I enjoy, primarily natural resources. Today I'm here really for a lot of my neighbors in the McPhee subdivision, that whole neighborhood back off of Sterling behind the Women's Club. A lot of those people won't, no matter how much we ask them, won't come and speak. Sometimes they'll send emails, but they certainly have their opinions. So when we talk about the silent majority, I think that is in fact the silent majority. You know, it's been said that this last election was a mandate for development, and I don't believe that's the case at all. I mean, our mayor himself got the most votes, and I would say in this situation, he has been the only dissenting vote against this project. The real issue here, I think, is intensity in the terms not defined by development definitions. So just the intensity of a building and encroachment of a building that Seagate hopes to build is just too much for this island. I mean, really too much for this island to support, and certainly for was never a contributor to those people that chose this island and walked past all those overdeveloped properties that are littered up and down both coasts of Florida, because it's such a special place. And most of that is because of the forefathers were able to actually to ensure that the community was still present in our town. You know, as Greg Skasny said, there are many places. You know, we're back. So many places are open. We've got restaurants. We've got hotels. This isn't Mexico Beach, not even close to it. And yet, there's a feeling of desperation on the council that is odd. I mean, they're desperate to approve something that is so opposed. I feel personally that you're not acting as a representative government for a municipality, because between the petitions, the LPA, the original town planning recommendations, they're all opposed. And yet there's just forceful movement to attempt to move forward. And the problem is that the plans are just not secure enough to move forward with it. There's just, I'll take you at your word. This could have been, I think this should be, we're not sure. There's no architecture yet. It's just too loosey-goosey for anybody's comfort level. So I'm here today really with my heart on my sleeve and just asking you as a dedicated resident of this town to please oppose this development until maybe there's something more acceptable on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Anyone else care to speak? Come on up.
I don't know if we're getting up there. Hi. Jean Guzzi, resident, Fort Myers Beach. I was sworn in. I live on Estero and in that neighborhood. Anita did a fantastic job, so I'm not going to repeat it all. You're all tired and ready to move on. I strongly, just based on the questions and the inability to get the actual answers, leads me to say maybe it's time to change your vote till you get more details, more specifics, because Dan and even others of you had some great questions, and I felt like they just, this development order, you know, as the solution goes, it was, I thought, brought here for small development. Here we come in with a monster. So I just feel like there's just not enough solid information. So for that reason, as well as 17 stories, just a no, but hopefully maybe somebody's going to change their mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else care to speak in public comment? You coming up? Can't tell if he's coming up or looking for a seat. Okay. Behind the pole there. Can't quite see it.
Hi there, I'm Bill Simmons. I came here in spring break in 1973. Been here through the whole thing.
Great year.
I can't remember if I voted for Ray or Anita, but they were big time back then.
I'm sure you did.
Yeah, that's right. But anyway, his concept is just like mine. It's we wanted to stop the big developments. We wanted to stop and think about how do we keep our island small, make it a community thing. That kind of got away from us, especially down around Bay Beach. Boy, they just developed the hell out of that place. So, but I think I hate to be sitting where you guys are right now because you're going to get scrutinized. You know, this is setting a precedence that's exceeding everything. I want the development. We need the development, but it's got to be a little smaller and fit into the community, not just come in and make 17 lane. It's the height. That's what the big deal is here. It's not the development, it's the height. And I think we need to back off, take a look at this, throw the dice out there and say, hey, what do we come up with? You know, like I said, I'm against this. I'm for development, but I'm against the concept here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else that hasn't spoken to the crowd yet?
One more.
One more coming up. Oh, another one behind the pole.
Hi, Ethan Mackey, 303 Denora. My wife and I have 3 young children at Fort Myers Beach Elementary and want to share my own concern and my family's concern about the overdevelopment. We love the proposal, the idea, the design, and what it can represent as an integration into the community, but 7 feet is just too high. We voted you guys in to fight for the community. You guys have done an excellent job helping us get back through Hurricane Ian, but this is step 2, 3 out of a much, much longer multi-year process. And I ask you to think about setting this precedent is not only going to set the bar and change the community for how things are shaped now, but future development years down the road when I continue to have children, when my children come back and visit our family. So I implore you guys to encourage development, thoughtful development, and 7 feet is just egregious. I'm not very knowledgeable when it comes to the laws and the rules around here, but 17 feet does not seem like a marginal exception for what they're requesting. It is very egregious. So requesting you guys to please reconsider and vote no for the proposal as it currently stands. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll ask one more time. Is there anyone else? There's nobody else out there?
There's nobody
No?
in the lobby.
Okay. See none, we'll close public comment. Matt, you want to come back up? I'm assuming do you want to rebuttal? Before you come back up, I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
I don't know if it's out of line or not, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Okay.
And I'm sure I'll be told if it's out of line. I think what you just heard was, and what you have heard is a lot of tiredness, right, from the community having to go through what they've had to go through over the last 2 years. I think what you heard is compassion. I think what you heard is understanding.
Yep.
I think what you heard is a willingness to work with people. And I think thus far you have done that. I think you have listened to people. I think you have altered your plan. I think you have done anything. So I'll just come right out and ask you, would you like to voluntarily table your project to take another look at it?
Not at this time, Mayor. At this time, I would like to talk about some of the comments, obviously.
Absolutely. I just wanted to ask before you started.
Because I think part of it lends itself to the discussion. I fully respect everyone's point of view here. I know that there is an opposing point here. But I do think it's getting lost in, and I've mentioned this a couple times, and it's a tough thing to talk about, but there are a couple big pieces of ground on this island that could be developed. Yes, there's progress being made. I do not want to at all push down the progress that is being made. There are other projects that are working with infill pieces that are smaller that are getting approved. I think the issue, and the people in the public may not understand, I've gotten 3 phone calls from a couple of those projects that were approved. They need equity and they need debt. They need it. They need a developer to come in and build it. And the reason they need it is because there is no, right now, clear future what this island's going to look like. You know, that someone mentioned Jim. I hope he doesn't bring it up. Jim didn't just work for a bank. He was the CEO of a bank. He was the guy who made these decisions. He sits on the LPA and has said this over and over again, that if we don't get some of these bigger projects approved and momentum going forward, all these fill-in projects are never going to get built. The equity and the debt is not there. Guys like Jim are not going to sit in a room and approve a loan for a town that's waiting to figure out their comprehensive plan. It's just not going to happen. Now, some people in the audience are fine with that. They're okay with more time. And I've talked to some of the audience, I won't name them, that have told me that they'd rather nothing get built and just open in green space. So that's not my vision for what I tried to build here. I knew I was going to be the first out of the gate. I mentioned it to every single one person on council. I'm sure you guys can all agree with that if I put it out. I wanted to be first. I told you I was going to do it the right way. I told you I was going to meet with each and every one of you. I was going to meet with the public. I was going to have meetings. My cell phone would be given to anyone who wanted to talk to me. I've talked to a lot of people in the audience for hours upon end, discussions. We didn't agree at the end of them, but they at least saw my point of view. And I think that right now, I think someone said there is a fork in the road right now. There's a fork to a expedited way of bringing the town back. Mr. Mayor, you said a couple times today, you know, that what does this benefit the town? And to me, I don't see a town without retail, fill-in development, boutique hotels. They don't exist anymore. And the only way they're going to exist is if there's some backbone behind it to stabilize it and to show a vision. I think and I've mentioned this multiple times, there's 5 or 6 places on this island where a development like this could be built. That's it. The rest of it is pipe dream. You're never going to be able to assemble the ground and get the zoning to build anything bigger than that. So there's 5 or 6 places to do a project like this. And to me, not only the public benefits for giving, but for a local developer, and yes, we're local, Fort Myers, we live here, come here, bring my kids here, a local developer that's going to spend the personal time and effort with each and every one of you and the public. Yeah, there could be other developers that come in. Maybe I'm not going to get approved, and I'm going to have to flip it to a Miami developer. Think he's going to be sitting in here, meeting with you every weekend, coming in, talking, phone calls, arguments to the end of night, trying to make a plan better? I don't think so. I don't think they will. And so I believe that the process we've gone through and the openness of the process to get us to this point should allow us to bring it to a vote today and to vote in favor. I have not seen anything. Again, I think we had 27 people talk today. We had 25 in the past meeting. I understand there's opposition. We all knew there was going to be opposition. I knew it going in. And that's why 2 years ago, I met with everyone and tried to really understand what everyone would look for, density or height. And I built my whole plan 2 years ago around height from those discussions. I don't know how else to do this development process. I'll take suggestions, but I don't know what I would change through this process to get to where we are today.
So let me ask you this question. How do you, and again, rightfully so, I think the path that you've gone on to get to where you're at, I would agree with you 100%. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think you've done it the right way. I encourage everyone to come forward to do it the same way that you did it. You did take public comment. You did take input from people, right or wrong. But I think what you've overwhelmingly heard over the last 2 meetings, when people, as it always has been, as long as I've been involved on the island, there's always been people that don't know what's going on. And that was before we were devastated by a hurricane. Now those that are displaced still don't know what are going on. I was getting emails, as I'm sure my fellow counselors were today, from people that are just learning what's going on because they're back in Indiana, or they're back in Minnesota, or they're back in Iowa, and they've been trying to rebuild their homes here. They've been trying to line up financing, to try to work through FEMA, to try to work through insurance, to get back to the island that they chose to build on. And you have rightfully said that you're willing to work with the community. And for me, my question is, how do you expect I'm going to speak for myself, me as a council member, to look the people in the eye that voted me into this position, to speak for them, that I'm listening to them.
Sure.
When there's been not one thing since I've been sitting up at this dais since 2020 that has brought this many people to the table. I haven't seen this many people come out or send emails since Margaritaville. And that was obviously pre-Ian. But my question, and again, I will ask it again. I know you've answered it, but I've asked it again. In being a community partner, which I think you would be a very good one, and I certainly hope that you are the ones that develop that property. We can't talk about what some other person could do if you decide you don't want to do it, but I'll ask you one more time. Would you like to voluntarily relook at the project?
I mean, not as of right now.
Okay.
But I do think it's important because I agree that there are people that aren't concentrating on it. Now, I'm not going to tell you that everyone that I've talked to that was against it left that meeting for it. I think you guys all know that that's not true. But I do think that having an interaction and a one-on-one and discussion about what this project, how it got done, I do think at least brings people to an understanding of, okay, well, I understand how it came. And right now, I think there's been a pretty big campaign out there. I mean, we can be honest about it, to try to push this project to get denied or to get extended. I know what's going on out there. I have not hired a public relations firm. In fact, I fired one when we first started it because I disagreed with everything they told me. They told me not to do anything on public, do everything behind, send flyers out. That's not how we do business, and that's not how I've done business the whole time. So they're no longer with me anymore. And we've done this open and honest and through the process. And as I said, once this gets approved, there's still a lot of stuff that's going to go into this plan. And I will be available at any time to have meetings, discussions, if people want to sit down afterwards. But to me, at a second reading, third reading really, of a plan, to go through this whole process, to have all the public meetings, everything, and then at the very end, to me, I just, it just hits me the wrong way. Again, I'm ready and willing to talk as we go through this, but I do think we've done enough and we've proved our point enough. We now just got a recommendation from the city manager, or however you want to say it. They recommended approval. I know we lost approval at the LPA 4-2, but it's close. So I think it's really up to council, because I think there's other people out there that are waiting for this decision to be made. And I don't want to be silly about this, but if I came back and said, oh, we'll do 14 stories down 17, no one on the other side is going to be happy about that. They just aren't. I mean, it's just not going to be, there's not going to be an overwhelming celebration. I think you heard it here. And I'm okay with that. I knew that this was going to be this way. And I think I mentioned all of you, I knew how contentious this was going to be. But I do think, as a jumping off point, being the first one going through this process, sticking the neck out to go through it, trying to explain how we got to where we got to, working with Fran and her family's wishes, coming and asking you guys up front, and putting this 2 years of work from the storm in to get to this point. I have a hard time saying, well, let's go back to the drawing board. I don't think it would be fair to my team, my partners, or anything right now, unless someone can specifically point to something, just like we did with the beach bathroom, and we solved the problem, just like we've done throughout any of the other questions that have come up in this project. But you can't ask for all this stuff and then at the very end say, oh yeah, and by the way, chop off a couple stories of the, I mean, it's not the way
Please.
This works. So,
well, just for anybody that, in fairness to you, Matt, obviously a lot of darts get thrown your way.
Sure.
We saw some very bad comments being thrown at one of our council members today, which was completely out of line. This conversation that we're having is the exact same conversations, or those like it, over the last 2 years. So when people talk about when council members are meeting, what you just heard is the same conversation we've had.
in fact, you and I
over the
got
last
heated
2
on the phone a couple times because you're very passionate and so am I. So there's nothing like, not bad heated, but we challenged each other. And I think that the project is a better project because of it. I hope it's it's okay for me to bring up Anita's name again, but Anita, same thing with me and her. I was told, don't go meet with Anita. She's going to be 100% against your project, which turned out to be the case, but she at least gave me a chance. She gave me a chance, and her and I sat together for 3.5 hours. And then she had called me after, and, you know, she didn't approve it, but I responded, and I think she'll agree that I think that she is the main reason that that turnaround circle is not there. So she added benefit to the process, even people that have been against it. And that's what I think everyone's focusing on, the 17 stories, and I understand why, but there's been a lot of movement throughout this process. And as I explained, once that road had to go in and I had to crunch those buildings down, it was a math equation. And I hear, just shrink the unit count down. Well, I have to build marketable units, because one of the things I've heard over and over again is that if we're going to get this project approved, we want it built. And just like Jim, I've worked with a lot of banks. And if I went to a bank and said, I'm going to build 2,000 square foot condos, I would get laughed out of the room, because the market doesn't want that. That's not what the market is looking for. And I think Alex King actually got up and said that at a previous meeting on the
But is it fair to say you knew that before you purchased the property?
Yeah, I think it's completely fair. But I also, when I purchased the property, came in and told you guys exactly what I was going to look at doing. And I was very open about it. So, yes, you are correct. But we are in a redevelopment zone, and we're different than a lot of other properties on the beach because of that. And we're allowed to ask for what we're allowed to ask for. I agree that, you know, you don't have to approve the project, but it's been 2 years of back and forth, going back and forth, whether it's with individual council people, staff, town manager, back and forth to get to this plan. This wasn't just plopped down on a desk, and it's changed a lot since the beginning.
So then the last question I have for you, and then I'll go to the other council members here to get their input or questions that they may or may not have for you, Tina. The questions I raised before public comment about the 3 parks, have you had a chance to talk to those since you want to continue? to move
No,
forward?
well, I do want clarification. Do you want to own them? Because before the staff and did not want them. So
Well, maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I haven't heard that from them, but that was my question. Yes. And I don't know if we haven't had a chance to talk about it.
yeah,
but,
I mean, we can certainly talk about it, but if that's the case, there would have to be some strict maintenance guidelines. Obviously, I don't want grass overgrown or bushes overgrown or, you know, next
no
door property.
cornfields.
Obviously,
corn.
we would have to discuss, you know, the viability of that. But
Okay.
again, when we went through the process, it was specifically asked that not be the case. But
Okay. Councilor Safford, questions for Matt or Tina?
Not right now.
Okay. Councilor Woodson?
I just want to clarify a couple of things. And I do believe, Matt, that you have been one of the best partners in dealing with everything. I mean, personally, anything I've come to you with and maybe disagreed with you with or brought up because I'm hearing so much from the public and what would you do with this? I mean, you've been honest. You've told me where there's room to negotiate and where you don't think negotiation is needed. And I think that's how we continued to grow the list of public benefits.
correct.
Kind of what I'm hearing in you saying that you're not willing to pull off the project now or anything like that, but what you have said over and over is you're definitely open to design variances. And when we get to that point, which we won't get to that point unless we get through this point, you're willing to talk more, you're willing to talk to anyone else.
Correct.
I mean, that to me says a lot about the partnership in this project, the local feasibility, which we're not going to get that out of Miami. We're not going to get that out of Tampa, St. Pete. We're not going to get it out of anywhere. So those are the aspects of having you as the developer in this that I really appreciate. So that is not exactly a question, but
Yeah, I appreciate that. And again, I do want to underline it because I think it's important because it's, typically zoning is concept based, right? And so the town is used to the plan development. But what this is really the box that we're able to build. These buildings may not be 235 feet. They're definitely not going to be taller than that, but but they could be shorter depending on how the design aspect comes out of it. But what I'm trying to do is give the box to my team to design the right project. That design is going to take time. And through that process, there's definitely other times to have discussions as we go through this process. I do want to be a good neighbor. I live here. I don't live somewhere else. I'm local. So believe me, this isn't, my father's here, I'm here, sister lives here, family, we all live here. So this isn't something where I'm able to go off into nowhere and not be available. You can find my address and show up to my house probably. But the point is that we're here. So I am ready and willing to have those discussions. But to me, to fundamentally just completely change what this project is at the 11th hour, I just have a hard time swallowing that. So
Matt, would you say that what you heard here in the public testimony today overwhelmingly was against the size of the box that you're looking to start with?
I think that's true. Okay. I wouldn't argue against that, but I also think that, again, this was planned today. I get it. And I understand that's how this works. So I'm not against it, but, and I want people to voice their opinion, but, so to me, I'd love to have discussions with anyone, and anyone that we've had discussions with, we've made changes to the plan and the project. So again, that's where I have a little agita is I have been there and I have been available and I have discussed. And so that's, I guess, my concern is that where I just need feedback from that. So if I'm not getting feedback, I can only adjust to the feedback. So.
Councilor Woodson, any other questions for Matt? or Tina?
no, I'm good at this point.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
No additional questions.
Councilor King?
I think Karen kind of alluded to what I had asked without asking her question, but Matt answered it, is that there is a possibility that it's not going to be as tall as.
That's correct. It's going to be designed. Look, a lot of people have mentioned this. I am a capitalist, so if I don't have to build higher, I won't. It's going to depend on, what the market and my design team wanted the ultimate flexibility, but I'm not going to build a structure taller than I have to. That would be insane. No developer would do that.
Thank you.
Okay, Tina, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
You're going to clean up anything? I'll let you go.
Tina Eklund, for the record. We heard a lot, and I'm not gonna belabor too much, but there is some clarification I think that's needed based on the public comment that we heard and some of the questions you all were asking of Matt. And I think the first important thing to remember is what the project is. It is residential multifamily with some supporting commercial. It is not a resort. It is not a hotel. It is residential multifamily with supporting commercial. It is replacing a very intense commercial project that used to be there with nightly turnover. We have written into the development agreement a restriction on rentals as a result of the negotiation that occurred with the LPA. We've talked at length about the changes that have been made over time as a result of the public meetings and these public hearings and individual one-on-one conversations. And so there has been a very extensive negotiation going on. With regard to that, the development agreement process, yes, we are the first ones out of the gate. There's going to be a learning curve for us and for the town as a result of being the first ones. But that ordinance is very clear about the requirements that a plan meets. There's 17 different criteria that we walked through with the town attorney, planning staff, and your management staff to make sure that we were addressing that criteria. And so when we talk about the box, we're not just talking about the 17 stories that are at issue that keep coming up. We're talking about where the parks are located, what's included in them, where the commercial is, how big it is, what the uses are. These are all conversations that we've had in other town council meetings and shifted and adapted access points, many other things. That when we say the conceptual box, those are all the things that we're talking about. And that is very typical of an agreement process or a zoning process. It is very typical to have a conceptual plan in a zoning that gets engineered at a later point in time, and we have amendments and continued conversation. So I think that the town has tried to create something that speeds up the process. It's been 2 years. I think we are all of us on both sides are ready to hear the council's perspective. I sincerely hope that you will support the project and the entire box that we've created, not just the 17 stories, but all of the public benefits, all of the changes, and all of our efforts to adapt to the comments that we are hearing. I think that we've talked about all the other issues ad nauseum. I would simply put on the record that the ask is for 137 multifamily units, 4 single family units, a private beach club, a 10,000 square foot commercial restaurant, and numerous public benefits that you see on the screen and in Exhibit C. So we respectfully request your approval today.
All right. Thank you, Tina. There's no other questions for Tina? No? Okay, thank you. I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from the town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
Mayor,
Yes.
can I offer a couple comments regarding what options you have?
Certainly.
Okay, so approval, oftentimes you have approval with conditions, but in this document, I think all the conditions are stated, so it would
Mhm.
just be an approval, a motion to approve. The next two, or the next one is the
Well, before you move on, doesn't mean the conditions couldn't change based on a motion, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct, at which point it would be an approval with conditions that are discussed. The next would be a condition, or excuse me, a continuance to a date certain with directions to the applicant for more specific information concerning a specific thing. In that situation, the application would come back to you. You could deny it for a reason without prejudice because of, and addressing these concerns. There's no time commitment for them to come back in that situation. It's denial without prejudice. So they could come back within a 6-month period, or instead of coming back to the next meeting that you have, or the next meeting, which would be in the case of a continuance. Or the last option I think you have is denial for a specific reason with prejudice, and that would prohibit them from coming back with this project or a very similar project within 12 months.
Okay.
So there's ramifications to each one.
All right, well, first I want to say thank you to both the applicants and all of the people that took their time to email, come out, talk to us on the street. Today was much better than the last reading, as far as the quorum, you will, except for, I was getting to it, except for one person that, I just won't say it. Anyway, but with that, the testimony today, and I think what has continued to happen is it's been overwhelmingly, they love Seagate. They love the people. They love the fact that something's going to be developed there, but this just isn't the project. And I won't restate all the things that everybody had already talked about, but when you look at some of the things that we're looking at here, or potentially could approve or deny here, we're not talking about 1. We're not talking about 2. We're not talking about 3. We're not talking about 4. We're talking about 5 buildings in one development, taller than the tallest building on the island by 7 stories. That's significant. That to me would have a significant impact on the surrounding neighborhoods, not to mention the entire island. You look at just the intensity of this building. In perspective, it's 600 and some thousand square feet. That's 11 times the size of the White House. in one specific center location on the island. That's significant. I disagree with the staff's recommendation that approval based on economics is just baffles me. However, I agree with the LPA and their findings that it is not consistent with the comprehensive plan as it is proposed. And therefore, I would make a motion to deny this project as it is currently proposed without prejudice, to allow the applicant to come back with something based on the comprehensive plan that would fit within the comprehensive plan. And with that, I'll leave it at that. Is there a second?
I think we need to have a discussion.
We need to have a second first.
I'll
To
second
show-
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, go ahead, Scott.
You know, I've been struggling with this for quite some time. I got into it halfway through this, and my MBA brain is saying this is a win-win-win for the island and for the town. It's also a win because it's much less density from what they could ask for, what another developer potentially could come in for. But at the end of the day, Mr. Upton, I thought you were going to go a different direction with your comments. I had to put that I'm running for reelection because I actually possess that seat. So Lee County made me do that. What I thought you were going to say is on your koozie, it says we're rebuilding together. Well, what I saw today was we're not rebuilding together. There's one faction over here and there's another faction over here, and we're not together on this. And we need to move forward and work out a compromise to work together. And I think we're close. Matt, you're awesome. Your team is awesome. And I feel bad that, you know, you've invested so much time, but you know, today, and not only today, but just the amount of emails and the meetings I've had with the community. And I made a promise that I would represent them and I would listen, and I've listened. So at this point, I agree it would be without prejudice, but I want to hear what my other council members, because again, there's the other side of me that I'm worried to protect the town of what could be built there. I mean, condos have way more less traffic than a hotel. I owned a hotel. I know, but you know, at the end of the day, the biggest thing in the room is the height. I think everyone here would be okay with a couple more stories. I sincerely feel that. So just for discussion, let's.
Councilor Woodson?
I think I've already stated what I feel about Seagate and the fact that they're open to design variances. I think they have honesty, integrity in back of them. I think we need to move forward and get moving with this process and continue those conversations.
Vice Mayor Adholt?
Well, I'm a little reticent to get into a lot of detail, but I do think the people here deserve sort of why people are voting, why they're voting. You know, people's motivations are being questioned today, and I just think that's unfortunate. I don't mind my judgment being questioned. That's very appropriate. That being said, I feel like the people are owed some sort of an explanation. When this first came about, I've been here from the beginning of these discussions, post Ian, during Ian, on the island for Ian, and then so after Ian happened, we had a lot of concern about traffic and density, and that was a huge issue for this island based upon the feedback I was getting from the citizenry. I've got no dog in this hunt. I've never met Matt before this whole thing started. I have no connections to his company. But I did hear a lot of concern about traffic and increased density and the impact on traffic. And that was resonating because we had some pretty big traffic jams. We were during season, people were pretty hot. So when the proposition that we were going to potentially not only move the massing of the development off the beach, opening a view corridor, but also moving it back from Estero Boulevard. But the key issue for me was there was no request for additional density. And so I thought, hey, that's a road worth exploring, going down and exploring that. And we did. I didn't know at that time how many stories it would take to accomplish that goal. But there was one point in this process, and people think, you've already had your mind made up. There really wasn't. It wasn't made up until I heard some testimony, sworn testimony. And again, her motives, unfortunately, were being questioned as well. But the woman who owned the Red Coconut and managed it for many, many years came and testified. And she said, under oath, she said that this proposed development, first of all, she didn't sell to the highest bidder because she said there was some really grotesque proposals before her and she didn't want anything to do with them. But this was something that she thought could match with the island. But more importantly, she said under oath that she managed the Red Coconut for decades. First of all, didn't want to sell it, sold it under duress. Her husband was ill, other post-Ian challenges. But she said the proposed development would be 1/3 less density than the Red Coconut that existed pre-Ian. So you have a potential for a 10-acre plot of land that goes from the bay to the Gulf. The only land like that on Fort Myers Beach that literally potentially could have a 1/3 reduction in density. Now, some people dispute that, and that's fair, but Fran was in a position to know better than anyone what was going on at the Red Coconut. And I think from a density traffic dynamic, which was hot at the time, and view corridors were hot at the time. I was on the LP before on the council. Everybody was always talking about view corridors. All that seems oddly diminished now. We have a proposal coming right after this where they're asking for double the density. So, but they've got economic post-Ian reasons why they're asking. But so putting yourself in our shoes, it's a little bit challenging because the needs of the island post-Ian, you're seeing consistently. I'm not making these requests. These requests are coming before us in the LPA. They're either asking for height or density or a little bit of both. And here's one that's asking for more height, but no more density. In fact, the practical reality is it potentially could have 1/3 less density than that was there before. I know that makes folks angry who are concerned about the height. I don't mean to diminish your concerns about the height, but these are the issues that we're wrestling with. I thought out of respect for the people here, I thought you'd at least have a better sense of what we're wrestling with as policymakers here as we wrestle with these issues. So I say this not to diminish anything that I've heard today. I have great respect for the people that testified, and I have great respect for your passion for your neighborhoods, and I don't mean to diminish it. I'm just trying to give you a sense of what it's like to sit in this chair with no dog in the hunt, no axe to grind, except I do love this island just as everyone else does. And I'm not going anywhere. I've got to live in it, and I want to live in it, plan to live in it. So these are the challenges that we're wrestling with. The mayor's on an opposite position than I am on this. I've got great respect for the mayor. You can be friends. You can have respect for each other and still disagree on these things. So, but that's the foundational issues. Yeah, I mean, I'm not voting this because Matt's agreed to be kind to the art association or he's given us a restroom. That cheapens, I think, my position. I think the issue that I'm wrestling with and the thing I'm intrigued by is not only no more density they're asking for, but there's the potential that this would be demonstrably less than that was there before. That's intriguing for the reasons that I've stated. So I'm comfortable with this moving forward. It sounds like there's still some possibility during the process to make some tweaks. So that's it. That's my position in a nutshell.
Councilor King?
I've discussed this before. And I know what I know, and I know what I don't know, and I know I'm not a smart person. And I'm okay with that, and I'm comfortable with who I am. My wife likes me for who I am, so that's all that matters to me. But revenue, the town's fiscal revenue has bothered me for a while. And when I heard Jim Dunlap say it, and I'll say it again, yes, I quoted him. I find Jim to be a very smart person, especially with dealing with finances. We're managing a lack of financial sustainability. And we'll be talking about that later on in this meeting when we'll be asking about, we'll be talking about revenue replacement and moving money around, I guess. We sustained significant financial revenue losses in fiscal years 23 and 24. And the town managers, and I assume it comes from the CFO as well, is projecting sustaining additional losses in fiscal year 25. We've been able to do some things because of lobbying efforts on behalf of Ron Book, who has done a great job up in Tallahassee, and the mayor for going up there and doing his part. Andy and Frankie and Chris Hawley and all those folks. But that spigot is closing, and we know that. And I saw, and Jim, the vice mayor, had alluded to it earlier at some point, not today necessarily, but the legislature is going to be tightening the screws. They're going to be, they've got a new budget chair in the Senate, and he was on the news the other day talking about how things are going to tighten up, and that's a concern. So I feel again, and I'll quote you, Jim, and I'm sorry if I've caused you some grief on that, but permanent investment with the long-term financial implications is what this town needs. And so that's where I am.
Fair enough. I guess I'll just finish by saying that I understand economics play a part in this. It's common sense, right? The part I struggle with is the sky is going to fall if we don't approve something that is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. That is absolutely not the case. We had the property appraiser stand here and tell us we will probably be back more than likely to where we were pre-Ian in just 2 years after the storm. That's pretty significant. All on less of a budget, all on less staff. And that's because of the gentleman sitting in front of me and the other staff members here being fiscally responsible to make sure that we're sustainable. What you're talking about later is shifting money, certainly, but it's shifting money to our benefit, not to our hindrance. You have the chair of our advisory or our audit committee saying we're in good financial shape. So I struggle with this again, the sky is falling mentality that if we don't do this, and I share the same concerns you do, Scott, you have two hats, but what we have heard is, Councilor Woodson, you're right, there can be design changes. But what you've heard, I think, in the last two meetings overwhelmingly through emails, through public comment, is that the box is too big to start with. The design of the present that you're wrapping is too big to get in the back of the SUV. That's essentially what we have heard. No one is saying Seagate isn't a good developer. No one is saying they don't build a good project. No one is saying that they haven't come. In fact, all I heard today was people offering suggestions. So I disagree with you, Matt, that people are not offering suggestions. I think you heard a lot of them here. I think people are open and willing to work with you. This project just isn't the one for all the reasons stated. So with that, I'll call the question. There is a motion for denial without prejudice. I'm an aye. Councilor Woodson, or Councilor Safford, sorry. Councilor Woodson?
Nay.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Nay.
Councilman King?
Nay.
Okay. With that, the motion is denied. Hey, hold on. Order, please. With that, is there another motion on the table?
I'll make a motion to approve this project with all the is it the verbiage that I should use to cover everything appropriately? I think you've got it. There was one question during the meeting about the density transfer. If you want, we can clarify to make sure that that language is the intent of what you represented as well as the developer. It's just a small tweak to the language, if that's okay. Well, and I think the clarification was that everything needs to come back through council. Correct. Correct. Correct.
Mike, I'm sorry, Nancy. Mike, please. Thank you. Nancy?
It was just in paragraph 4A, I can get with the attorney. It says may, and we wanted just to make sure that your approval today is not. It is. It will have to come back to you for an approval of the density transfer. That was discussed earlier, and the developer confirmed that that was the decision. But 5 years from now, we might not be here, so it's better to go ahead and clarify in the language that that was your intent. It is the developer's intent as well.
Okay.
All right, so I'm making a motion to approve ordinance 24-34 with all amendments that have been proposed to date, as well as density transfer. If anything comes along this, it will come back to council.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second discussion. Scott? We made the motion. You want any more discussion, Councilor?
No.
Vice Mayor Holt? No. Councilor King?
I'm good.
I would like to ask the motioner and the seconder if they would consider adding the condition of the 3 parks as discussed earlier, be deeded to the town, and if they're to your motion.
Wait, run that by, you want the town, them to donate the land to the town?
If they're worried about, just the 3 parks that I discussed earlier. And if maintenance is an issue, or if things cannot be worked out where the town has to maintain it the way that they want, or I'm assuming there's got to be an agreement for that. Am I,
Yes,
that
we
then
could-
they would maintain it, has happened with other development on the island in the past.
So the amendment could be that there be a separate agreement that would come back to you and them to discuss that.
Okay. Would you be willing to add that condition to the or to the motion of approval?
I'll add it as long as it is a separate condition that we're going to have to go through and discuss. I personally don't believe we want to own the parks, but I would be open to discussing it. I see Matt coming up.
Again, under am I allowed to talk just on this one or no?
It's their discretion.
Okay.
Just hold on a second, Matt. Hold on. Does anyone have an objection to, well, again, I think we're back to where we were before.
I have a question.
Yeah.
It sounds like the applicant asked the town if we wanted to own the parks, and it sounds like our town leadership said that they didn't want to own the parks. So I guess I'm a bit confused.
Well, town leadership didn't say it. The town staff said it.
They recommended that we don't own the park.
Well, I haven't heard that from them yet.
So,
We've heard it before.
I mean, I can defer to Frankie. It was a combination discussion. We discussed it with Frankie and with Andy. If you look at the language, it's in the development agreement. That's the compromise we came to. It's a perpetual public access easement, so the public will always have access to it, but we won't actually own the land, so we're not, responsible for maintaining it. I mean, they're incentivized to maintain it because it's, abutting their property. That's the.
Is the other benefit if there's somebody trips, falls, slips?
Yes, there are some liability concerns as well if we own it as opposed to if we just have the easement. If somebody trips and falls, everybody will be sued basically, but the responsibility would be lessened because the developer would have that obligation for the maintenance.
And is there, Nancy, is there any ability in the future, I know you said perpetually, is there any ability in the future, because as we've heard here countless times, nobody seems to know what's going to be built yet, or what's going to be owned adjacent to it, or what could potentially come back before us. Is there a potential for someone to potentially come back and say, we change our mind on the perpetuity of this and we want to change, we want to develop something different now? Can that happen legally?
If they want to build on that park parcel, they would have to come back to you and request an amendment to the development agreement. Because right now it is part of the development agreement. So it would be subject to your vote, your approval.
I guess my point is there's nothing in perpetuity technically, because you can always come back and ask for more. But anyway, it is.
So where we stand right now, I
I
don't
was
know
just
if
asking a
there's a
question. If it's-
tax implication to it as well,
sure
because
there
if the town owns it, then it'll be off the tax roll. But I don't know what the value is diminished with an easement. I don't know.
No, you don't know at this point.
So wait a minute.
I think,
But the other thing too is
I'll make it easy for everyone.
if they
I will
did- wait.
rescind my request.
Because let me ask you
In
this,
the-
though,
in the
just
sake
for,
of time,
just for
let's just
future
rescind the
projects.
request.
If somebody donates that land now, is your FAR calculation going to be different? Or is that,
That's a Judith question.
Well,
You're still approving that
At this-
deviation, so.
right. Well, at this point, the development agreement is, we've agreed upon the square footage. So I don't think.
I think the question is that land, if the developer owns it, is that then calculated within the FAR?
No, no longer calculated in the FAR. So if you have 10 acres and you give the town an acre, are you working off 10 acres still, or are you working off 9 to calculate your FAR?
If the development agreement is, so today, where the
Yes.
development, at this moment, where the development agreement is not approved, if they were to sell that portion of the land, then we would not include it in the application. But once we're operating underneath the development agreement, we've agreed to those terms. I'm looking at Nancy. We've agreed to the square footage. They provided us with their survey, with their land property description, and that's what we've agreed to base our calculations on.
Right, but if
you're
it was-
basing it out. So if you have this box and you give the town a little bit of this, and you're right at bumping up to that 1.5, can we still use the big box to calculate our FAR, or not? Now, since they gave up the land, you're only using
So
90% of it.
It depends on whether you change the language that's in here now. Right now, would be under perpetual easement as a park, and so you couldn't, the town couldn't build anything on it. So even if they gave it to the town, the town wouldn't have any rights to.
I'm not talking
No,
about
no,
the town
no,
having rights. It's
it's
how
the
you calculate your
calculation,
FAR.
the calculation based on the size of the property. You know, that's,
Maybe you still want to get an answer to it, Scott, but I will
I don't
rescind
know.
my request.
We're always looking for land.
Yeah, if you can enlighten us.
Is it okay for the
Sure.
attorney?
Yeah, go ahead. We haven't heard from you all day. Mike.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry. So for the record, Richard Aiken here. Going back to the question about for the FAR calculation. Yeah, the way we've done it through the development agreement is always assuming it would be an easement. So for the calculation, it assumes that it's still owned. So we would have to go back and relook at some of the language as currently stated, and it would mess things up. Let me say this and I understand to represent the developer, but I'll just say this. I'm not sure what benefit the town gets from owning it over having a perpetual access easement. You have every right that you could get through the perpetual access easement as if you owned it, a lot less of the liability, and it doesn't come off the tax roll. I'm not sure what the benefit is kind of where I'm going with.
10 years from now, when you're getting ready to cut the ribbon, someone could come in, it could be a wholly different council at the time. They could come in and request that perpetuality goes away, and it could be granted. That's the difference. And legally, they could do that. Not saying it would happen. I'm just saying that they
I'll
could.
give up my development rights on it into perpetuity. Would that work?
If that legally suffices what I'm trying
Because
to get to.
we have no intention of making that a park. The reason, and we got into it, but it was a liability issue with staff and the managers. They did not want to take on the liability and also the cost to the town, which would have been an extra cost to maintain it. So we offered this up. There is no intention of us to come back and use that ground for anything else. What it's used for, it's into perpetuity. And I have to sign that in the development agreement that we won't develop anything on that without full approval of the town in the future if you want, or not approval of the town, just agree to it, whatever. There's no intention to put anything there for the park.
And Matt, I wasn't saying you had any intention.
I get it. And I get it. I can get it by bus. I understand. But the point is that there's no intention of that. And the reason that we did that was the suggestion from staff and your city manager because of, or your town manager, because of the liability issues. So that was the reason that we got to where we got to.
Sure.
The history, I think it's important that everyone understands that this was talked about a lot between us and staff.
So where are we?
Well, I think we have a motion on the table have you finished your motion? I think you did, because then.
I finished it, you added to it, and then you took it away.
Well, yes, I didn't realize I was kicking a hornet's nest, but.
So a motion to approve as stands.
Okay, got a motion by Councilor Woodson. Did someone second it?
I did.
Oh,
Jim.
Vice Mayor Adderholt did. Any further discussion? Councilor Woodson,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt,
Aye.
Councilor King,
Aye.
Councilor Safford,
Nay.
and I'm a nay as well. Motion carries 3-2. Congratulations. We're gonna take a 15-minute break. Come back. Okay, we're gonna call the meeting back to order. It is 2:17. Our next agenda item is our second public hearing. It is ordinance 24-36, DCI 202-30213, the Neptune Inn, 2310 and 2316 and 2320, the Cerro Boulevard. This is the second reading and final public hearing of an ordinance entitled an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Neptune Resort, to allow 148 lodging units and accessory retail and recreational uses, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Judith Frankel has been qualified as an expert already by this town council based on her education and experience. Date. Judith Frankel has been qualified as an expert already by this town council based on her education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as expert witness?
Now?
Yes.
Okay. If you'll all stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay.
And Mayor, also ex parte?
Did I skip over that already? No, I'm sorry. It's been a morning. We'll go back then. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made at the site. Counselor Safford?
Yes, Mr. Vaness called me regarding bathrooms, and I also received an email.
Okay.
Other than that, got a couple emails for and a couple emails against.
Counselor Woodson?
I've had conversations with the neighborhood company and also received for and against emails.
I also have received for and against emails, received a updated proposed condition of comments amendments based on the discussion from the first hearing from the applicant. Yes, Mr. Woodson?
I am.
And Counselor Safford?
Yes.
And the applicant is present along with their counsel if they wanted to ask any additional questions regarding the disclosures. No. Okay.
Shaking his head. Okay. Do we need to re-swear in? They've been sworn in. Is there anyone that hasn't been sworn in as an expert witness, I should say? Or have done? We're
No.
good?
We're good.
Okay. Go ahead, Judith. Oh, has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup material? From staff. They're all nodding their head yes. Just kidding, Judith. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Judith Frankel with Community Development. The neighborhood company on behalf of CHG Neptune Acquisitions LLC, owner of 2310 and 2316/2320 Estero Boulevard, has applied for a commercial plan development rezoning. The property is currently zoned commercial resort and is in the Boulevard future land use. The applicant is requesting a CPD with 7 deviations to allow a redevelopment of a resort, including 148 lodging units and accessory retail use and recreational uses. Would you like me to go through all the deviations at this
Just
time?
as an intro, yes.
Okay. Number one, relief from Land Development Code, Section 10-285, requirements as justified by the project's independent parking analysis. Number four, relief from Land Development Code, Section 34-633, which includes covered parking in the floor area ratio calculation to exclude the 2 stories of underbuilt parking from this hotel's FAR calculation. Number 5, relief from Land Development Code Division 4, Table 34-3 for the CR zoning district, which limits height to 30 feet, zoned and 3 stories to allow a maximum zoned height of 61 feet and a maximum of 6 stories, consisting of 4 stories above 2 levels of parking. Number 6, relief from Land Development Code, Section 34-1803A1, which allows the conversion of dwelling units to hotel motel guest units per established equivalency factors in order to exceed said factors as allowed per Land Development Code, Section 34-18 of approval that we're recommending. If you choose to vote in that manner, I'd like to reserve time after the applicant's presentation to come back and discuss them with you. I believe that the applicant has additional conditions that they are proposing based on what they heard at the first hearing.
Okay. So William or Judith, maybe there's some questions.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I've got info that the video's not working.
All right, hold on.
Said it's back on.
It's back on. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Questions for Judith since you?
Not at this time.
No.
Not yet.
Okay. No. Council King?
Not currently.
Can you go over why the staff recommended denial?
Yes. So with a CPD, we have specific requirements that are in the land development code that we base our reduction of 55 parking spaces and proposing more than 4 times the units permitted by the current zoning district, and twice the number permitted by right under the town's build back policy. It appears that the proposed reduction may lead to an undue burden on the parking and transportation facilities in the town. A detailed review of the traffic impacts will determine impact fees during development of the property. So parking is part of that review and the criteria that we're using. And so there's that element of the determination in 34-85. In 34-216, one of the criteria we have is that the general intent of the chapter is to protect the public health, safety, welfare, preserved and promoted. Staff reviewed the deviations under that requirement. The proposed deviations are a result of a design choice. So essentially, the code is asking us to consider whether the deviations are necessary from something to do with the property or existing conditions, or whether or not they arise out of a choice made by the applicant. In this case, these are choices made by the applicant. We consider that a design choice. And because of that, it doesn't meet that, then we recommend denial. But if you were to recommend approval, we do have conditions to add to that.
Okay.
Does that answer
Good
your
enough for-
question?
Good enough for now, right? Patrick, or who's coming up first?
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. Noel Davies with the law firm of Davies Duke on behalf of the applicant for this item, CHG Neptune Acquisitions LLC. The full project team is here again today. Adam Valenti is our client representative. Pat Vaness and Ken Galander are here with the neighborhood company. And Elizabeth Fountain with J.R. Evans is here as our civil engineer. Since we last saw you at first reading, we've added more detail and specificity to our conditions. Going to turn it over to Pat to walk you through those specifics, and I'll remain here for questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Patrick Vaness. I'm a certified planner with the neighborhood company. And I'm going to go off script here. We're going to jump right into the commitments and conditions and walk you through one by one. But I do want to address the discussion with staff about recommendation for denial. So first one was parking. As we know, and I think we as a town acknowledge that we're overparked. Our code and most codes in this country overpark various uses. We provided an independent parking study that was done by a transportation professional. They used the best available information available to make an assessment, and they said we had sufficient parking. So from a parking standpoint, best data out there says that we've got sufficient parking. The other issue was with the design choice. Deviations by their very nature are design decisions. You come in for a plan development because the plan development allows you to ask for these deviations and to come up with creative, unique, and interesting concepts. And that's what we've done. So to me, the deviation in itself, even if it's a departure from what the code says, that's the intent behind deviations. And obviously we're requesting it because we are making a design choice. But we think that the design choice that we've made is an improvement and creates a better project. So those are the two issues. I just wanted to make sure I quickly touch upon them. I'll jump right into the conditions of approval. Does everybody have a copy? I've got extra copies here that we can pass around. And I'll also ask the AV person to blow that up a little bit. Maybe if you could zoom on there, we'll start with number one and just go down the list. Okay. So last time we were here, I think generally speaking, we left the meeting feeling that we had general support for the project. We were specifically asked to go back and look at the conditions and to make sure that all our conditions were detailed enough, were also where there was some teeth to those commitments and where they could be enforced. So we went through all of those, and then we had a few questions also from council members looking if we can make certain changes. So we have done that, and we've looked at every single conditions, and I can walk you through those. So the first one is associated with providing pedestrian amenity nodes. So what you'll see in there is we are committing to 3 pedestrian amenity nodes. And in there, it says at a minimum, these nodes will include shade trees, public benches, bike racks, lighting, and trash receptacles. So again, those are identified in the MCP. They are part of a commitment that will be in the ordinance. And again, this is something that is enforceable. With regards to public parking, again, identified on the MCP, we are committing to 16 public parking spaces where the developer will construct those, and an easement will be granted to the town for those spaces. With regards to the DRAC program, we were asked to look at the language associated with a monetary incentive. So the language that you see in yellow has been, we've added a little detail. So maybe if you could, on the person on the EV, if we can just scroll down just a little bit. Yeah. To the next page. So what you see in yellow says that for stays of 3 days or more, guests will be given a $50 beverage credit to be used at the hotel, restaurant, and or tiki bar, and will be provided a complimentary alternative mode of transportation such as bicycle, e-bike, electric scooter. So again, very specific as to what those monetary incentives are. Number 4, with regards to bicycles, again, commitment that we will have those bikes for rent, those complimentary bikes. We will also have 32 bicycle parking spaces, and those are identified on the master concept plan. Golf cart parking, committed to a minimum of 6 dedicated golf cart parking spots, and those are also identified on the MCP. Number 6 is related to the renderings that we have provided to you guys. A lot of times people say, well, those are very pretty pictures. Is the development going to look like that? And the commitment in there is it will generally look like the renderings. Of course, by the time we go to permitting and engineers and construction folks get their hands on this, there might be some slight changes. But from a look standpoint, it'll be consistent with those renderings. The view corridors, we were asked to add some language that other than just the control access gates and landscaping, there would be no other obstructions. That's what we've added in yellow. The Delmar Avenue view corridor, very clearly identified as 20 feet from the western boundary. And when combined with the existing Delmar Avenue, which is public right-of-way, in combination, that would be 70 feet. The beach access, the next one, number 8, with regards to Delmar, we do talk about at a minimum, the Neptune will install palm and or canopy trees 20 feet on center along the western side of the Delmar Avenue right-of-way from Estero all the way to the beach access, and that we will provide public seating, trash receptacle, footprints, and a bike rack. Number 9, we added some language again with regards to dune plantings, just with this idea of there's a sense of urgency when it comes to getting those dunes planted. So if we have another storm, the sand doesn't wash away. We're going to work with the town on this. Unfortunately, we reached out, didn't really have enough time to work out the details, but maybe we could talk to Chad, and when we start construction, at the inception of construction, that's where the plantings might go in. So happy to work with the town and Chad on this issue. The landscape and the buffering, we have provided an alternative landscape betterment plan. That is part of the application packet, and it depicts exactly what our landscaping will be. When it comes to promoting the beach school, we've added a sentence in there that as part of the employee onboarding and training process, all staff members will be provided some materials explaining that they're allowed to send their kids to the beach school, and that as employees on Fort Myers Beach, they can also enroll them at the after school care program. And, you know, even beyond that, if anybody's listening, you don't necessarily have to be a resident or work here. if you're off island through school choice, you can ask to send your kids to the school. With regards to the amenities, the beachfront restaurant tiki bar, detail there saying that it's going to be open to the public and that there's going to be a dedicated public access entrance directly from Del Mar. Hurricane parking, that was an issue that came up as part of the public benefits discussion. We've added that, and again, if there's a hurricane coming in, that second level of parking garage can be used for residents to park there.
Patrick?
Yeah.
Seems to me I'd ask that you talk to the town about possibly using that for town vehicles. Did that happen or?
No, yeah, to be honest with you, it actually, I kind of missed that one. I forgot about that. I think the idea is we're open to either or. I don't think there's any concern about the town putting their vehicles there. I think it's just a question of working out the priority of are the town vehicles going to use most of the parking, or is there going to be some other parking left over?
I don't know how many spaces you have.
If we, Ken, do you recall how much on the second floor? 60 spaces plus or minus?
I think our biggest thing is our fast response to have, 4 to 6 vehicles on the island that we can get to quickly if we have to.
Okay, so not a problem.
Okay.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you'd be willing to add, we'll just say 6 spots?
Yeah.
Dedicated to, yeah.
Town. Vehicles?
Yeah.
You're okay with that?
Yeah.
Adding that? For the parking in case of.
Locals will be, and you're gonna have to be a registered local, similar to the program that Margaritaville came up with, and that you would obtain, similar to the program that Margaritaville came up with, and that you would obtain 20% on beverages at the hotel, restaurant, or tiki bar.
Okay, with that one, I got just a quick question.
Yeah.
Appreciate you considering that and putting it, memorializing it in your request. There, with another provider on the island that offers the same thing, there was an issue, or there has been an issue with the 3393. One zip code versus on island residents. What is going to be your wording to weed that out? Because I don't. I'm just asking.
No, with 20% is the offer.
Okay. Doesn't matter. I always forget to use mine, so I'm just asking. Okay.
So that's it on our part. We are here for questions, and as always, a rapid motion for approval is always appreciated. Thank you.
Questions for Scott? You got questions for Patrick?
No, I think this is even more detailed, and you've given us everything we asked for, and I appreciate the partners, the working together, and you even added the 6 spots today. You were remiss. And I appreciate how you put these packets together, and it's well done. Thank you.
Very, very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. What's that?
That was my comment.
That was your comment? Okay, well, don't run off. We're not done yet, Pat. Vice Mayor Earl?
First of all, I appreciate the additional granular detail, very helpful. I believe, Patrick, you're
Leave as early as next week. Probably, we obviously have an important holiday. Early as next week. Probably, we obviously have an important holiday next week. Might be after the week after. They're going to start doing preparatory interior, but they're ready to go. And I think our timeline should be by the end of Q1. Obviously, there's approvals, and we're doing it, of course, the right way. But by end of Q1, we should have that building down and the site nice and neat. So I think that is hopefully welcome and good news. And sorry it has taken this long, but
before you go to restrooms, and I know this is just a tiny little thing, I'm just curious because somebody asked me about it the other day, and I can't remember exactly what the tile work looks like on the existing structure, but there is some tile work on there that's kind of interesting and kind of denotes the Neptune. You know what I'm talking about artistically? There's just, is that going to be able to be saved?
I think it's the logo specifically.
Yeah. Are you going to preserve that and put it in your new place, or what are you thinking about, or have you thought about it?
So we do intend to preserve. There's limited. I think you hit probably the extent of it. Neptune, I believe we still know where he is. I don't think we have all his parts, but anything of interest like that, we're gonna do our best to retain and use in the redevelopment. Unfortunately, there's not a lot left.
And then on the restroom, you were going to make a comment.
Yeah, on the restrooms. So there are the public restroom, use of restroom. So I think at this time, there's really two commitments. The commitment one is, and I think maybe the easiest one is a $30,000 commitment to the extent the town has the idea it wants to run with. We'll contribute $30,000 toward a public restroom option. The other one is really to spend more time figuring out inside our building, can we provide a public restroom? And if it's not a dedicated restroom, how can we do that? That certainly is to be a good neighbor. And I want to be very, very clear here. We will be a very good neighbor. We'll be the best neighbor we possibly can. It's hard for me to hear publicly say, hey, yeah, anytime anybody comes up and needs to use a restroom, we can accommodate them. I just don't know that would be in fact the case. And we have lots of things operationally to work through to be able to more specifically say, hey, we have a plan and we have a resource for people at any time or when they may need to use the restroom. I don't want to overcomplicate, but I think the spirit of it is a fairly simple concept. Hey, if somebody needs to use the restroom, can they come to the Neptune and use it? And partly I'd say, if that happens, come in and use it. Don't ask me. The other part of me says, for me to publicly, be able to commit to providing our private property for uses that often in a public restroom isn't as simple as using the restroom for its intended purposes, if you get my drift. That's where my operating partners, our investors, our lenders and lawyers and everybody could freak out. So sorry for a long-winded answer. My commitment, in addition to, we, at a minimum, wanted to put the $30,000 out there. That was not something we had contemplated before. That was not something we thought of before. We absolutely want to do what we can. I think in terms of ironing out a more specific way to help use inside of our property to provide some assistance to the public in a pinch, or there's a need and somebody is aware that they're welcome to come in, hopefully not habitually, but that's something I think absolutely in good faith we want to do together. I couldn't pull together by this time exactly a solution.
I appreciate the litigation risk and those issues. And I guess basically all I'm asking you to do today is to just to express, and I think you've done so, that you plan to be a good neighbor and
Absolutely.
a welcoming neighbor.
100%.
Very good.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I got a little pause though, because of something you said there. You
Okay.
said, you know, your investors and your lawyers and that all kind of cringe at doing that. And I appreciate you, Vice Mayor, saying that, you know, saying you're going to be a good neighbor is good enough. I don't know that that goes far enough, because we have received communication from residents who also cringe at the fact that granting you over 100% increase in density will have a severe impact on their lives, their daily lives. So although I appreciate you saying you're going to be a good neighbor, without really having a strong commitment to what you're willing to do, the fact that your lawyers and your investors are cringing, so are our residents, about potentially granting you over 100% increase in your density. So if you can, before the end of the hearing, before we get to the vote, if you could maybe give them a call and see if we could figure out something a little bit better than just being a good neighbor. No offense, Vice Mayor Adderholt, but you are
None
asking,
taken.
you are asking for a significant ask, and I don't think it's too much to ask for something that the public feels is important to them.
So Mayor, I think for starters, I did commit to $30,000 that is new in response to the request for a solution that I don't know your all's business. That's our attempt to try to go above and beyond. And honestly, we're well in the hole financially. 30,000 may not sound like a lot. I'd like to think it can be to figure out the solution. Don't know if there's a bigger, grander, you know, opportunity that the town may see that is either defined today or tomorrow. So with due respect, at a minimum, that is a firm commitment toward specifically this matter. The other side of it, and I understand your comment and I respect it. I don't know if cringe is the right word or not, but we get the hospitality business, we get sued often for some things that will make absolutely no sense to anybody in this room. We have a target on our back. I'm not asking anybody to either care about that or agree. My reality is my reality. And all I can tell you is, unfortunately, I can't break to make a phone call to an attorney or an operating partner or a lender to change somebody's opinion at this time. I would if I could. Hopefully at this point, our 2 years into the process, what we've been able to do and the basket of goods and what we're putting forward today for this project is something you're proud of, that the community can and will be proud of for a long period of time. That's our hope.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for me? Of course, just let me know. Thanks.
Oh, John, did you have a question for Adam?
Nothing for right now. Thank you.
Thanks.
If I may, I'd like to touch upon the bathroom issue because we got into a little more detail than expected. I've been here for a while, and public bathrooms on Fort Myers Beach have been discussed before. I think you guys may have been around also for some of those discussions. So we had the TDC working with the town, willing to pay for bathrooms. And what did we say? Everybody that lived by a beach access says, no way, we do not want that. Okay. So
that's not a collective we though. That's those who live right next to the beach access, which I understand.
And then as a town and the council that at the time decided to not push it forward. So we made a decision as a town that we'll put this on hold. Maybe we'll revisit it someday. So when I look at the bathroom issue, again, if it is a priority for us as a town and for us as residents, I think we need to address it as a town. I think the courtesy that we give a beach access resident, we should somehow give a little courtesy to businesses also that are by the beach access. And I think we need to look at the issue strategically. We have to look at where the best places are for these bathrooms and how we do it. So I would just, you know, that's my personal opinion as a resident. I think that we need to look at the issue, but wanting to impose it on anybody that comes forward because we have an opportunity to ask for it, maybe not the best way to do it. Maybe looking at it strategically and deciding where those best places are, and going back to the TDC and trying to get the money would be a good way to do it.
Well, but in all fairness, you have your voice as a resident, but you don't speak for all the residents.
No.
And you're the one coming in and asking for something.
Yeah, and the commitment is $30,000.
And people are asking for something back. And I understand the financial difficulty that your applicant is dealing with. You yourself, me, everyone sitting here, everybody that's listening out there is dealing with the same hardship. I don't think them asking for something or getting a commitment, which you have said you will commit $30,000 to, is to demean that, to me doesn't make a lot of sense from where you're standing, but that was your choice.
Well, let me
And
correct
to
this. I'm
put it
not
off on the
demeaning-
TDC, the TDC is not coming in asking for an increase. They're not asking for deviations. So I just don't feel comfortable with you demeaning a request that people have told us is important to them.
I think I was stating a fact of what's happened historically on the island. If you guys can tell me otherwise that it did not happen that way,
well,
I stand corrected.
We'll agree to disagree. Any other questions for Patrick? Yes, sir.
Adam Valenti, I just want to make sure very, very clear. We're also committing, and I mean this, okay, Mayor, I know these are going to be words and not as simple as yes, no, but we are absolutely committed, pending approval here, to try to find a solution that may mean a public restroom as part of our project. Honestly, the first time this has ever even entered my brain on this project was 2 weeks ago. So we're not just committing the 30. I mean it. We'd like to make sure we can accommodate having a public restroom. As I think I mentioned to Vice Mayor, actually, we'll have to rework our first floor plan as it currently stands. I know that you might say, well, how's that possible? It's just what we would have to do. So I just want to be sure before we dismiss that we're only going to offer up the 30. I'm saying it's important to you and the town and the community. Therefore, it's important to us. So just want to clarify. Thank you.
Yes. All right. Public comment. Are there any members of the public that would, did you want to, Judith, did you want to come back up? Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
You can do it after too.
We have some staff with some recommendations if you are going to consider approval. I just spoke with the town attorney. This document that they prepared, we could include it with their master concept plan, which goes along with the ordinance as a way of memorializing their commitments here. This document they presented, we can make the addition of the 6 town reserved spots in case of mandatory hurricane evacuation. The discussion about the bathrooms is not included here, so we want to think about how you want to memorialize that. Staff's recommended conditions are as follows. Local development order is required prior to any development of the site in accordance with the plan development approval. All state and local permits, including but not limited to right-of-way and stormwater permits, must be applied for and received prior to site development. Addresses 2310 and 2316/2320 Estero Boulevard must be combined as a single parcel under one strap number. Lee County must approve the permit for the second access to Estero Boulevard. Landscaping on adjacent properties must be protected during construction or replaced at the expense of the owner, CHG Neptune Acquisitions LLC. All signage and landscaping must meet the vehicle visibility at intersection requirements found in section 34-3131. A parking agreement and perpetual parking easement must be established with the town for the proposed 16 public parking spots along Delmar Avenue and street improvements prior to commencement of the construction. Failure to comply with any of the above mentioned conditions of approval for the CPD will render the approval null and void. So I said those conditions could be included with the actual ordinance, and then the additional commitments and conditions would be included as an exhibit with the master concept plan.
Okay. Could you, for the bathroom part, can you just put in what Adam had already just committed to, since that's not in there? Are you
Yes.
okay with that being added to what you committed to, the 30,000? Okay. At least that'll be in the document. All right, public comment? Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in.
I only have one, but it was for Bill Veach, and I don't see him out there any longer.
No? Okay. Anyone else care to speak? If not, we'll close public comment. Are there any additional comments, rebuttal, or closing statements from the applicant? No? I'll now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion, Councilor Safford?
I move we pass ordinance 2436, DCI 2023-0213 Neptune N, with the conditions set forth in the proposed commitments. And oh yeah, and adding the 6 parking spots for the town, 33931 zip code discount, and the bathrooms accessible to public on first floor, 30,000 toward completion. Is that correct?
I think so. No, I
it
missed
was
the
an or.
bathroom part. I was out of the room.
I think it was or. I think it was
Or, sorry, or.
30,000 or.
Yeah.
Okay.
You okay with that,
I'll
Motion? Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, motion by Councilor Safford, seconded by Councilor Woodson. Further discussion? Councilor King?
Nothing.
I appreciate everything you guys did, and I really wanted to get to yes, and I think everything you've listened, you've done everything. People like it, some people don't like it. I can't get behind it simply for the density ask. I just don't think, to use your terms, Patrick, the basket to me just leans a little too far one way for me to get there. Our number one issue is traffic, and to me, this density increases traffic. So I in good conscience, I don't feel that I can vote for this simply for that reason. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I'll comment on that as well, Mr. Mayor, because I mentioned that for the previous case. I too am stunned by the increased ask and density in this particular proposal. But just speaking for me personally, I was very pleased that the applicant, in essence, opened the books and gave us sort of the post-Ian sort of economic reality of building and rebuilding on Fort Myers Beach. And even though I have the same concerns as the mayor, I was convinced that they are unique. This is not an entity that was, this applicant did not purchase this property as a sort of a strategic development project for Fort Myers Beach. They bought it before the storm with no intention of building a new facility. So I think, at least for me, those are extenuating circumstances that complicate this, I think, to the applicant's favor, in my opinion. But I share the mayor's concern broader, but this is why each project is different. This is why each project is unique, and it's bizarre, and it doesn't always reflect consistency. But at the same time, we've got to move forward. And so, in that sense, I'll be supporting it, but I do share the mayor's broader concern.
So if I could add, Vice Mayor, so in my discussions with several of the residents over the other project, time and time again, they said, we want to back the guys that invested pre-in, not the guys that are coming and buying up parcels or accumulating, which we're going to see down the road. Most of the residents that I spoke with are okay giving guys extra height, giving guys extra density that had skin in the game before the storm. And I think that's the model that most citizens are okay with, because these smaller lots, in order to be financially viable, they're going to need a little bit more height. They're going to need a little bit more density. They're going to need a little less parking. And we need to show a commitment to the community that, hey, if you had a small lot or you had a small business, the town's willing to work with you. If you can come up with a proposal like this, that's really granular. and show the numbers.
I think it was the point I was making. Are you just agreeing? Is that?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yep, gotcha. Yep.
I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing more because
In this instance.
No,
I
I'm
was
agreeing more.
I was surprised too. I mean, I thought it was, you know, you keep hearing people say, stick to the comp plan, no more height, no more density, no more intensity. But when you start talking to them and you explain what the situation is, and then you look at it as, hey, these guys, we want these guys back.
Yeah.
And we want them bigger, better, and nicer. So I think with the public benefit and, you know, the commitment from people that got banged around in the storm, I mean, I think we should work together with them. I think this is a classic blueprint for any other company or boutique hotel or anyone else looking to rebuild. This is how you do it, in my opinion, and I fully support it.
I guess I would caution you on that part. I would not say that asking for more than 100% increase in density is the way to do every single project,
so-
but I understand your point, but I'm not, don't take my no vote that I'm not happy for you moving forward. I understand you were dealt a very bad card. You were caught in a bad situation, bad timing. Trust me, when it comes to bad luck, I'm the leader in bad luck. I understand that. If it wasn't for bad luck, I'd have no luck. So I'm totally sympathetic to that. I think you have done a great job. I think the Neptune, I think you guys are the great people. I've met with you. I don't have any issues of it. It's the amount of the increased density that I have an issue with. I think it's too much. I'm not a prune that says you shouldn't have asked for anything. I'm not that person. But there is a point where I think too much asked for what is given. There is a tipping point, and for me, that wasn't there in this case. But I'm going to welcome you with open arms. I'll be one of the first people there to support you. But I can't support it simply for that case. But I agree with everything you've said, and I agree with everything that you have said. This was just a little bit too far for me one way. We got any other discussion?
No, that's fair.
We've got a motion. We got a second. Any further discussion? Counselor Saffery?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
And I'm a no. Congratulations, 4-1. All right, moving on to item C. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying a variance 202-40100, requesting variances from the Land Development Code, Table 34-3 of 7.3 feet from the street setback for a front setback of 17.7 feet, a variance of 3 feet from the west side setback for a side setback of 4 feet 6 inches, and for the mechanical equipment, and a variance of 12.1% from the building's coverage for a building coverage of 52.1% to build a new single-family structure in the RM zoning district for the property located at 51 Pearl Street, Fort Myers Beach, Florida, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please know the subject discussed, the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Councilor Stafford?
I had one Zoom call with the neighborhood group for about 30 minutes discussing the project. And I've gotten a handful of emails from the neighboring condo against the project.
Okay. Councilor Woodson?
I have had the same communication and presentation by the neighborhood company and a few emails.
I've had the exact same thing that both of you just said.
Same with me as well.
Councilor King?
I will just add, I think I got a pro, or one or two that were pro this, so otherwise everything was ditto.
Okay. Judith Frankel has been qualified as an expert by this town council based on her education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Yes.
Yes.
Come on up.
Qualified. Rachel Hansen with the neighborhood company. I'm a certified planner. I have a master's degree in community and economic development, and I have worked in planning for 8 years, 4 of those in Florida and 4 in Illinois and Iowa.
Questions?
And I'm also an AICP certified planner.
Kind of an important piece. Questions, Scott?
No.
Karen?
I'm good.
Jim? No. John?
Tempted to ask where in Iowa, but
Davenport, Iowa.
That's what I
Quad
thought
Cities.
with Illinois.
All right, is there a motion to accept the witness?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Counselor Safford, I will second. Any further discussion? Counselor Safford?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Welcome, expert.
Thank you.
Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? They are nodding yes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon again. Judith Frankel with Community Development. The property owner in this application is requesting, property owner together with the neighborhood company is requesting 3 variances for a proposed single-family residence in the RM zoning district. The applicant is requesting a variance for the front setback, a variance from the side setback, and a variance from the allowed building coverage. The site is a beachfront lot that is adjacent to Pearl Street as it is accessible via a driveway easement. The property owner and their representatives are present to discuss their project and the 3 variance requests. I have additional recommendations and considerations, conditions that I'll present after the applicant's presentation. Unless you have any questions at this time.
John, any questions for Judith?
I can wait till then. Well, maybe I better get it in. Sorry, since I'm leaving at 3:30. The staff report recommended denial. Was that before, that was before this resubmittal? Have you looked at it since, or?
Yes, so we recommended denial when it came before the LPA. We continue to recommend denial. Similar to what we discussed with the previous application, the code directs us to look at whether this variance is something that is necessary due to conditions existing at the site or whether it's a design choice. And in this case, it is a design choice based on the desires of the property owner. The code also directs us to look at what the potential impacts on the surrounding properties are as well. The variance from the side setback is for air conditioning equipment. They previously had a balcony there. They've removed that from their plan, so it's just the air conditioning equipment that's going into that side setback. We do not believe that there's any nuisance or detriment caused there because that side abuts the Diamond Head parking lot. But the other 2 could have the potential to provide detriment to the surrounding properties.
Thank you.
Jim?
John just asked my question.
I just have a quick question for you. Have you received any communication from either the fire department and or Diamond Head in regards to the setback or the variance requests on the west side?
We've received a number of public comments. I don't believe any of them came from Diamond Head, although they would have been notified as part of the postcard mailings that we do.
I have not received that. I was just curious on the staff.
It's typical for variances. We don't send those to the fire department until they're approved. And at that time, they'll look at it and they'll have to look at it before any kind of development or permitting would be issued.
Okay, I'll ask Patrick. I'm sure we brought it up in our meeting, so. Nobody else has questions for Judith for him? Okay.
Right.
Good afternoon. For the record, Patrick Vanass with the Neighborhood Company. I'll just give you a quick intro before I turn things over to Rachel. Rachel is going to do a great job. She's very capable of answering all your questions. But just to give you a little context, Penny Porter is the owner of the property. Penny, like many residents, never had to deal with zoning issues. But again, with the storm like Ian, a lot of people are having to deal with that. She applied for a variance and she filled it out herself. And again, I think the way she approaches this variance allows me to request what I want. And when it went to the LPA, I think the feeling was that some of the LPA members did not see an effort to modify the design to try to minimize the variance being requested. So after that hearing, Albert Dambrose, who was in the audience, suggested that Penny talk to us. And then subsequently, Penny has hired us and Albert to work on her project. Albert has made some design changes to the property to reduce that nonconformity and to reduce the variance being requested when it comes to the front yard variance. And then when it comes to any kind of potential impacts to adjoining properties, I think once you see the graphics that Rachel's put together as to a view shed and view of the beach, we're talking about a very minor impact there, and a property owner that is trying to rebuild and not asking for additional height, and trying to build something that is reasonable on her site. I will reiterate one thing that staff has mentioned. We do have the language when it comes to variance, what the criteria is, and I'll keep harping on this. I did it as an LPA member. If you look at the language, those are not and statements. So it's not like you have to meet one and you have to meet B and you have to meet C. Those are or statements. So this idea that a variance, if you don't minimize the amount of the variance and you have other design choices, that it should automatically be a no. Professionally, I disagree with that. That's not the way I read the language. I think there's a lot more flexibility to our code. And I think that if someone is presenting a house that, yes, maybe they have a design choice where they could make it much smaller, but what they are asking for is a reasonably sized home, I think we have the leeway completely with this code to allow that. So with that said, I'll turn things over to Rachel and she'll walk you through the detail.
Thank you. Again, Rachel Hansen with the Neighborhood Company. We do have a presentation. Great, thank you. Go ahead.
The time's wrong on that thing. You got 9 a.m.?
How do you know it's not?
Is it,
That was
is it
the
on?
hope.
Might have to turn it off and then back on again, just to.
It's the first time for everyone.
If not, just politely say next slide, please, and they'll do it for you.
Yeah, if you don't mind moving to the next slide, please.
Jason? Okay. Nope. Try now.
There we go.
Great, okay. Patrick has already been over that the property owner is Penelope Porter, and we are the applicant. And then Studio AD is our architect. Next slide, please. So just for some context, the parcel is approximately 0.22 acres. The future land use map designation is Boulevard. The zoning is residential multifamily. It is currently a vacant lot. There was previously a single family home that was built in approximately 1942. And some of the surrounding uses include Diamond Head to the west. There is a single family home at 41 Pearl Street to the east, and then the Surf Song condominiums to the east of that. Next slide. And you can see here the subject property is in blue. And this is just an aerial for context. Next slide. So this is showing the subject property pre-Ian in 2021. You can see the single family home at 41 Pearl Street, and then the Surf Song condominiums beyond that. And then just something to point out, there is a 12-foot access easement that is beyond just north of the property line. And then north of that access easement is the parking for the condominiums. Next slide. So this is post Ian, obviously nothing on the subject property. And next slide. So the proposed redevelopment is a new single family home. It'll be 2 stories over parking and storage. The gross floor area is going to be roughly 2,800 square feet. It will be built to current resiliency standards. And then, like Patrick mentioned, we've reduced the setback encroachment for the street setback and the lot coverage in response to some concerns heard at the LPA meeting.
What was the square footage of the, it was a single family home or one single level home, right? That was there
Yeah,
before?
it was approximately 1,500 square feet previously. Next slide. So I will go through all these individually, but just generally the variances that are being requested, one from the street setback of 25 feet to reduce that front setback to 17.7 feet, which would be the same setback as the original single family home that was on the property pre-Ian. Then the minimum side setback, we're asking for a setback of 4.5 feet to accommodate the elevated air conditioning units. And then an increase in lot coverage from 40% to 52.1%. Next slide.
And can you go back just a quick second? I was going to
Sure.
ask Patrick, we had talked about this when we had our meeting, our Zoom meeting. You said you were going to reach out with these setbacks with the fire
Yes.
district to see if they had any issues.
I think the suggestion, you had two suggestions that we talked to our neighbors also,
Yes.
single family home. We weren't able to reach the person at 41, but the one behind us, which is, or actually in front between the
Right.
property
And
and
Estero.
Estero Boulevard, those people provided an email that you received supporting the variance. We did reach out to the fire district. Unfortunately, there was no one that could get back to us in time to address this in detail.
Okay.
Okay, I've got a clicker that works now. Okay, so like I said before, and Patrick's already addressed this, that street setback we've increased from the original 12-foot setback request to 17.7, which is the same as the pre-Ian home. The cantilever deck was removed from the west side of the property, so it's just the elevated AC units that will be encroaching into the side setback. And then the lot coverage was decreased from 54% to 52.1%. That was just a result of the footprint decreasing slightly.
Does that lot coverage, because it looks like there's a deck on the Gulf side, does that lot coverage include that deck space?
Yes.
It does.
Yes.
Okay.
Um,
So I was just trying to calculate how in my head how that many square footage home actually covered more than 40% of the lot coverage, but the
yeah,
deck
and
is
I do actually have a slide going through the lot coverage and what the square footage would be.
Okay.
So the reasons for the request, and Patrick has already touched on this a little bit, obviously redeveloping the site as a result of hurricane damage to be consistent with current regulations. And then just a note too that pre-Ian, the home that existed there was built legally to the existing standards at the time. And as a result of the addition of the 1978 coastal construction control line and changes in development standards, the variances are being requested. So this is the proposed site design, and it's a little tough to see, but the dotted line to the north is the original 12-foot setback that was being requested. The red line is our new 17.7-foot setback, and then you can see the air conditioning units to the west. And you can also see in comparison to the existing 3-story home at 41 Pearl Street. And then this is just kind of an aerial visual to give you a better idea of what that setback actually looks like. So that is the pre-Ian setback, and it's a little difficult to see, but you can see where the original footprint of that cottage was, and then in comparison to that 1978 coastal construction control line. And so touching on lot coverage, so as you're all, I'm sure, aware, the LDC requires that lot coverage be calculated based on the portion of the property that's landward of that coastal construction control line. So the proposed new house on that portion that's landward of the CCCL is 52.1%. Now, if she were able to calculate lot coverage based on the entire lot, it would only be 18.8%. And you can see just visually that because of the angle of the CCCL, she has a smaller buildable area than the neighbor. And we did want to touch on some of the concerns that were raised about the view corridor from the Surf Song condominiums. So this is a view from 2021, so pre-Ian, looking from Surf Song, and you can see that yellow area is essentially the view corridor that we're talking about. We've identified the original 51 Pearl Street, 41 Pearl Street, and then there's also a pre-existing home on 71 Pearl Street, which is north of the parking lot for Surf Song. And so you can see it's a fairly narrow view corridor. This is in comparison, so this is 2024. Obviously, there's no home at 51 Pearl Street and also no home on 71 Pearl Street, which has created a wider view corridor. And that blue area, that's the approximation of the pre-Ian setback. So that's essentially what we're asking to put back. And that would be an approximate reduction in the view corridor from Surf Song, but it would be exactly what it was prior to the hurricane, other than the fact that the property owner is requesting to build higher, but she's actually not requesting, she's building per LDC standards. For comparison, these are a couple similar lots that are bisected by the coastal construction control line. The proposed home at 51 Pearl Street, the gross living area will be, like I said before, approximately 2,800 square feet. And in comparison, it's right around the same, a little bit smaller than similar homes on similarly sized lots. And I know Patrick touched on this as well. So these are the guidelines for the variance decision. We feel that the request for these three variances has met these criteria, especially given the irregular lot configuration as a result of the coastal construction control line and the changing development standards over time. And this is just the rest of those guidelines from the LDC. And in conclusion, we think that this request is consistent with the Land Development Code, and the design of the home and the variances requested were reduced and altered in response to the concerns heard at the LPA. And we respectfully request that the town approve the proposed variances. And happy to answer any questions.
John, any questions?
None.
Vice Mayor? I did not have any. Council Wilson?
No.
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment. Where we at? Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium, identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in.
Yes, I was sworn in, and this is the second group. I was not here this morning. My name is Nick Dundee. I am a full-time resident. Well, my wife and I are full-time residents of Surf Song. I'm also their appointed treasurer and registered agent. I have a complaint that was only supposed to be for temporary or Fort Myers Beach residents only, because but that's a different issue. Thank you. So I'm asking to, for, say to no to the variance.
Thank you.
Hello,
Good afternoon.
I'm Tom Keith. I live at 28 Pearl Street. I am in Surf Song Conduct. I'm on the board there. The problem I have is the sight line. We've got 20 condos that go over that house. I've got really good pictures. You want to see them what it was before Ian and after Ian. That when she builds this house way back up 7-8 feet deeper, and it's going to affect all of our views in these 20 units. Everybody's going to be affected, not just a C stack, D stack. Have any of you guys been by there and seen where this property is?
I have.
You have, right?
I've
Yeah,
seen it,
yeah.
yeah.
So, and the old house wasn't 1,500 square feet. The old house was 960 square feet. That's the way it shows in the tax, and I've got that information too, if you want to see it.
You can give it to the clerk if you want.
Yeah. So what we're opposed to is a sight line.
Can you pass those around?
These
Yeah,
pictures.
yeah. Give him the clerk or whoever, or Joe.
There's
As long as
pictures
it ends
before
up-
and there's
As long as it
pictures
ends up
after.
here.
The
Good.
biggest thing is we've got 21 condos that look over this house, and now you can build this big, massive 3,000 square foot house, where before we had 960 foot square foot house, and then she wants to move the house back closer to an easement. That's a very small easement, and basically it's probably gonna be a rental house anyway. So where's everybody gonna park when they get to this rental house? On our land, because we own the parking lots there.
Let me ask a question.
We'll ask.
All right.
We noted your questions. We'll make sure they get. Anyone else? Public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Patrick, you want to address?
Yes, for the record, Pat Vaness. With regards to parking, the property has never had parking issues, sufficient space to park on the property. It'll be an elevated home. There will be parking underneath the home and some storage under the home. So plenty of space for the parking. Again, with regards to height and rebuilding, we're not asking for any variance with regards to height. This property is allowed to go 2 stories above parking. That's what they're asking to do. And if you saw the exhibit where we showed that little sliver in blue, that's really what we're talking about. That's the issue. That's what's at play, is because of the variance, that tiny little blue sliver. And if we can put the PowerPoint back up, if you don't mind. Oh, you got that, it's working now. Yeah, that sliver is really the difference between the requested setback and no variance.
What's the overall height of this house going to be?
Maximum height is 30 feet. And again, we start at BFE. BFE over there will probably be anywhere 17 to 19 feet, plus that allowance of 30 feet.
Okay.
So Patrick,
So close to 50 total.
Well, I don't think they'll maximize. They're only doing 2 stories.
2 stories.
Standard stories are about 10 feet for today's homes, and there's going to be a roof line, so maybe
42.
some extra feet there. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Good luck, John. Counselor King's got to leave for an appointment and then off to.
Melikilikimaka.
good for you.
Grass skirts and rum drinks. All right.
Yeah, Patrick, can you, this blue line, it, I think we heard in public comment that it affects, did I hear 20 some condos? The view? 21. It impacts the view of 21. So just, can you address their concern? I mean, is that view impacted because of the height that they have by right? Or is it impacted by the variance that your client is asking for?
So what we're showing here in blue is, should Penny build back at the exact setback line, we would be on the Gulf side of that blue line. Okay, by her building back exactly where she was, not asking for more, and just to correct what the person said here, is it's not 7.5 feet, it's a setback of 17.7 feet. And that's where the house previously was. We're putting it back exactly where it was. However, it was an old beach cottage, you know, it was lower. They could see over it. But the thing is, anybody that's going to build there is going to build the additional height. The property at 41 Pearl Street is 3 stories. Whoever built at 71 Pearl Street is also going to maximize their footprint. So while I can appreciate that people have greater views post Ian, with that Lahaina on the way, I can see the Gulf from my property. It's awesome, but I know one day that'll be gone.
Let me ask my question a different way, because I've slept since since you gave us your presentation. So is the variance that your client is asking for, that's on the part of the property that's facing the Gulf, correct? In other words, is the variance impacting their view line, or is it the height that your client is entitled to by right impacting their view corridor or their view line?
The biggest impact is really from the height, as far as I can tell, because from what I understand, they lived since the 40s, they lived with that existing building that was encroaching the setback line. So the only difference would be we now have a taller building. So it's really the height that's creating the biggest.
The height that your client has the ability to go up to by right is
By
what's
right.
impacting.
Yes.
So it's not the variance that your client is proposing that's impacting their
Well,
sight line?
If my client were to build at the required setback line, there'd be a bit less of an impact, but above all, it's really the height that's impacting them.
No, it's a depth, that's 7.5 feet.
Please, sir.
Yeah, and that's it. I think we've depicted accurately. What's in question is really that blue area. That's really what's in question.
And where the front of the house will be where the red arrow is, it's 52 on Pearl
Yeah.
Street, on the left side, as we're looking at it, the left side of the blue line at there.
Yeah. And look, I can empathize with their comments, but one of the reasons I decided to help Penny is also that we had neighbors that came to object to a single family home. And last hearing, people were saying that it was going to cause a drainage problem for Surfsong. Again, no merit to that comment whatsoever. And especially when Surfsong was built at a time where there were no drainage requirements, and they've got a building that is far bigger than a single family home. There was also comments about how it would impact their parking lot. And again, there's an easement there. It's always worked very well. There's gonna be parking underneath the building. So I felt compelled to have to help Penny, because I think, again, when I look at it, what's in question is really that little blue sliver.
What's the size of the deck on the Gulf side? I didn't see the measurements.
Size of the deck varies. So if we go back to the exhibit. Yeah, so these are the floor plans. So one of the ways to kind of maximize her outdoor living is the third story is actually a bigger footprint from a square footage and cantilevers over the deck. That allowed for more deck space and really getting that enjoyment of that Gulf view.
I see that on the right, but on the left, if you can't, I see. I was just curious. I didn't notice that there was livable space on the third level over the top of that deck.
Yeah. Yeah, the third level cantilevers over the deck. So if we look at this, the outline in red and the dotted line is where the structure is and shows the third level of living space. And that footprint for the subject property is actually a smaller building than next door at 41 Pearl Street. Difference is 41 Pearl Street has a bigger lot. It again we have an angled coastal construction line and leaves Penny with much smaller lot than she actually owns when it comes to development.
I'm sorry, Patrick, it's been a long day. My brain's not functioning. So the back of the property, that the red line at the back that aligns with Estero Boulevard, that's not changing or it is changing?
So what you're seeing here, Estero Boulevard is further off.
Right.
What we're seeing is the area in yellow,
right,
is the subject property, and that's the development footprint of the subject property. Her property actually extends onto the beach.
Right.
Should she be allowed to build on the entire property, there wouldn't be a need for variance. There'd be plenty of space there. As we mentioned, she'd only be covering 18% of the lot. So what I like to remind people is, if not for changing rules, we would not need to ask for a variance.
This line right here.
Yeah, that was where the existing cottage was pre-Ian, and that's what we're asking, to be at the same setback as the cottage pre-Ian.
But that line right there, you see, you're not asking, that's the line that would potentially impact their sight line if you go higher by right. Is that correct?
Yes.
So what's the variance line? Where's the variance that's impacting their sight line?
That's it. The line you just said.
But you just said that's the same line as where the previous house was.
The variance that they're requesting is 7 feet less. So from that black dotted line up there, and I'm not just trying to help explain
Yeah,
it.
yeah. So they're
from
going to
black
the
dotted
black
line.
line?
Normally it's got to be 25 feet from that line.
And we're asking for
7 feet less than that.
So the red line is
17.7.
moving to the dotted line?
It's moving to the dotted line by 7 feet.
No.
The black dotted, the very top
The
black.
black dotted line, when Penny came in initially at the LPA, she was asking for a 12-foot setback. That's what is represented by that black dotted line.
I'm talking about.
We
this
worked
dot.
with, we worked with Penny and we said, Penny, no, let's put it back to where you were. So there is no change from pre-Ian conditions. The change, as you mentioned, is not the setback that existed pre-Ian, it's the height of the building. And she's building according to what she's allowed by right.
I'm starting to follow.
Mhm.
So the front, where the porch is, that's where you're asking for the actual variance then?
The deck is on the rear of the property
Yeah.
towards the beach.
Right. And that's where you're asking for the variance? What
No,
I'm-
it's a variance from the right of way, where that easement that's identified in gray.
Yeah, I guess.
This area right here.
So, well, yeah, so this line, the line that has the red over it in the back of the property, or on the side not facing the beach, that's not changing from what was there before.
Correct.
So if that goes higher by right,
Mhm.
the variance or not the variance, but that particular aspect of what you're asking for, that's what's impacting the sight line. But your client can do that by right, correct?
Our client by right could go back to could go to a 25-foot setback. By going 3 stories, they would impede their view.
But is the
Because
third,
right now they're
but is the
they can
third
see
story,
over.
is the third story what you're asking the variance for? Well, how is
No.
the variance impacting their sight line? That's what I'm trying to understand.
because what they're saying is by being at a 17.7-foot setback rather than a 25-foot setback, that building will be in their way slightly.
So what do you, just assume this was 1 story that you see up there. It's in the same spot that the old building was,
Right.
whether it's new or not. Because they're going, what I think Patrick's trying to say is when you go to the 2nd story, that is, so yes, technically the variance is being asked for the 7 feet, so that's closer to this dotted line. That's what they're asking for, but it is the same spot where the old building was. But the fact that they're going to the 2nd story, there's not a variance request to go to the 2nd story.
But if it's
They
in
can
the,
do that by
if it's
right.
in the same spot as the old building, what do you need a variance for?
Because it's being built back. It's a
Because
new-
it was
it's a new structure
non-conforming.
now, so you have to ask for it to go back in the same spot. You have
So
to
when you
ask
use the word back, it's returning.
returning
Yeah,
it to
okay.
the same spot that
Okay,
it was
all right.
is requiring them to ask for the 7 foot.
All right.
Thanks for the help, Dan. I
I also
appreciate it.
believe that they're moving.
No.
We've heard your public comments. sir.
No,
Yes,
but,
we-
let me just ask his question. Is it moving closer to Diamond Head? Is, with
Yeah,
respect to the variance?
because of the encroachment of the AC.
That affects our site.
But you're meeting the 7'6". If it wasn't for the air conditioners, that would meet, you meet the requirement. So
We meet
because on
code.
the left-hand side here, the reason that they need the variance for the west side, which is the Diamond Head side, is because they're putting the air conditioners over there. But if those weren't there, the building could be built there by right.
So Jim, maybe to try to wrap this up a little bit, when this house was built in the 1940s, it met the current setback requirements at that time. Through the years, we increased the right-of-way setback to 25 feet. So what we had a non-conforming house at 17.7 feet. If it wasn't for the storm, that house would still be there. But now we've had a storm, that person has to rebuild, and they're trying to rebuild a reasonably sized home and trying to use that same setback that existed previously.
So Judith, don't want to put you on the spot, but given the fact that you've heard all this morning, are you changing your staff's position, or you still think it's an optional choice by the applicant?
So we're guided by the criteria in the code, and then you can determine whether you feel like that's the correct reading or not. We create our recommendations based on the code prior to any kind of public.
Yep. No, but I guess what I'm trying to get to
Yeah.
is what they're asking for today necessary to rebuild, and if you don't believe so, and it's what they're asking for the variance for, is it your opinion that that's potentially what's obstructing the sight line? I'm belaboring this. I apologize.
Well, the sightline is one issue, and I have not been in Surf Song, so I can't necessarily speak to that. What's happening though with the front setback, where the setback of a new house is required to be 25 feet, that would take the house in line with the neighboring property. So presumably that house that's there obstructs sightlines in some way from the condominium next door, right? It's there, that structure is 3 stories, and if it wasn't there, they would have more of a clear view. So there already exists an obstruction. If the house was built to that 25-foot setback, it would be in line with the existing house. Because of the angle, it may still obstruct people's view. As the applicant said, they have by right to go up higher. That's not in question here, but having it stick out further towards the right of way in front of the property may potentially provide more of a obstruction for a view. It's about, the variance is for 7.3 feet is what we're talking about difference. So they are willing to provide 17.7 foot setback, and then it would be another 7.3 to get to the required 25. I don't think that the air conditioning equipment that's on the side of the property for that setback is going to impact anybody's view on Surf Song, because it would be behind the house altogether. The third variance is for the lot coverage, and both the front setback and the lot coverage together, that impacts the size of the houses they can build. So they can build, if this were to be approved, they could build a larger house than would be allowed by right.
That's helpful. Thank you.
And is it safe to say, Sarah, if it wasn't for the restrictions of not being able to build seaward of the 1978 CCCL, there would be no need to request for a variance from 25-foot front setback?
Well, the property as a whole is quite large, but then when you have that cutoff of the CCCL, it becomes a much smaller property. And we take that building coverage from the buildable, because you essentially can't build anything, you know.
Right, but that's my
See what-
point. So if they could build past that, that would eliminate the deviation or the variance from the lot coverage as well as the front setback, because they could move that structure closer to the water if it wasn't for that CCCL line.
Yes, I mean, I can't tell you what
Like,
they would,
I
they would
understand.
want
Right.
in that situation, but they could build, there would be the possibility of building a much larger house if they had that whole area as buildable.
I see. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Jim, any other questions?
No, thank you.
You sure?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Thanks, Jim. Yeah, go ahead.
I do have some suggested conditions if we're at that point.
Well, let's make sure Patrick's finished with.
Two quick things to point out. In having to rebuild today, we're in a V zone. We're going to be starting our height anywhere from 17 to 19 feet. And then even if we were to go 1 story rather than 2, that's allowed by right, we would still impede the view versus what it was before. Because what it was before was a crawl space. It was about 3 feet high from the sand, and it was an old cottage. So no matter what, we're talking about a taller building. The other thing also is when you look at the buildable footprint, the minimum size for the zoning district is 7,500 square feet. That's what the code says. The buildable footprint that we have for this property is half that size. So I think when we start putting that together, there are exceptional circumstances. There are a very valid reason why a variance is needed.
Judith?
Okay, if the town council recommends approval for the variances, which you could do wholly or individually as you choose, town staff recommends the following conditions for approval. Approval of these variances does not give the applicant an undeniable right to permit approval. Development of the property must comply with all applicable requirements of the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code in effect at the time of permit approval, except as specifically modified here. The property owner must ensure that they adhere to the neighborhood flooding ordinance for drainage and 67% maximum impervious requirement. The variances shall only apply to the single-family home as shown on the provided site plan. Demolition or substantial damage to the residential structure shall render the variances null and void. No portions of the structure shall extend past the 1978 Lee County CCCL. That's what I have.
Okay. Any other questions for Judith before she sits back down? No? No? Okay, thank you.
Can I come up and comment yet or not?
We already had public comment, sir. I will now close the public hearing, request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Jim, any discussion?
I'm going to listen to my colleagues here.
All right, Councilor Woodson?
So can we just go back to that one slide that shows the view corridor, the obstructed
Blue
view?
and the yellow line, the yellow.
Yeah. Okay, so this is what it would be new if it's built. This is the view,
Yeah.
correct?
And if the building were set back at the 25-foot line,
Mm-hmm.
the only thing that would be gained would be that little blue portion.
Okay. So where I'm getting confused though is that 7.5-foot variance, isn't that on the opposite side? Isn't that on the Diamond Head side?
No.
Side setback.
Oh, that's a side setback. Okay. Okay, so
I think
front-
what's confusing too is your blue line there, that's technically should be yellow because where you're proposing the house is where the left side of that blue line is. So that blue line is still part of the view corridor, but you were just using that to show the setback that you're.
No, that's going to be you're not going to be able, where the blue line
The
is,
blue line represents the obstruction.
that's going to be the
So it's
future
not what you said
obstruction.
earlier. So you're going to build to the right side of that blue line.
Up to-
They're going to lose the blue, that
Yeah.
much. Got it. was backwards from earlier. No, sir, you've already had your public comment.
What they're telling you is not the truth.
Continue.
Okay, thank you.
Just here to answer questions.
Thank you.
Scott?
No, I get it.
Yeah, I was backwards. When I asked you earlier, I asked about the red arrow and you said yes, but I probably didn't ask.
The only thing is, it's gonna be higher, so the lower level condos.
You're gonna see better.
No, the condos. I have one question. Will it be as high as 41 Pearl Street?
It'll be similar height.
Similar height.
Yeah.
Okay.
So some of the higher level condos you can probably see over. And obviously if there's no home there, there's no obstruction. But no matter what, when a house goes there, there will be some obstruction.
Yeah.
It's just a given. Variance or no variance. And same thing with 71 Pearl Street. Don't forget what they now consider a view shed for them, looking towards Diamond Head. That's going to be rebuilt.
And they own that section that's in the yellow, correct? I was just gonna ask you to bring that one.
Yeah. So what we see here, 71 Pearl Street, that's pre-in conditions. You can see the home that was there, and the owners are planning on rebuilding that.
Yeah, it's probably a better picture for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to trivialize that sight line, but if that's your condo and you're losing your only view of the ocean at an angle as a result of the variance, and that's what I'm trying to determine.
But,
that's what gives me pause.
But just to put things in context, okay? I'm at 71 Pearl Street, or I'm at 51 Pearl Street, and I want to look the other way. And I'd love to have a view of the beach the other way. But there's a building called Surf Song in my way. I can't see it. Do I blame them for obstructing my view of the beach? No, that's the way it is. They have the right to build it. It was built at a time where the rules were different, and it was a legal building. And what we're saying is we're trying to rebuild a house that is going to be a reasonably sized home. And we gave you a list of a bunch of homes along the beach that are much bigger than this one. And we have changed the rules on this homeowner through the years. Government has done that. And now this person is trying to come back in, and should they have to follow the rules, instead of building a home at a reasonable size for a beach home, they would probably have to build a home much smaller. That's really what it comes down to. And what we're talking about is other property owners. So, same thing with Diamond Head, okay? They decide to put a parking lot there. Should they decide to one day redevelop the property and put a building there, and it meets the setbacks and it meets the height requirements, is it their responsibility to provide another property owner a view shed? They've got their property rights.
Yeah, I guess where I get lost is I'm not sure why you're in for a variance if they've got their property rights and they can do this by right, but I'm beginning to follow, but yeah.
And you increased or decreased the ask since the LPA was at
Yeah.
12. So you've taken 5 feet off of what would have been a smaller yellow box in this case.
Yeah.
And that's been since the LPA discussion.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? No. Okay. All right. Is there a motion? Anyone? Well, I will make a motion to approve resolution 24-288 VAR 202401000 at 51 Pearl Street with the recommendations laid out by staff in conjunction with the changes that have been made since the LPA heard the application.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
And Vice Mayor Adderholt?
No.
And Counselor King is absent. Motion carries 3-1. All right, next is our administrative agenda. The first on the docket is interlocal agreement between the town and Lee County Property Appraiser. This is approval of an interlocal agreement between the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, and Lee County Property Appraiser for the collection of non-ad valorem assessments related to demolition costs of unsafe buildings.
I believe this is the last step of setting up a framework for the town to recover any funds that the town spends in demoing any unsafe buildings. As you recall, we had a very similar agreement that we asked for your approval of, which you did with the tax collector. And these are both of these agreements are required by Florida statutes in order to put that expense on the individual's tax bill. And it would be for the tax bill of 2025.
Okay, questions for Nancy? Scott?
Not at this time.
Counselor Woodson?
No.
And Vice Mayor? No. My question is more for staff. Do we have anyone that's in the pipeline for this yet, where we've had to line up a contractor to do the work that they have not come into compliance with?
Yes, I believe from our phone call on Friday that we have at least 3 properties all lined up. We're waiting for the contractors that go after we contact them that we have properties ready. They have to go and do their evaluation. They in turn send us what their thoughts are and their pricing or whatever to take down those structures. And then we select that contractor then. So to answer your question, yes, within the next 30 days.
And can we disclose, or is it public record, who those 3 properties are now at this point?
We can, but I don't have them. I don't have that information available.
If somebody wanted to request it, is it public? I mean, I know
Yes.
we've had issues
Yes,
where we
it is
can't.
public record,
disclose.
but
Yes.
I should say, Mr. Mayor and council, that so far, almost every house that we put on the list, with the exception of 1, have come into compliance. In other words, they sought out, once we red tagged the property, to go out and seek their own demolition company and demolish their houses or structures on their own volition.
And
So
if-
far, it hasn't cost the town anything because people are just doing it in accordance.
And of the 3 properties that you're talking about, are any of them commercial, or are they all residential?
I believe 1 is commercial, 2 are residential.
And because it's obviously a point of contention on the island, where are we with the old Holiday Inn with the Wyndham?
The Wyndham, we had a meeting, town staff and management had a meeting with the representative of the owners of that. We gave them an edict to come in and get a demo permit on their own because they hadn't had one till that point. They came in, I believe they had chosen Watco Construction as their demo. They do have a permit for demolition on the record. And I believe they went with Watco Construction to demo that property.
And is there a timeline on that permit when it expires?
There isn't, but according to our town building official, that hey, we kind of not taking you off the clock when all that process was going through for them to find a contractor because it was such a large property, but that clock is still ticking. So basically, again, another 30 days, and that's it.
We got a quote for that building as well. Excuse me.
Right, if they don't act, the town will.
So you're saying within 30 days, if they don't act, because they now have a demolition permit, that the town will act on it?
The town will act and get our representatives to come in there, give us the price on that structure, and take it down.
I thought
We've
you
got the
just said
price
you
on
could-
that one. That one's $600,000. We do have a price on that.
Okay, so we can do that within 30 days if they haven't taken action, they
Yes.
meaning the Wyndham.
Yes.
We
if the
can go in
town-
and take action.
Yes, we can do that. And then the bill would then at some point go to Joe, who then sends the tax information to the property appraiser and then to the tax collector. And then it would be on their bill for 2025.
We'd have to pay initially though.
Yes,
It'd be a
we have to pay the
reimbursement.
money up front. That's why, the efforts of staff to really encourage these individuals to do it ahead, it puts us in a better position.
Yeah, I mean, we've had since we've talked about this since March, we've had almost 99.9% compliance with once you've red tagged those properties and they understand what's about to happen to them. And since we initiated the part with tax collector and going on your property taxes, this has really got the ball rolling, especially with some of the people we could not contact or would not respond to us, like retail commercial owner in the downtown area. Lo and behold, they had actually contacted one of our contractors and they took down the building themselves.
This is just the final step to stop the act process.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions for Nancy or staff? Is there a motion to approve the interlocal agreement with the town and Lee County property appraiser?
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Counselor Woodson, seconded by Counselor Safford.
We look alike. That's okay.
We're kind of mumbling together. Any further discussion? Counselor Safford?
Aye. No,
Counselor Woodson, sorry.
Aye. That's what I said.
Counselor
We look
Safford?
alike.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderall?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well, and Counselor King is absent. Motion carries 4-0. Next is item B, Resolution 24-296, revocation of temporary use permits. This is a resolution of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, adopting a resolution to revoke and rescind emergency temporary replacement permits as approved and authorized in Section 2 of Ordinance 24-4 of the town of Fort Myers Beach, which clarified Ordinance 23-05 related to temporary replacement permits and furtherance and in satisfaction of direction in the letter dated November 21st, 2024 from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, mandating removal of non-compliant structures that were incorrectly permitted in the special flood hazard area in order to comply with the minimum floodplain standards and the requirements of the National Flood Insurance Program, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, so your ordinance that you had adopted regarding temporary placement permits, it does have a provision in it that authorizes you to revoke them as needed. The town has received the correspondence from FEMA regarding non-compliant structures. The town has initiated some code enforcement actions regarding these, and we find ourselves where we have some pending permits or issued permits and a hearing scheduled for a code violation. So this action would basically rescind and revoke those permits. I know there's a lot of concern in the community. If you have not received a notice of violation, this particular resolution does not apply to you. It applies to the definition of a structure for floodplain management purposes, any walled and roofed building, manufactured home, or travel trailer without wheels. And a manufactured home is a structure transportable in one or more sections, which is built on a permanent chassis and is designed for use with or without a permanent foundation when attached to the required utilities. Manufactured home does not include recreational vehicles. So I do not believe that your residents who are living in travel trailers, campers at this time, they are not impacted by this.
No.
We did a inventory of the permits that were issued for what we believe are these non-compliant structures, and we found there's only about 13 of them. So we will be taking those individuals to a code enforcement hearing before the special magistrate. Our first code enforcement hearing is scheduled for January the 7th.
So will you said there's 13 of them?
I believe so.
Will all 13 of them be?
I don't think so. Not all 13 on the 7th, but it'll be the subsequent hearing.
Do we know how many will be on the?
We think it's going to be, I don't know, 5, 7, 9, something
Tom,
like that.
He's coming up. He's coming.
I forgot sign language.
Me either. I didn't know what he was doing.
Yeah.
Whether that was to
I
you
don't know
or
if he was
me.
doing the chicken dance back there.
Thomas Yazzo, Fort Myers Operations Compliance Manager. The goal is to get it done in the next couple months, and that's what we're working towards. Those 13 that are left are of an original 53. The rest have come into compliance by removing those non-compliant structures from the island.
And so how many do you suspect will be on the January 7th, you said, docket?
Yes, we're still working on the packets for that. I know Code has done their part. I have to put some finishing touches on them. We hope to have those issued by Friday, which allows the adequate notice period before the magistrate meeting. So I think it's like 7.
I think we're at 7 right now.
Yeah.
Because we had something else come into compliance as well.
Yeah.
7 that will be on the January
docket for DOA.
Right.
DOA, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's not our magistrate's DOA.
It is
No, it's
DOA,
DOA.
correct.
DOA, okay.
And if anyone's interested, you can access whenever we file them, which we hope to file by Friday. You can access them off of DOA's website and get the whole packet.
Okay.
So I have a question. So these 13 affected, is this all on the sand beach side, or is there ones that are affected across the other side of Estero? If they're on wheels and they can be moved, they shouldn't be affected, correct?
So that's a hard question in one respect, but yes, it's both sides of Estero, plus going towards the bay as well. So if they're on wheels, that doesn't preclude them from being part of this. If it's a park model style structure that needs to have a tractor trailer take it out of here, and it's not ready and worthy to be on the highway, then then it's not something that can be allowed to stay. It has to be something that they can move out of here with, to lack of better description, light duty truck that's road worthy
On short order.
in short order.
There's public information for these 13 properties.
Yes.
Do you have the list of these 13 properties? Can we
I
just
do.
get them? Can we just
get them?
let's get them out there so people know?
Yep.
Sure,
Yes.
sure. And
Maybe they're, they'll have time to come into compliance before they get put on the docket, which would save everyone a lot.
they've already
also- They
already know.
received a notice of violation.
Well, it helped us too, because we're gonna get phone calls.
We're gonna
Hey,
get all
am
the
I gonna,
questions.
am I gonna get kicked out? So if we have that list, it'll help us respond to the public
Absolutely, I can get that
in
listed.
a more efficient manner.
Just give me a little bit of time to get that squared
Okay.
away. We do have that. I just want to make sure we have it.
Send it to me.
Yes. I'll send it to
I'll send it to
Amy
them.
and she can send it out.
Okay. That's all I have. Anything else for Tom? The question I have then is revolving, I know we're still going through waiting to get answers back on specific things that obviously have been talked about with FEMA. How does that work in relation to our code that we changed after for the residential trailers? I guess how long are people in the residential trailers going to be allowed to stay there?
That's an open question, looking for guidance from FEMA. At this point, we don't think that they're in violation with our floodplain code. So we have not issued any notice of violation to them. This appears to be more of a commercial type structures.
So if we get correspondence from FEMA that
Then we will have
this is in their
to
crosshairs,
revisit.
then we'll have to come back.
Yes,
We've
yes.
asked that specific question.
Yes, I know.
But if you have
As
not,
you know, make sure.
if you haven't received a notice of violation, this resolution is not impacting you now.
That's,
If-
okay, that's a clarification I was hoping that,
Yeah.
and I'm glad you said at the beginning. So in case people haven't heard that, unless you have received a violation as of today, is that
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
Then this resolution does not apply to you. Is that fair? Isn't it? Okay.
And
I think that
FEMA's,
will help alleviate a lot of the phone
Ooh,
calls,
ooh.
emails, texts.
and FEMA's told us since the beginning, if they can hook up to a pickup truck and drive away, it doesn't.
And should,
Include
and
them.
should we get correspondence from FEMA in writing saying that this does not go far enough, we will make adjustments
We'll
then.
address it at
Yes.
that point.
Yes, and we'll bring it back to you and advise you, keep you informed if anything changes. But
We won't make any adjustments until we come back to you.
Yeah.
If we have to.
I just had a question to your statement, just for clarification. You said, I think, so if you've not received a notice as of today, you're okay?
If you have not received a violation.
a violation
an LV
notice,
notice.
what you're going to be receiving pursuant to this resolution is a formal notice that the permit that you were initially given has been revoked and rescinded.
But if you're out there and you've not received an NOV or notice of violation at this point,
At this time, you are okay.
okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
And one
We've
more
sent those
comment, our special magistrate from DOA will be appearing via Zoom. However, the parties will be present here in chambers.
And this will be visible to the public. They'll
It will
able
be
to-
visible. I think so.
Yes.
Yes.
However, there will be no public comment taken during the hearing itself.
But it will be streamed?
I believe so, yes.
That's the plan.
And again, that's
January
January
7th,
7th. At what time?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. Okay. And then when do you suspect that we'll have
A
the-
decision?
No,
Oh.
the second.
He has allocated the first Tuesday, I believe, of every month. He's kind
It'll
of
be the first Tuesday of
yeah,
February. We would be able to have, that would give us the time to get the remaining 6, 7, whatever it is.
yes.
And then, since you brought it up, decision that's on DOA as to how long the decision takes for them to?
Yeah, I do not know. I do know that in other jurisdictions, oftentimes the local government will provide a draft order, and we'll do that as well to hopefully expedite. I do know that the one that we have filed already, they have an attorney, and so that one will be a little interesting.
And I don't know if it's talk about what the strategy or not the strategy, what is going to be the request from the town in regards to these 7 properties that are going to go? Is it going to be immediate removal? I mean, what,
We
how does it
will
work?
ask for immediate removal, yes. One of the issues, I mean, as a magistrate, they have the opportunity or the authority to give some time for compliance. And I don't know if this magistrate's going to go down that road. We'll just have to see. But our
Is-
number one request is removal. So
Is there
that
an appellate process? So if they don't like the judge's, the magistrate's decision, they can?
there
take-
is, yes. It's basically the same as our regular magistrate process that we have. It would go to circuit court, and it would be based on the record that's established at the hearing.
Now, would there be a cost associated with just the defendant, or would the town?
There's
have-
typically a administrative fee that comes into play of $250. The magistrate can order a compliance date and say that, yes, you are in violation. You have 10 days to come into compliance. And if you don't, then there'll be a fine for each day that you stay out of compliance. And then we go basically into our standard code enforcement procedure.
How much will the town be involved in that after the DOA decision?
It is our code enforcement process. So yes, we
Yeah.
will be involved.
What about at the appellate level? Are you going to
We do represent the town
Okay.
in the event there is an appeal. If you
Just wanna
want to
make everything-
comment.
With any
everyone
judicial,
clear.
with any judicial process, we have to be involved because we are the complainant
Okay.
through this. The respondent is the other side. So we would give testimony. The judge will hear our testimony, will hear the respondent's testimony. They'll give a decision. If they decide to appeal it, it goes to circuit court. And then we would have to then present our case again within circuit court under the auspice that we're using the same evidence from the original trial.
Are we still in violation?
No, all our connexes were removed, our shipping containers. Pardon, scratch that, there's one left, but they're picking it up. So we have coming compliance as far as the shipping containers go. One other thing you should be made aware of, and we need to really get that out in the public, is this is not the revocation of the permit is a town function. The act itself is nothing on the town. This was given to us as part of the National Flood Insurance. This is a federal guideline that the town has to follow. Every community has to follow this. The only avenue we have is by going through the code process in our town. We can't forcibly hook these people up to our trucks and haul them out of here. So we are following the process set forth throughout most communities dealing with the same thing.
Got it. Well, oh, yeah, okay. That's all I got. Well, hopefully this gave some relief to some of our residents that were concerned about living in their campers or operating their food trucks. They're not food trucks, food trailers.
Trailers, trucks, again, if it can be driven.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. I mean, if it can be driven off on a nightly basis, or that's not an issue. It's the ones that can't be so readily taken down.
Okay. I'm still a little confused, to be honest with you, because
So, go ahead.
the building we're sitting in
Yes, sir.
does not comply with what you just said.
No, but we are not in the area of concern.
We're not in the special.
By raising our pad up that we make these trailers available, coming in, we looked at what the floodplain was, where we sat, what we needed to be compliant. We also did an anchoring system that exceeds FEMA requirements by tenfold. The trailers were designed to withstand and certified to withstand certain weather conditions. So that also already submitted along with our insurance statements makes this a somewhat non-hazardable floating away to somebody else's structure.
And Carl agrees with you?
Jackie Bell agrees.
Jackie Bell agrees.
Yes, I've got
And
it in
Robert-
writing.
You got it
Yes.
ready from Jackie? Okay,
Yes.
that's all I needed to hear. That would have been easier to get that.
It's going to.
Got it. Okay. That's all I needed to hear. Okay,
Yep, I've got it from Jackie.
okay.
Sorry.
So I'm looking for approval of the resolution. Once you take that action, I will be working with the town manager to get out the formal notice to these individuals, advising them of the appeal process of his action to revoke the permit, and also contact information for anyone they want to call. If they have question, we'll include a copy of this resolution and FEMA's letter. And if we have not already initiated code enforcement action, we would do so. But we think we have gotten everybody in that list.
And we're gonna, at some point, Andy, we're gonna do some kind of a release to allay the fears of folks who might have
Yeah,
felt
those
that
who-
they've been impacted.
Those who didn't hear this, yes, we will follow up.
And just for clarification, that for those that do not know who Jackie Bell is, can you let them know who Jackie Bell
Yeah,
is?
she's like the state director of FEMA that has been working closely with the town prior to even me coming here. So
All right, is there a motion to approve resolution or deny resolution 24-296 for the revocation of temporary use permits? I'll make the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I got a motion by Mayor Aller, seconded by Vice Mayor Adderholt. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
And Counselor Stafford?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0 with Counselor King being excused. Next is resolution 24-284, authorizing budget adjustment number 3 and revenue replacement grant. This is a resolution of the council of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Lee County, Florida, approving grant agreement number D2125 with the state of Florida Department of Emergency Management in the amount of $7,547,805 for revenue replacement, approving a related budget adjustment number 3, authorizing the town manager to sign any and all necessary documents to acquire the grant and providing for an effective date. Joe?
Okay, good afternoon, Joe Onzik, Finance Director. As you probably all remember, the town was actively involved in lobbying for revenue replacement from the state of Florida, and it was approved by the state legislature in that amount of $7.5 million, basically. It was signed into law at the beginning of the state fiscal year, and we finally got the actual agreement from the Florida Department of Emergency Management. It's a very simple agreement. There are no strings attached. There's nothing unusual about it. So it just simply requires a town manager's signature. And so that's why we're bringing it before you. But along with that, I wanted to just present to you the recommended way that we use this funding. According to the terms of the bridge loan, we really are supposed to allocate any additional revenues to paying off that bridge loan before we can use it for anything else. And so what I tried to provide to you, and in hindsight, I don't know if it's as clear as I would have liked to have had it presented, but basically what I wanted to first of all explain is that to date, we've used about $8.4 million of the bridge loan. That was about $3.1 million to cover lost revenue in fiscal year 2023. It was an estimated amount of $2.4 million in fiscal year 2024. And that amount, we're getting close to finalizing what that actually was for 2024, but it's very close to that. And then what we had budgeted or expected to lose in year FY25, and that's almost 2.9 million. So as you can see, that 2.4 million is less than what we're of lost revenue compared to what we were projecting the following year, which is kind of an indication that it's really coming down and not going up. So I don't expect, even though we budgeted a $2.9 million loss for this year, I don't think it'll actually play out to be that much. But because that's all we have to work with right now, I'm just saying that we have $8.4 million of planned use of the bridge loan. We have $7.5 million of lost revenue replacement grant. So if we were to move that $7.5 million into, well, first of all, we put it into a brand new fund that we would create, and just so that it can be kept tracked of separately. But almost immediately, we would move it into the bridge loan fund to replace what we already have used or are planning to use for this year. That would leave about $127,000 left to repay. And the reason why it's that much less than what you might expect by subtracting the $7.5 million from the 8.4 that we actually used is because we've earned quite a bit of interest on those funds as we've held them on reserve and only using them when we needed to use them. So we only will be left after we move the $7.5 million into the bridge loan fund with about $127,000 left to repay. And I think within a couple of months, we should earn that much in interest. So basically within just a few months' time, we'll have enough money set aside to completely repay the bridge loan. We don't have to actually repay it to year 2033. And so we would continue to earn interest on those funds. And at some point, if we were to be granted forgiveness of that loan, then that money would become available for us to use for anything else town council decides to use it for. And also then the advantage of having the money in the bank to have that ready to go to pay it back, that basically releases us of all those restrictions that the bridge loan now has on us in terms of any other additional revenue, any other additional savings. We could then use that for capital improvements like we used to do before we had that bridge loan. So it's really a good thing to have this. And I think it'll free us from those restrictions. So this resolution, besides approving the grant agreement, it also creates that new fund for the revenue replacement fund. And then it also has the budget adjustment that allows us to move these funds into the bridge loan to repay it.
So Joe, just to kind of summarize, it was,
Yeah.
you did a great job. I'm just trying to summarize it for those who are
Sure.
maybe paying attention at home. So originally we got $11.9 million loan
Yes.
immediately after Ian through state appropriations. Then next year, 2024, we received this $7.5 million in grant funding. And that's going to be used to pay back the expenditures that we have used out of that 11.9 originally.
Yes.
And with the shortfall, with the interest, it's about $127,000 over 3 fiscal years.
Yes.
But you don't expect us to expend the 2.9 million that's budgeted this year for revenue loss.
Well, that's included.
It is, but
and I don't expect that we would actually need that much, but that's part of the plan.
So remind me what the contract says for that bridge loan. What happens with the interest from that loan?
There is no stipulations about the interest, so we have other agreements with the state where we have to repay any or pay to them any interest earned, but there is no such stipulation with the bridge loan.
What kind of interest does 11.9 million earn?
It's been, in the last couple of years, it's been close to 5%. So it's been significant.
Joe, I've got a question. I think it's a typo. I just want to
Sure.
make absolutely sure.
It could be.
On page 487, I think you've got two numbers. Zip backwards. It has your actual lost revenue in fiscal year 23 is 3.085, but you've got the replacement as 3.805.
Oh, yes, I see. Well, oh, you're right. You're right. It is a typo. I apologize for that.
That's okay. I just.
It looked right at 3 in the morning, but
It didn't look right at 8 o'clock this morning. But I understand.
okay. There's always something somewhere.
So we could because there's no restrictions on the interest, putting this fund back to the 11.9 original amount, earning $500,000 a year essentially in interest, that can be used for other things like capital improvements.
Oh, yes.
Very good. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure that's what my understanding was.
That's right.
And if we're lucky.
Yes. If we're lucky.
Right. Any other questions for Joe? Karen?
No, I think
Scott?
it's great.
Yeah, great job, as always.
Vice Mayor? No. Okay. Thanks, Joe. Is there a resolution, is there a motion to approve resolution 24? Which one is it? Which one am I on?
284.
Resolution 24-284.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Counselor Safford, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt? Aye. I'm an aye as well. Motion carries 4-0 with Counselor King absent. Item D is resolution 24-289, authorized budgeting amendment number 4, allocations of remaining ARPA funds. Take it away, Joe.
Okay, we had originally received $3,553,000 of American Rescue Plan funding. We have until December 31st of this year to have it fully obligated, and by that, we actually have to have signed contracts for, and then we have another 2 years to actually completely expend those funds. And anything that is not obligated by the end of this year or fully expended by the end of next year would have to be returned to the federal government. So what I wanted to, within the resolution body, I started out by explaining that of that $3,553,000, we've already obligated almost, roughly 2.6 million of it. And so I listed out the various projects that we have come to you and sought approval for really within the last years when all of this was happening. So we have, for the 2024 budget, we used about $832,000 to help balance the budget instead of increasing the millage rate. We used $41,000. There's like several tidal basin expenditures that we're not going to be reimbursed for by FEMA. These were things that they helped us with. So I'm proposing that we allocate, or we did allocate funding for, and that would have been for their assistance with the critical infrastructure, CDBGR grants, recovery and resilience planning, which is also CDBGDR. They also helped a little bit with multifamily housing assessments, and then with Hurricane Nicole, for which we did not receive any FEMA reimbursement. So those are small amounts, but at least it wouldn't come out of our emergency fund if we were to use the ARPA funding for that. We have some small town hall, temporary town hall expenditures that will not be covered by FEMA or insurance reimbursement of $28,000. Earlier this year, we had that $1 million allocation of ARPA funds to help with the Bay Oaks recreational campus redevelopment for that matching grant. And we're in the process now of, it's gone out for bid, and we'll be opening the bid soon. And once that happens, hopefully we can be under contract by the end of the year. But if not, there's a contingency also within this resolution. But so skipping on to the next thing, we used $411,000 to cover that unreimbursed VEDR contractor expense related to Hurricane Ian. We had the emergency duct bill outfall expense of $105,000. And then we also recently allocated $116,000 to pay for the strategic plan, that first installment payment that's due in June. And then we have another $62,000 of the payment that will be due in January. So we have all of that totals $2.6 million. So that leaves the $932,000 remaining that we need to allocate. And so by working with the town manager and directors, we've come up with a few other things that we know we can have contracts for by the end of this year, or that work will actually be done by the end of this year. And that would be that $47,500 for the palm trees for Times Square. That'll be going in soon. We are proposing that we use $648,531 for a combination jetback truck for stormwater drain cleanout. There's also a separate resolution for the purchase of that piece of equipment. And working with Mountain House, Adam Knight, he requested $13,586 for that Mount House walkway lighting system, that just for public safety, for walking in the evenings when there is no daylight. There's a coastal engineering canal debris assessment invoice for $28,842. It was an assessment that was needed to be done, but there is no actual funding for that. Then we have the architectural planning for the Bay Oaks Recreational Center campus redevelopment. That's the project that is associated with that $1 million matching grant that we are using $1 million of ARPA funds for, and that was $55,650. And then there's one truck that we are proposing that it be ARPA funding be used for, and this is one of the trucks that are being replaced that were totaled by the storm surge from the recent hurricanes. We did receive insurance money for for all of the trucks that were damaged, but it's just not enough to fully replace them. So we're going to use ARPA funds to purchase one of them. And then there's landscaping that's required for the North Tower that I misunderstood and had stated that it's required by Homeland Security, but it's actually required by our land development code, and that's $72,000. So all of those individual items add up to the $932,573 that remains of ARPA funds. And so this resolution is asking your approval of those items to apply it to. But then in the event we are not able to actually have a signed contract by the end of this year for that $1 million of ARPA funds for the Bay Oaks campus redevelopment project, if it were to cross over into the next fiscal year, as a contingency, we're proposing that we use $720,323 of the ARPA funds to cover the property that we just purchased with the state grant. That's the portion that we were going to, that $720,323 was the portion of that cost that we were going to use insurance proceeds for. So instead of using the insurance proceeds, we would use the ARPA funds, and that would free up the insurance proceeds to use for other purposes. Also related to that building is the elevator repairs. We already have a signed contract for $139,553. And then we have quotes that were signed for exterior painting of $57,017. This is for the new town hall. And then interior painting for the new town hall of $49,050. Carpeting for the new town hall, $29,382, and stairwell painting. I think the painting itself is a little more, but this is all that the $4,675 is all that was left of this full $1 million that we were trying to reallocate as a contingency. So it's a complicated resolution, but we were trying to get it all in here so that's all approved, because we have to have it all approved by the end of this year, and this was the last meeting before the end of the year.
Joe, how much, talking about the jet vac truck, how much, probably don't know off the top of your head, so I didn't get a chance to ask you this before the meeting. How much have we spent, do you think, since Ian, on having our drains cleaned out?
We actually do have that.
You do? Oh, anticipation.
We did anticipate that.
Well, You know, I thought I brought it with me.
Give it back to me. Who's on first? 901,628.
Yes, thank you, I'm sorry.
So is that a year or that's since inception? That's since the.
Well, yeah, since Ian. So I think it was roughly 650,000 the first year after Ian. So 2023, that was like another 300 and some thousand, 2024, and then it's about, was it 60 or 90,000 this year so far?
Depends on the level of the storm. And every storm's right now bringing all the sand into all the catch basins. And even though they're flat, the system we have filling up with sand, there's nowhere for the water to be moved to underground. So this is a better mousetrap, we think.
So my next question about that would be, do we have qualified staff to operate this?
We're going to hire somebody who's doing it now.
We do have 2 openings in stormwater, so one of those will be a gap back driver certification.
Okay, do we have this is a good sized piece of equipment, and we've got some other, do we have anyone certified to be able to work on diesel engines or maintain these vehicles?
We just set up contracts. We had him, basically a mechanic. He just wasn't able, one person just wasn't able to keep up with all of them, including all the Kubotas that are out on the beach every day. It's just too much work for one person.
Is that, Andy, is that general practice for municipalities from your standpoint to have a built-in contract with repair service places to do this?
It is places I've been before. When you're a smaller staff, you don't really have all the equipment that would go with this to help repair it or have maintenance on it. To contract with somebody to do that on a quarterly or biannual basis.
I believe that Town of Fort Myers does the same thing with their Kubotas.
Okay.
Also, most of this big equipment that you purchase, it automatically comes maintenance with a maintenance package. They would prefer that you do factory maintenance, so it stays ahead of the curve than saying, hey, it broke, and they're gonna say when. So most of that stuff does come with that.
Okay. The only other question I have is down the road, do we have a plan or are we currently working on a plan to protect some of these? I mean, these are significant investments in equipment, which we need. I'm just.
Right. And I've talked about some off-island rental space and things like that to keep some of these in. Or, we had talked about our property right over here. It could be that somebody built something for us when if we go that route, that public-private partnership, where we have a garage that we can store these in at the end.
Okay. Any questions for staff?
Yes, my questions.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move approval of resolution 24-289.
I'll second.
Okay.
Got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Mayor Allers. Any further discussion?
And Mayor, if I may,
Yes, sir.
just observation for those watching this. This is no general fund money. This
Right.
is not. This doesn't affect the general fund.
Okay, Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor Stafford?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0 with Councilor King absent. Next is item E, resolution 24-294, federal lobbyist agreement. This is a resolution to approve an engagement letter with Gray Robinson, PA, with addendum to approve to provide government relations representation on behalf of the town on federal issues, including but not limited to working on behalf of the town to resolve outstanding issues with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, for $7,500 per month for a minimum of 6 months, authorizing the town manager to sign any and all needed documents and providing an effective date. Town manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Once we got the letter, and I'm sorry for my voice, I don't know what's wrong. There's nothing wrong. It's just going away. Been a long day, Vice Mayor. I've been working with Gray Robinson off and on over the last 10 years. I know Nancy's worked with him as well. Gray Robinson represents Fort Myers. I reached out to the lobbyists we used, and they do have a lobbyist in Washington, D.C. that they've had. They've just they used to be a Florida-only law firm, and they've expanded into Washington, D.C. And they've worked, the particular person I've worked with here in the States worked with then Governor Scott, obviously Governor DeSantis has been doing it for over 15 years, even transcends some of that. But also the person in D.C. that we'll be working with, that'll be our representative there, She had worked with the Department of Housing and Urban Development. She's been with the federal office of then Governor Rick Scott. So she's got some connections, a lot of connections in DC. I feel like this is a win for us to work with and try to understand more about FEMA as we move forward into the trying to retain our rating of 5 or stay off probation. And I know Nancy's had a lot, we had a conversation with them and she's worked with Gray Robinson as well. So I don't know if she has anything to add.
No, other than they are a good firm, and I'm familiar with a lot of their attorneys. I have no hesitation to Andy's recommendation.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think we can see how you got a good lobbyist, what they can do for you. So.
Correct. And I've spoken with Mr. Book and, let him know what we're doing. So they're informed.
Vice Mayor?
Just a couple quick questions, Andy. This engagement letter, it's not strictly restricted to FEMA. They could also help us with various appropriations as well.
That is correct.
So with just one appropriation, it could easily pay for itself.
That is correct.
Thank you.
To that point, I think we still have, I haven't heard anything to the contrary, but I think we still have roughly $8 million going through the appropriation process.
We made it through the first step.
Yeah, so would this
could help as
potentially-
well.
Right? Counselor Woodson?
And there's another thing, sorry, Counselor. There's
No,
another,
sir.
I've heard it mentioned about the $1.1 billion this morning, that there's little pockets, right? And she has a lot of influence and contact with HUD. So I don't know, that possibly could be another angle that we utilize going forward as well.
Okay. Any questions?
Yeah, I mean, that was actually going to be one of my questions because I'm hoping that after January 20th, there's going to be some different structure with FEMA, different people involved, but the fact that this will actually help us with other commitments or other grants or whatever else is still sitting out there, then I'm fine with it. Otherwise, I was going to say, are we putting the cart before the horse? But as long as they can help with other things too, that's great.
Scott?
I forgot to ask the audit committee question. Where's the money coming from, Joe?
This would be, this I think is in the town manager's budget. They do have contractual service line item.
So we have for this fiscal year, we already have this in there. Or we're gonna have to do another budget amendment.
I don't think so.
I don't think we'll have to do one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's enough. And if not on that line item, there's a contingency line item as well.
Okay, and none of this obviously is reimbursable or.
Not this.
Okay, all right. just
Unless we
wanted-
get a deal.
Yeah.
Get a grant.
Well,
I just wanted,
Sure.
So, total transparency. I don't want to walk out of here and say, well, on all our taxpayer dollars and blah, blah,
Well, just going through with our local representation, Ron Book, I can tell you that if this person is anything like Ron Book, that it's not just a matter of they have a tendency to be able to slow the horse down, if you will.
Correct.
Sometimes you want to go up there and you want to be, go, and they're like, well, hold on, because they have inner workings of they've dealt with these people at that level where we have not. So you go in there with your ideas, and then they're like, well, no, maybe not. I know this person. Then they can help you get into places that you can't get into. So I think it'll be well worth the investment.
So if I can add something, I got an email from Gray Robinson, not about this, but they were just talking about that Jared Moskowitz could be the next FEMA head. He's the former head of the director of Florida's Division of Emergency Management before Kevin Guthrie. So that's another positive potentially for us going forward.
All right. And there's no other question. Is there a motion to approve resolution 24-294 for the federal lobbyist agreement?
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Woodson. I'll second. Any further discussion? Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
And Counselor King is absent. Motion carries 4-0. Next is resolution 24-192 authorizing $656,232 contract with Gap Vax Inc. for the combination jet vac. This is a resolution of the town council of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving the purchasing of a combination jet vac from Gap Vax Inc. and authorizing the town manager to execute a purchasing order in the amount not to exceed $656,232 and providing for an effective date.
Yeah, I think we kind of just covered this one in the ARPA funds, but something that we could really use and in the long run will save us money. I don't think these storms and these surges are going away anytime soon. So it'd be nice to have something that we don't have to call and wait 2 weeks to get it here. We can start cleaning out our own drainage relatively quick.
Mr. Mayor,
Just to add to that, what is the typical time that, a resident calls or several residents from a certain street call and say, hey, we're having drainage issues on our street? What's the typical response time now, and how would that be improved by us having the vehicle?
Yeah, well, this person that we hire is going to be just in charge of cleaning out storm drains, so they're going to try to be proactive about it as well. So especially before, like right now, our stormwater, they can't do much before a storm. The most we can do is maybe clear off around the grates, but this we could actually go and keep up some maintenance on them, make sure they're emptied out. That'll be their job. Typical with like utilities and floodwater is you should see everything recede within 24 to 48 hours. That's kind of what the norm is. And then after that, we can go use this back to.
So we'll be able to get a schedule of the drains that usually we have the most problems with, and have a schedule
That's
so we can
that's
be proactive.
the ultimate plan is to stay on top of it and keep it from clogging up.
Another point to your questions, Councilman Safford. I know there's several streets that people have requested us to go and clean out drains. We are beholden to a third party to come with their truck at their convenience, not really, but when they can schedule us. So a lot of times we can sit and say that we'll be there on Monday because we were told Monday, and it may be, we should have asked which Monday, because it'll be a week or 2 weeks later. That eliminates that. And we have a regular course of action, as Jeff said. We can start a regular routine from north to south, south to north, east to west.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, move approval of resolution 24-192 and commend the staff for their proactive measures.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Councilor Woodson. Any further discussion? Councilor Adderholt?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor Safford?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Motion carries 4-0 with Councilor King absent. Item G is resolution 24-291, authorizing $176,957 contract with Sam Galloway Ford for 3 trucks. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving the purchase of 3 vehicles from Sam Galloway Ford, Inc., and authorizing the town manager to execute purchase orders for these 3 vehicles for a not to exceed amount of $176,957 and provide $957 and providing for an effective date.
Yeah, after the storm again, we ended up losing 4 town vehicles. Whether a couple were left here that we thought were going to be high enough and weren't. A couple drove through some high water trying to get to areas after the storms. So we ended up losing 4 trucks that we got reimbursed partially by insurance. So we didn't have enough to replace all 4. So we took the insurance money and paid for 2 of them, and then the ARPA funds are going to pay for the third. So we're down 1 truck anyway, with even after all of this, but we'll make it work for now. And I know it's a lot of money, so we'll do our best to make do with the 3.
And the trucks were older, getting to their life cycle as well. Fortunately or unfortunately, they'll be maintained here on the island. They won't be basically leaving the island, and that'll be for public works and utility. Whoever in public works needs to use the vehicles. We want to make sure we've got good vehicles. I think we'll hire profile vehicles.
Yeah, we do have a vehicle maintenance person that can do something. So he does the basic, things that he can do on the Kubotas and the trucks, the tire changes, those kind of things. But he'll have one of them in case one breaks down. He can bring the truck out and help out.
Vice Mayor?
Move approval of resolution 24-291.
I'll second. Got a motion by Vice Mayor, seconded by Mayor Allers. Any further discussion?
I just have a question. What was the agreement that we latched onto with Lee County that they had with Sam Galloway?
We just use the contract.
Government
So it's
contract.
already been vetted.
Okay.
We don't have to put it out for bid.
Yeah. So
Gotcha.
It's basically a
Okay.
piggyback.
All right. No discounts though, huh?
Oh yeah.
there's
We actually got
we did?
we get
Oh,
government
better
discounts,
rates. Better rates.
and
Okay.
they saved us about $20,000 on top of that.
Awesome.
Yep.
So,
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Did we make a motion?
I did, you
Yes,
got to
Commissioners.
vote.
Okay. Good. All right.
Somebody-
Any more discussion? Okay. Vice Mayor Earl?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
And Counselor Stafford?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0 with Counselor King absent. Item H is Resolution 24-295, Hurricane Helene Sand Screening. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, ratifying SPA-24-11-EN for action of the town taken October 3rd, 2024 regarding the waiving of the town's competitive procurement policy and contracting with ICS Materials, Inc. to screen debris from the sand overwashed by Hurricane Helene, to produce beach-compatible sand, place and grade beach-compatible sand onto the beach, remove debris from the beach, remove debris sand from right-of-way in the town property, and deliver the debris management site, and dispose of debris in authorized waste management site, and approving payment of ICS Materials invoice number 110624-29, 111524-29, and 111824-29 in the amount of $427,870 and providing for an effective date.
So this was basically a big catch-all. Helene caught us flat-footed with the sand, a lot of sand onto our roadways, and some vegetative debris washed up on our shore. ICS has been helping the town for quite a while. They jumped right in, agreed to get their trucks and whatnot. There was a huge mound of sand that we had here next to the town hall that has since left and been put back onto the beach with the thank of them. It's basically just jumping in, and of course we know what happened less than 2.5 weeks later. We'll get to that one next.
Is this any of this funding FEMA PA
Yes, sir.
reimbursement?
So we are immediately reached out to, don't get caught up in the name, Tetra Tech, which is our material. It would have been like Thompson was last with Crowder.
Right.
So they were actually the
monitoring service.
The monitors, yes. Excuse
Okay.
me. And so they monitored every load that was brought in. They monitored every load that was brought out. We also asked ICS in the beginning to help pick up Helene debris because we could not get enough trucks in here from our debris hauler. They took all that material, basically all white goods at that time, took it down to Lover's Key where our provider had a site set up, and they were all scanned in there through the Tetra Tech. So it was a regular complete debris, both sand, beach debris, and town debris.
Household good.
So yes, it qualifies under all of that.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? I'll make a motion to approve resolution 24-295 for Hurricane Helene sand screening.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Aller, seconded by Vice Mayor Adderholt. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Stafford? Aye. Motion carries 4-0 with Counselor King being absent. Item I is resolution 24-287 Hurricane Milton Beach Cleanup. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach ratifying SPA-24-12-EN for the action of the town taken October 7th, 2024 under the emergency procurement policy to contract with ICS Materials, Inc. to take emergency protective measures to remove hazards to public health and safety from the right-of-way, town property, and the beach caused by Hurricane Milton, and approving payment of ICS Materials, Inc. invoice number 101824-31 in the amount of $256,167.25 and providing for an effective date.
This is basically a ditto of what they did for us for Helene, but this was over on our Old Town Hall site. And one of the benefits of this is they actually left the site in better condition than it was when the state got done after remediating our town hall. So all the sand that was collected from the Milton episode was returned back to the beach in the form of a berm. So they trucked it all to the north end and stored it on that empty lot for a while there and went and re-curbed the berm that was lost through the last two episodes.
Okay.
Yeah, they messed up my golf view, by the way.
Oh, boy.
We'll have to bring them before council, but I'll mention
I'm
that
just
too.
saying.
I knew.
I'm just saying.
I will
I
make
don't think you have the right to that.
Yeah, right.
Well, I know that, but as long as I have it.
All right.
Yes, take advantage of it.
I will make a resolution. I will make a motion to approve resolution 24-287 Hurricane Milton Beach cleanup. Seconded by Vice Mayor Adderall. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Vice
Aye.
Mayor.
Aye.
Counselor Woodson, Counselor Safford.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0 with Counselor King absent. And the last one is Resolution 24-297, adopting cybersecurity standards. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of, this is not written right. A resolution of the, I'll read it as it was written. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, adopting the National Institute of Standards and Technology Cybersecurity Framework as a cybersecurity standard for the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, and providing for an effective date. Jason, you look like the cybersecurity expert.
Just for the record, so this is just something that we noticed, state statute is requiring that Florida municipalities adopt cybersecurity standards by the beginning of the year. So this just puts us in compliance, and we can work with our IT team and Nicole and everyone to finish the form to fill out to send to the state. So just following state statute.
Questions?
Move approval of resolution 24-297.
I'll second. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Addo?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
And motion carries 4-0 with Counselor King being absent. Next is final public comment. No one's here. Close final public comment. Town manager items.
Nobody's interested. I just have a couple things. I won't get into a lot of detail. Pushing to get town hall no later than finished no later than March 1st, but hopefully sooner. The elevator is going to be the biggest thing that we deal with going forward. We will be closed here beginning Monday the 23rd, Tuesday the 24th, and on Christmas Day the 25th. So wish everybody a Merry Christmas. I've got appropriations requests need to be put in, so we'll be having those conversations with each of you as we go forward. The Senate and the House, we've asked for a lot recently, as indicated by the $7.7 million we received today, and the town hall we purchased recently, and the 7-Eleven property. So we'll be mindful of that. Again, I think it was mentioned earlier, the tightening of the belt at the state, so we'll be mindful of that as well. Already speaking with Ronna in Ron Book's office about what we do next. The other thing is a legislative platform that came out from the Florida League of Cities. We probably need to get our legislative priorities together. I believe we'll get those passed. So I'll be talking to you between now and the next meeting, so we can kind of have, I'll send out, Amy, if you don't mind, if you could send out what we passed last year so they can see that. And then we can talk about that, and then maybe have something ready for the next agenda so we can get it approved before we move forward and we start our trips to wherever we're going to go, to DC or Tallahassee. We're going to be doing that as we move
This will
forward.
all be
So
ready before the delegation.
that is
meeting.
correct. That's the plan. Yes, sir. That's really all I have.
Okay.
Great meeting.
Town attorney items.
Okay, so I did speak with Tom Yazzo as well, and the number 13 is now down to 11. So that's good.
In regards to,
The active permits that you are revoking.
okay.
Yes. So the one item that I have on your agenda is a proposed settlement of DeBassi litigation. And to advise you that there was a mediation the first week of December. I attended, as well as the town manager and our liability carrier's attorney, Chris Stearns. There was discussion, and there is a proposed tentative settlement. So by your vote today, you would just tentatively be approving the proposed settlement, and I'll give you the terms in a second. And then we will be bringing back the formal settlement agreement to you for final approval. So what happened here is that, and I don't have the actual year, but in the past, the town went in and removed Mr. DeBassi's ramp and constructed drainage infrastructure on his property. And needless to say, the town was then sued. So there was discussion at the mediation about what his damages were. He had made several demands. Ultimately, we settled on giving the town an easement to allow our drainage improvements to stay where they are located, and as mitigation for the removal of his ramp, $85,000. And he would be responsible for building it himself and obtaining all needed permits. Andy, did you want to add?
He started out, excuse me, wanting us to build it, wanting us to get the plans, wanting us to get all the permits. And we're like, no, because that's like, $100,000 to $150,000 for permits with DEP and all that. So we're like, no, that's not going to happen. So we backed down. This is a stretch in my imagination, but the town prior, I think, to any of probably 3 or 4 of you on here, went in there and put the drainage in, and it is on his property. It's a little sliver of Lover's Lane, I think is right.
Lazy Way.
Lazy
Lazy
Way.
Way.
So yeah, so it's a good way for us to move forward.
Any questions for Nancy?
It's DiBiase.
DEPC.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Or just Leo.
Yeah, Leo.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't remember when it happened. It was, I want to say it was right around 20. Jason might know. You were in Public Works then, weren't you? When they took that ramp out over there and put the,
2019
right around there, could have been.
seems like
Yeah.
it's me somewhere.
Mhm.
All right. Do you need a motion from us?
I do. It's a very reasonable proposal and settlement of this. I mean, if you chose not to go this route, I mean, we're going to be in litigation, and I'm not sure that I can give you a positive result, but we would definitely try. So my recommendation is that you approve this tentative settlement.
That's a not to exceed number 2.
All right. I will make a motion to approve the proposed settlement agreement with Mr. DiBiase.
I'll second.
Motion by Mayor Alex, seconded by Councilor Woodson. Any further discussion?
If I may, I think we would be responsible for about half of it. Insurance
Yes.
pays the other half.
Yes, that is true,
Okay.
because you have
There you go.
coverage.
Okay. And any other further discussion? I'm an aye. Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor Stafford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Earl?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Anything else, Nancy?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Happy holidays to everyone.
Same to you. Councilor Stafford, council member items and reports.
Not today. Happy holidays. Hope everyone has a safe vacation.
It's 5:04. I will say it's been a long day, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Vice Mayor Earl?
I will also say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and prayers to you, Karen and Mark.
Yes.
Over these next
Thank
few
you.
days.
Yes.
We'll all be praying for you.
Yes.
and, that's all I've got.
I second that, and I have to say it before we go. Hopefully we see everybody next Saturday for the Petals and Presents.
This Saturday.
This Saturday. Yes, this Saturday. Thank you. The 21st, this Saturday. And I know, Joe, you're planning on coming. All right? All right.
Is your cat going to be in the basket?
You gonna put the cat in the basket? Could be the cat
Is
in
that
the hat.
I was going to say, is that like the cat in the hat?
Luncheon tomorrow. You got luncheon tomorrow.
Oh,
If you
yeah.
guys can make it. I
Okay.
know you probably can.
All right. That's all I have. The motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion